can let that go. But it is a process. That is.
It is, and sometimes we think setting boundaries is a rude thing or disrespectful thing. It's actually respectful because we don't have to be the one to do everything. One is you'll burn out, right? But the second piece is that it includes everybody in the process, and it becomes more loving in the end, I hope.
Absolutely. I think our families and the way that we structure our families, we often tend to put a lot of, just stereotypical roles on different people and then have a difficult time letting that go and having to change that structure. And it is a healthy thing to allow that to change here.
Dr. Maninder Kaur. My name is Ajit Singh Sahota from Brampton, Ontario. It's a beautiful story you have related, and we liked it very much. Very encouraging and educational for all of us, really. And it'll be really nice if you can put that thing in. You have already written stuff. It should be shared with us. We remember, share it with our children also. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the comments. I think all of our stories are beautiful, even with all the flaws and the challenges. And I think you're right. I think we need to hold on to these stories of this generation and the next.
Thank you very much for sharing your story. Most of us have story of one kind or the other, but we are inhibited by fears. How will the others react? And we keep very valuable lessons of our life to ourselves without being able to participate or contribute for the wider betterment and as well as wider learning, because unless we open up, we can't expect other people to open up. What would you say on that? Please, I'd like to hear your comments.
I agree with you 100%. I will be honest, I didn't sleep last night. And I think in part because this is the most personal speech I've ever given in front of Sikhs about my life. And so, I think about what would my mom say about this speech? What would my dad say? I read him parts of it before I came. But there's so much, I think, sharm we carry. There's a good part of sharm, which is, I think that sometimes I joke that my niece and nephews haven't learned this concept, which is respect for elders and things like that I think is sharm. But I think there's so much shame that we have about things that are actually normal parts of life, healthy parts of life. And some of them are even mistakes, but some of them are triumphs. But we hold that shame and then we don't share them. And then we self-isolate, and other people then isolate us. So I do think it becomes this vicious circle. I think there's a room in the Sikh community and in Sikhi for all of us. And I think the more expansive we are, the more loving and the more true we are to what the gurus really wanted for us. I don't know if that answered your question.
Dr. Aluwalia? Way at the back here.
Yes.
Yes, thank you for your vulnerability. We have a lot of professional women in this group who may be single, mothers, daughters, and a lot of other relationships that are really valuable. And often it's really difficult to navigate all of those different relationships, and I think the keynote that you've given has really highlighted for us that it can be done. So thank you for that. We also have a lot of young people here today who are high school and university students. What guidance would you give them with regard to how they can navigate all of this as they see their future ahead of themselves? Thank you.
I think that's a great question. I don't have great answers. I'm sure the next generation actually has more answers than I do. But as I watch them and learn them, I watch a strength in them that maybe we didn't have growing up. I watch this next generation. So I'm a children of immigrants. I watch the children of me who are living now, right? I'm not a mother, but our children. And there's a kind of strength and a force inside of them. And I think if they harness that force, if they allow themselves to own it, that'll be a really profound thing, because they have an important voice. They see things we don't see, and they experience things that we don't experience. I also think that one of the most important things is to give yourself grace. And that's what I would say also to the young people is give yourself grace, give your parents grace, give your grandparents grace, give the community grace. Because grace is where true humanity lives, right? So if we allow ourselves to be imperfect, to make mistakes, I think that's the best answer I can give.
Hello. Can I ask? मेरा क्वेश्चन सीगा इकोनॉमिक सस्टेनेबिलिटी ਦਾ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਡਿਫਰੈਂਟ ਚੈਲੰਜਸ ਸੀ ਹੁਣ ਡਿਫਰੈਂਟ ਚੈਲੰਜਸ ਆ ਹੁਣ AI AGI ASI ਆ ਰਿਹਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਮਨ ਕਰੋਗੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਕਨੋਮਿਕ ਸਸਟੇਨੇਬਿਲਿਟੀ ਨਾ ਹੋਣ ਕਰਕੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਤੋਂ ਲੋਕ ਮੂਵ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਬਾਹਰ ਵੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਦੇਸ਼ਾਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਇੱਥੇ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਯੰਗ ਜਨਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਉਹ AI AGI ASI ਤੋਂ ਘਬਰਾ ਰਹੀ ਆ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਡਿਸਕ੍ਰਾਈਬ ਕਰੋਗੇ ਵੀ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਉਹ ਬਿਹਤਰ ਆਪਣਾ ਜੀਵਨ ਕਰ ਲੈਣ ਇਕਨੋਮਿਕ ਸਸਟੇਨੇਬਿਲਿਟੀ ਦਾ
I wish I had a great answer for that. But what I will say is Sikhs have always been very adaptive. That's our strength, right? So if you keep the core of Sikhi inside of you, I think you'll adapt. So what does that mean? Like, I'm a professor, 54, I'm pretty old school now. Like, you know, I'm the person that, like, my students have to help me with technology. But what I'm also learning is that AI can replace my job in some ways. And that's scary. Right? So I can either be like, okay, so AI is gonna, you know, my students are gonna write their papers using AI. If I pretend that's not gonna happen, then I'm living in a hole and I'm not doing anybody any help. But if I understand that my students are going to use AI, then I'm going to get them to learn how to critically think while they're also using AI, right? Like my generation, we grew up critically thinking, then used technology. This generation is using AI at times in absence of critical thinking. And so I think that's our job, is to really have our next generation and even ourselves to critically think about how AI, how technology and sustainability issues, how all that fits in our lives and our work. So I know that's not a great answer, but I could do.
Dr. Aluwalia, thank you so much for your talk. It's so inspiring. I'll be speaking later this afternoon, and there's so much resonance that I can sense already, so big thanks to you. I'm really curious how Sikhi shows up for you in your teaching in the academy and how you speak of it, say, with your colleagues or students and beyond in your day-to-day.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sikhi is a huge part of who I am as an academic, so it does come in the room all the time. I have been very fortunate to have Sikh students. So I had a Sikh doctoral student who has graduated a few years ago, Dr. Raman Mohabir. She'll be speaking tomorrow, I believe. And so for me, even when they're not Sikh students, right, you're bringing Sikhi in the room through the lessons of Sikhi, right, through the humanity, through the empathy, through the respect of all people, through the desire to fully understand people, but also to teach people not to follow things blindly, right? Like that's how Sikhi shows up. And of course, in social justice, like I don't think I would be so rooted in the desire to do justice if I was not a Sikh. That doesn't mean people who are not Sikhs don't do it better than me, but I think that's where I got it from. And I think I bring that to the room as much as possible. Yeah.
Big thanks. So shifting over to our next presentation, from lived experience to institutional vision, our next presentation is from Gyan Singh, President and CEO of Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies. He is a respected author, strategist, and a leader recognized with the Order of British Columbia for his contributions to business and community life. In this talk, Mr. Sandhu will share the transformative journey of the Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies as it advances towards becoming the first Sikh university in Canada. Welcome.
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ ਜੀ। ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਮਨਿੰਦਰ ਕੌਰ ਲਈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਪਰਸਨਲ ਹਿਸਟਰੀ ਦੇ ਥਰੂ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਗਈ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਫਿਰ ਤਾੜੀਆਂ ਨਾਲ ਸਵਾਗਤ ਕਰੀਏ। ਮੈਂ ਨੋਟ ਲਿਖਣੇ ਭੁੱਲ ਜਾਣਾ ਤੇ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ ਕਿ ਬਗੈਰ ਨੋਟ ਤੇ ਬੋਲਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ। ਸਾਈਡ ਵੱਲ ਦੇਖ ਲਾਂਗਾ ਜੇ ਮੈਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਿਆ ਤਾਂ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਨਾ। ਸਿਆਣਾ ਬੰਦਾ ਯਾਰ ਉੱਤੇ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਨੂੰ ਸਾਹ ਚੜ੍ਹ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਸਮਾਂ। ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਇੰਸਟੀਚਿਊਟ ਆਫ ਗਲੋਬਲ ਸਟੱਡੀਜ਼ ਕੀ ਬੁਲਾਇਆ ਇਹ ਮੈਂ ਅੱਜ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ। ਪਿਛਲੇ 4 ਸਾਲਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਵਿਦਵਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਆ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ। We've been listening to all the scholars for the past 4 years now. So I thought this time we'll probably give you some oversight who we are, what Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies is, what we have been doing for the past 3.5 years, and what we can take you, how you can participate actually to be part of Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies. ਆਪਾਂ ਸੁਭਾਵਿਕ ਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਸ ਧਰਤੀ ਤੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਹਾਂ ਆਦੀਵਾਸੀ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਕਰੀਏ ਤੇ as much as we thank them actually for giving us this opportunity to be on this land. ਮੈਂ ਕਦੇ ਕਲਾਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾਣਾ ਇੱਕ ਚੀਜ਼ ਤੇ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਜ਼ੋਰ ਦੇ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਹੀ ਇੱਕ ਦੇਸ਼ ਹੈ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦਾ ਸਤਿਕਾਰ ਇੰਨਾ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। Every event starts actually thanking our indigenous folks and thank you, and so I would like to convey my gratitude as well on behalf of Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies. Oh, I better move a little bit down here if it's okay with you guys. Yeah, because I don't have the notes. From vision to the to institution to the Guru Nanak University ਦੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਵਾਂਗਾ। ਔਰ ਸਾਡਾ ਵਿਜ਼ਨ ਬੜਾ ਸਿੰਪਲ ਹੈ ਜੀ। It's not that hard to understand. We founded it actually in 2021. So our vision is to establish a globally respected actually Sikh university grounded in Guru Nanak's values. We are a college approved by the province of British Columbia. So in that context, actually, we'll take you up to the next level when the time comes in. And I think you'll be able to see it actually through the work that we've been doing here. Our mission is very clear. As I said, we'll provide a service actually based upon Guru Nanak's actually philosophies and the education route are really in Sikhi. And don't ever confuse us that we are a Sikh institute as if we are only delivering the Sikhi courses. We do provide actually education and academia, most of academic courses, and I'll also take you through that part of it. Normally ਆਪਣਾ ਇਹ process ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਜੀ ਤਕਰੀਬਨ 2 ਘੰਟੇ ਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਪਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਟਾਈਮ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈਗਾ 25 ਮਿੰਟ ਦਾ। ਸੋ ਆਪਾਂ 25 ਮਿੰਟਾਂ 'ਚ ਫਿਨਿਸ਼ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। So who we are, I'll take you through that. And why GNI was founded, I'll take you through that aspect of it as well. And the need for Sikh-centered academic institutions in the world and why there was a need. So I think when I look at it, we were inspired by Guru Nanak Sahib's message, no question about it. ਆਪਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਤਿੰਨ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਹਿ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਨਾਮ ਜਪਣਾ ਵੰਡ ਛਕਣਾ ਤੇ ਕਿਰਤ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਆਪਾਂ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਪਰ ਕਿਰਤ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਓਕੇ ਫਿਰ ਬਾਅਦ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਤੋਂ ਹੀ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਨਾਮ ਜਪਣਾ ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਤੋਂ ਫਿਰ ਵੰਡਣਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਜਦ ਵੰਡਣਾ ਕੱਲੀ it's not only sharing your material wealth, it's also sharing your knowledge, sharing everything that you have it. And operates as if we're a non-profit. That's our distinctiveness actually. ਵਿਲੱਖਣਤਾ ਸਾਡੀ ਇਹ ਆ ਅਸੀਂ ਗੈਰ ਮੁਨਾਫਾ ਹਾਂ ਔਰ ਉਸ ਗੈਰ ਮੁਨਾਫਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਘੱਟ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਦੇ ਨੇ। We are an approved charity as well within Canada. So our community driven ਹੈਗੀ and student focused ਹੈਗੀ. Our focus is not making money, our focus is education, education and education. About Guru Nanak's Institute of Global Studies ਮੈਂ step by step ਥੋੜਾ ਛੇਤੀ ਕਰ ਦਾਂਗਾ। ਅਸੀਂ ਰਜਿਸਟਰਡ ਚੈਰਿਟੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸੀ ਚੁੱਕਾ ਸਰੀ ਬੇਸਡ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ। ਸਾਡਾ ਆਫਿਸ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ 76 ਤੇ 132 ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਆ। I think I asked you to visit us and see actually how professionally we try to run that institute. Okay, we are an academic teaching led by 27 professors we have actually working with us right now. And every professor that's teaching with us has to have a minimum PhD degree and 3 years expertise teaching actually in the given subject that they're teaching. So we're approved by the PTIV. PTIV is a branch of the Ministry of Post-Secondary Education that looks after the colleges and diplomas and certificate programs. When you move on to the degree program, it's actually another branch actually of the ministry that takes over, which looks at the degree granting quality granting process that takes place. So our programs are both academics as well as cultural. So research is a big part of it. I'll take you through that part as well when I move on. This is our board, small board actually of 5 people. You can see that. So with me having the broom actually and cleaning the office every morning when I walk in, that's part of my job. And of course, Gurjeet Kaur is a lawyer based out of Toronto. R.P. Singh Dardi is in the media, based out of both Canada and India. And of course, Jaswinder Singh Parmar, he couldn't make it here for some other circumstances. So he's a real insurance company, thought somebody run kardene, Seri de vich no company in the market. And Dr. Sidhu, she's a psychologist. Okay, here's my academic board. Many of you may have met some of them. Of course, you can see Dr. Baljeet Singh, who's Vice President of Research actually out of Saskatoon Universities. So he's the chairperson actually for the academic board. Dr. Jaswant Singh Ji, Dean and Professor out of Saskatchewan as well. And Satinder Kaur Barad actually, Professor York University, Toronto. Palvinder Singh Deo, Prince George, business professor. Dr. Jaswinder Singh Ji, Associate Professor McGill, he's here with us. Welcome again, Dr. Jaswinder Singh Ji, so he's with us as well. And Dr. Karamjeet Kaur, Associate Professor from Chapman, and Dr. Satvir Singh from Texas, and Gurpreet Kaur, again, from Saskatchewan. So this is my board. Again, let me emphasize, my board does not charge me a penny. They are my pro bono board, but do all the academic work for me. I mean, that's what the Sikh is, because Guru Nanak's name really attracts them to do the seva. Here's a small board of management actually group that you can see. Many of you may have met them, and my upcoming team as well here. You can see that. So with Dr. Bedi and Dr. Gill and Satvir Kaur and myself, of course, and Mandeep Singh and Sukhmani. Dr. Bedi actually has a law degree, has a PhD actually in English literature, and also a business degree. So I think it's a combination of number of degrees, and he does teach actually business and a few other courses with us as well. Dr. McGill is actually London trained, actually sharp PhD is from London actually in economics. And of course, Satvir Kaur actually is just finishing. She's our first student, I can say, as an office manager, finishing her PhD in artificial intelligence. And of course, I'm just Joe out of the street here doing time my own things. Mandeep is our IT manager. And Sukhmani is again has a very experienced actually person actually running the administration aspect of it. Here's my future leaders, folks. A lot of time actually within our Sikh community, we run into a lot of challenges actually, not recognizing the youngsters and not giving them an opportunity. When they really come on board with me, every year I take on new interns as well, but don't let the old ones go either. So you can see that these were the 5 current ones actually with us serving, and Karan, of course, is Simon Fraser University business students, and Krishlin Kaur, of course, is doing criminology aspect of it out of SFU. Roop, of course, you've been meeting actually most of the youngsters I met. Roop is a BCom student out of University of British Columbia. Jasmine will be a doctor one day, pretty good. She's out of UBC, and she's here as well. And Mayor actually is out of Western Universities in Ontario. So this is the group actually that's been working with us, and I consider them my future leaders actually in this institute. Here are my advisors. You might wonder, why am I showing that? A lot of you don't know actually who people in the background are. And this is the team that really helps me actually all the times. Okay, you're looking at actually Nisha, of course. Nisha, thank you so much actually for everything she does. This is a pro bono work that you don't find that many dedicated people in the world. In addition to running her own professional business, actually in the time she spends is unimaginable. Thank you very much. Of course, Jazz Battaglia is my old friend actually, is the finance advisors. दुनिया भर की टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट के कोल किसी ने जाना तो जज बटालिया लभना पेगा तुहानू, बिकॉज ही एडवाइजेस द गवर्नमेंट, सो ही एडवाइजेस सानू भी करता है। तो इस करके साडा ये सारे अज जिन्ने एडवाइजर ने ना, तुसीं वेखोगे आपो अपने खित्तियां दे मार ने। मेजर जसवीर सिंह मेरा पुराना दोस्त है, इंटलैक्चुअल है, तो इन्होंने सवाल भी थे मेरी दी आवाज़ मैनू पिछों दिखाई दे रही सी, पूछ रहे सन। सो आई थिंक ही इज़ बीन माई एडवाइजर एक्चुअली फॉर the past 40 years. So it's not only Guru Nanak Institute, but even when I ran the World Sikh organizations, he was one person that I could rely upon him actually for getting. Thank you very much for being here with us today as well. And Remy Pandey is a lawyer, so looks after the legal aspect of it. Remy is the original designer of my website, Pro Bono. मैं किसी ने खुद थे पूछा सीगा मेरी वैबसाइट डिज़ाइन कर दो, किसी ने 10,000 मंगया, किसी ने 40,000 मंगया, किसी ने 50,000 मंगया। तो रवि मेरे को आ गया, रवि कहना नहीं यार मैं तो तुहाडा अंकल उदा ही करना जे, ये सिक्खी का काम है, मैं तुहाडा उदा ही करना। सो दीज आर काइंड ऑफ पीपल दैट आई एम ब्लेस्ड टू बी एसोशिएटेड विद। सो बरिंदर ऑफ कोर्स तुसीं सारे जानते हो, बरिंदर फॉर्मर चीफ ऑफ स्टाफ रहा अपनी सरकार दे विच, प्रीमियर दा एडवाइजर रह चुका है, आजकल अपनी कंसल्टिंग बिजनेस रन करता। ही वुड हैव बीन हियर बट ही इज caught up actually doing the work in Dubai right now. He's a world traveler as well. Chris Campbell is a professor out of one of the universities. He is looking after the academic programs for me. And Michelle Rhodes is also a professor actually out of Fraser Valley Universities, and she is also working with me actually looking at our submissions actually on the degree programs. And Dave Bing is a former deputy minister education side of them. So मैं तुसी एक चीज़ हमेशा देख लेनी, मेरे ते किरपा गुरु दी किरपा, इस करके मैं जिन्हों एक बार हाथ ला लेना मेरे को छड्ड के नहीं जाता। So it becomes such a magnetic force actually, we actually draw people in. It doesn't matter what their background has been. So of course अमन ਤਾਂ बचपन मैं छोटे होंदे ਨੂੰ grow up ਹੁੰਦੇ भी वेख्या होया, लेके जे पिंड ਤੋਂ ਤੇ ਇਹਦੀ ਲਾਈਫ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰੈਸ ਕਰਦੇ। ਸਾਡੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬ੍ਰਿਟਿਸ਼ ਕੋਲੰਬੀਆ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੀਨੀਅਰ ਮੈਨੇਜਰ ਹੈਗਾ ਫਾਈਨੈਂਸ ਸਾਈਡ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਆ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਜਿਹਨੇ 600 ਡਾਕਟਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਮੈਨੇਜ ਕਰਦਾ। ਸੋ ਹੁਣ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਕਰਦਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਅਮਨ, ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਵੈਰੀ ਮਚ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਫॉर ਐਮਸੀਇੰਗ ਐਸ ਵੈਲ ਟੁਡੇ। ਮੈਂ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਸਮੇਂ 'ਤੇ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਤੱਤ ਲਾਤਾ ਤਾਂ ਜੋ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਹਿਚਾਣ ਹੋ ਜਾਵੇ ਯਾਰ ਕਿਹੋ ਜਿਹੀ ਟੀਮ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਵਰਕ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਹਾਂ। ਸਾਡੀ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ 'ਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਵੱਡੀ ਲੋੜ ਸੀ, ਇਹ ਲੋੜ ਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਮਹਿਸੂਸ ਕੀਤਾ, ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਹ ਆਪਣੀ ਇੰਸਟੀਚਿਊਟ ਬਣਾਉਣੀ ਪੈ ਗਈ। साढ़े गैप्स ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੈਂ ਨੋਟਿਸ ਕੀਤੇ ਸੀ ਨਾ, ਆਈ ਆਲਵੇਜ਼ ਵਰਕ ਲੁੱਕ, ਮੈਂ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਬੈਕਗਰਾਊਂਡ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਮੈਂ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸਮੈਨ ਹਾਂ। ਸਾਰੀ ਮੇਰੀ ਲਾਈਫ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 56 ਸਾਲ ਤੋਂ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਗੁਜ਼ਰੀ। ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਂ ਕੁਛ 5 ਕੁ ਮਹੀਨੇ ਮੈਂ ਝਾੜੂ ਫੇਰਿਆ ਜੇ, 5 ਕੁ ਮਹੀਨੇ ਮੈਂ ਲੇਬਰ ਦਾ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ I grew up actually to be a supervisor, to be a superintendent, to be a manager, to be a controller, to be running my own company. So you all understand ਕਿ ਮੇਰੀ ਲਾਈਫ ਦਾ ਸਾਈਕਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ it's all business. So I understand everything from that aspect of it. So मैं कदा भी कोई चीज़ छड़दा नहीं, उन्होंने gaps को identify करने की कोशिश करते हैं. What are the gaps that exist actually that we can really fill in? What is GNI going to do? So you folks have, by the time I was making my statement, you read it all. So I'm not going to repeat it. बड़ा gap साढ़े ਵਿੱਚ कदे सोचा नहीं तुसी? हर चीज़ होती है। Jewish community ने भी अपने कोई साधन बनाए हुए हैं एजुकेशन दे, Muslim community ने भी किए हुए हैं। यार सिखा ने की किया? ਅਸੀਂ ਬਾਰ-ਬਾਰ ਗਿਣਦੇ ਆ ਗਏ 1897 ਤੋਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੀ ਧਰਤੀ ਤੇ ਬੈਠੇ। What have we done actually in the past 125 years with respect to the education? ਮੈਂ ਡੈਫੀਨਿਟਲੀ ਐਕਨੋਲੇਜ ਕਰਦਾ ਐਲੀਮੈਂਟਰੀ ਸਕੂਲਸ ਵਧੀਆ ਨੇ, ਵਧੀਆ ਬਣਾਈ ਰੱਖੋ, ਚੱਲਣੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਨੇ। ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਐਕਨੋਲੇਜ ਕਰਦਾ 5-6 ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ 6 ਨੇ ਮੇਰਾ ਖਿਆਲ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹਾਈ ਸਕੂਲ ਬਣ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਨੇ। And I acknowledge that it's good, we need them as well. We have to compete in the world through the university education. Dr. Ahluwalia actually stressed actually through her personal life and the growth actually, my God, my head bows to her actually for that. Any brave young woman who अपनी personal history with चीज़ों ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਗਈ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ। These are the challenges. ਸਾਡੀ community ਦੇ challenges ਨੂੰ ਦੂਰ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ university education ਹੋਣੀ ਲਾਜ਼ਮੀ ਹੈ। And that's what was working through my mind. And these were kind of gaps that I was noticing that we need to really establish. Then there's a gap actually in the social science gaps as well. Policy the social science ਦੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਕਮੀਆਂ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ ਨੇ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ visible minority sex actually ਅਸੀਂ ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਹੁਣ ਕੀ ਦੱਸਾਂ, ਮਨਿੰਦਰ ਕੌਰ ਦੱਸੀ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਨੇ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਮੁਸ਼ਕਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਆਈਡੈਂਟੀਫਾਈ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਨੇ। ਯੂਥ ਦੀ ਆਈਡੈਂਟਿਟੀ ਦੀ ਬਿਗ ਇਸ਼ੂਜ਼ ਹੈਗਾ ਸਾਡੇ ਵਿੱਚ। So we need to really fill that gap as well. So mental health and trauma is a big issue. ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਸਬਜੈਕਟ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਸਮਝਦਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਾਪੀ ਕੀਤੀ, ਮੈਂ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ ਸੋਚ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਹੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਾਪੀ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈਗਾ। So I've read her book by the way, Taking Action. Okay, so I understand exactly what she was talking about. So ਸਾਡੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਖੋਜ ਤੇ ਸਕਾਲਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਬਹੁਤ ਕਮੀਆਂ ਨੇ। How many times do you really see in the world our women scholars are being acknowledged? You don't. And this is the platform. That's why actually, when I requested Maninder last year that you have to come actually, I think, thank you very much again Maninder for coming. I appreciate that. Yeah, so ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਲੜਕੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਯਾਰ ਬਰਾਬਰ ਦੇ ਹੱਕ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਬਰਾਬਰ ਉਠਾਉਣਾ ਨਹੀਂ, ਉੱਪਰ ਉਠਾਉਣ ਦੀ ਫਰਜ਼ ਬਣਦਾ ਸਾਡਾ। ਸਾਡੇ ਸਕਾਲਰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ, men and women alike, we need to really provide a platform for them, and GNA is that platform that you can remember that will always be there. ਮੈਂ ਹਿਸਟੋਰੀਕਲ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਆਰਕਾਈਵਲ ਕਮੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਨੇ। ਹੁਣ ਅੱਜ ਅਸੀਂ ਸੋਚਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਯਾਰ 84 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਡਾ ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਲੁੱਟਿਆ ਗਿਆ। Where do we find that? Where do we find that history? So we have to maintain that as well. And I like to thank Ajit Singh Sodha ji बैठे ने एक ने Sikh National Archives of Canada ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੇ records maintain ਕਰਦੇ हैं. This is one institute, Sikh National Archives of Canada. मैं ਸੁਭਾਗਾ ਸਮਝਦਾ ਕਿ I'm also associated with that from the time it was founded. ਉਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਬਾਹਰੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਿਲਣਗੀਆਂ ਅੱਜ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਮਿਲਣਗੀਆਂ. Guru Nanak Institute will be the source actually for you to really go to at all times. Pedagogy and of course outreach gaps ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ. I mean I think Dr. Alwali highlighted that and alluded to those, and as well as these were the gaps that I found as well that existed within us. That's why we felt the need for establishing that. Global gaps ਵੀ ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ. So global gaps ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ South Asia focus ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਰਹਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ. ਆਪਾਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਚੇਅਰਾਂ ਬਣਾ ਲਈਆਂ UBC ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 7.5 ਲੱਖ ਡਾਲਰ ਉਦੋਂ ਖਰਚਿਆ ਸੀ. 7.5 ਲੱਖ ਡਾਲਰ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਤਾਂ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਮੀਟ ਕੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬਹਿ ਗਏ ਹੋ. ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 8-9 ਚੇਅਰਾਂ ਚੱਲਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ. ਪਰਿਵਾਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਬਣਾ ਲਈਆਂ ਨੇ. ਇੱਕ ਕੋਰਸ ਬਣਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ. One course on Sikhi, that's all. Then they change on to actually ਬਾਕੀ ਸਭ ਕੁਛ. I mean, what are we doing? I would have not started Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies if one of the other universities had actually accepted my proposal. What I did, ਮੈਂ ਫਿਰ SFU ਕੋਲ ਗਿਆ ਸਾਂ. ਮੈਂ ਤੇ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਗੁਰਨਾਮ ਸਿੰਘ ਹੁਣੀ ਤੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ ਦੋਨੇ. ਅਸੀਂ ਇਨਫੈਕਟ ਫਸਟ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਸਾਡੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੋਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ. ਉਹ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ $5 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਦੇ ਦਿਓ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਚੇਅਰ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਬਣਾ ਦਿੰਦੇ. ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਉਹੀ ਚੇਅਰ ਬਣਾਓਗੇ. ਜਦ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਗਿਣਾਉਣੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕੀਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਐਡਵਾਈਜ਼ਰ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ, ਮੈਂ ਲੀਕਾਂ ਮਾਰਨੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰਤੇ, ਕਾਟਾ ਮਾਰਨੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰਤੇ. That started crossing off. I said, I'm not going to spend $5 million with you. We'd have to spend that $5 million for ourselves. And that's where we'll get the institute actually started. So ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕਮੀਆਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਗਲੋਬਲ ਸਿੱਖ ਪੋਲਿਟਿਕਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ ਨੇ. ਇੰਟਰਫੇਥ ਕੰਪੈਰੇਟਿਵ ਸਟੱਡੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈਗੀ. ਸਿੱਖੀ ਆਫਟਨ ਲੈਫਟ ਆਊਟ ਆਫ ਕੰਪੈਰੇਟਿਵ ਰਿਲੀਜਨ ਕੋਰਸਿਸ. ਬਹੁਤੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿ ਦੱਸਦਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਬਾਰੇ. ਮੇਰੀਆਂ ਬੱਚੀਆਂ ਗਰੋ ਅਪ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਥੇ. I see Dr. Gurmekli from the days actually when she was at SFU along with Kamalji. I mean, I've seen you all go through those challenges. And thank you very much actually. ਤੁਸੀਂ understand ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ ਇਸ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੂੰ. ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਸਾਡੇ gaps ਨੇ. That's what forced me to bring out some of the courses that we're teaching my friends. These are the courses that you can see there. Okay, we're not, okay, cybersecurity is in demand. We got IT network management, operations, supply chain management, business administration. You can see the list of them. Sikh studies, of course, is part of us. We are a Sikh institute. We will be teaching that. Someone who wants to complete a cybersecurity diploma through us, they better be actually doing one course on Sikhi, minimum one course. So that's a requirement. Otherwise, that diploma is not complete for them. So I think that's the kind of focus we see there on healthcare. Also global management, entrepreneurship, actually music, music. As Sham students graduate, you will be able to see that graduates actually. So certificate programs like frontline management, really popular actually program that we have actually with the industry. Global counseling, of course, foundations and theories and practice. Actually, this was set up to meet requirement. Those students actually that are sitting here want to get into your master's program in psychology. UBC and SFU has a 2-year wait for you. You have to finish certain prerequisite courses. And these courses were developed actually to meet that. I think what this program is right in the final stages. Last December, it's currently being reviewed by PTIB, so I think it will be approved for January classes actually if anyone wishes to start that as well. Of course, we got micro-credential certificates program. You can see that. So I won't go through the list. This list is already given actually in your package when you really look at that. So that tells you that we're not just only a Sikhi institute, we are an academic institute as well. Of course, GNI's focus, you can see that our focus on education or profits, Sikh-centered curriculum, inclusive pedagogy and community accountability, integration principles, and modern discipline. That's who we are as an organization, and that's how we function. Okay? Let me give you the research aspect of it in the start. ਤੁਸੀਂ ਹੈਰਾਨ ਹੋਵੋਗੇ. ਸਾਡੇ ਹਿੱਸੇ ਉਹ ਕੰਮ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਨੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ. I can guarantee you that you will not find any university in the world the projects that we have done or are doing right now. And that's what our focus is. We pick up the projects that need to be done, are the need and the necessity and the requirement of this community. And that's what we do it. I had 33 scholars working actually on phase 1 of Gurbani Arthmalan. 15 ਟੀਕੇ ਲੈ ਸੀ ਨਾ ਸੀ. 15 ਟੀਕਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੱਲੇ ਅੱਖਰ ਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੰਪੇਅਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਜੀ. ਕੱਲੇ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਨੂੰ ਕੰਪੇਅਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ. What are these scholars talking about? Everybody that keeps translating and putting it up actually on Google, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਲੱਭੋ ਜੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਲੱਭਦਾ ਹੈ. ਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਦਾ ਵੱਖਰਾ ਮਿਲਦਾ ਹੈ. ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਸਿੰਘ ਵੱਖਰਾ ਲਿਖਦਾ ਹੈ, ਡਾਕਟਰ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵੱਖਰਾ ਲਿਖਦਾ ਹੈ, ਡਾਕਟਰ ਥਿੰਦ ਵੱਖਰਾ ਲਿਖਦਾ ਹੈ. ਐਂਡ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ they are all influenced by the wording ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਗੋਰਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਸਿਖਾਈਆਂ ਨੇ. ਓਕੇ, ਮੈਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਯਾਰ ਸਾਡੀ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਦੀ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਵੱਖਰੀ ਹੈ. ਉਹਨੂੰ ਰੱਖੋਗੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਡੀ ਰਿਸਰਚ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋਗੇ ਐਂਡ ਸੈਕੰਡ ਫੇਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ 7 ਸਕੋਲਰਸ ਵਰਕ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ। ਉਸ ਫੇਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 7 ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਡਿਊਟੀ ਹੈਗੀ, ਕੱਲਾ ਕੱਲਾ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, if I ask you what is Latu, you tell me what is Latu. See, here you are, that's a classic example. So out of the Gurbani 1430 ਅੰਗਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੇ ਨੇ, but you don't know that our students growing up here or even in Punjab do not understand that. So what we have done, actually, I put 7 scholars, 7 professors actually working on this one here, trying to identify each shabd and give a history. So when you are now looking at actually GNI website, ਇਹਦੇ ਜਦ ਪੂਰਾ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਨਾ, click on it, you'll be able to see it. Pictorial and the historical aspect of it. 1,000 years from now, you will be able to go and relate to it. And that's what Guru Nanak Institute is doing actually on that subject. ਨਾਨਕ ਲਿਪੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪੋਂ ਤਿਆਰ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਫੌਂਟਸ ਬਹੁਤ ਨੇ। ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਫੌਂਟਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਿਗ ਪ੍ਰੋਬਲਮ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਸੀ, 6 ਸ਼ਬਦ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੇ 6 ਲੱਭੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ, ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਿਆ। Nobody in the world was able to do that. ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਜਦ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ, ਉਹਦੇ ਥੱਲੇ ਔਂਕੜ ਵੀ ਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਲਾਮ ਵੀ ਆ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਦੋ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ, ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣੇ। Nobody could do that. So we solved that with 7 scholars working on it for about 2 years. ਕੋਈ ਅਸੀਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਰਲ ਕੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀਗਾ। ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਰਿਸਰਚ ਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਫੰਡ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ। ਸੋ ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਦੇ ਡਿਡ ਐਨ ਐਕਸਲੈਂਟ ਜੌਬ। ਇਹ ਫੌਂਟ ਸਾਡਾ ਨਾਨਕ ਲਿਪੀ ਫੌਂਟ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਵੈਬਸਾਈਟ 'ਤੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ, ਸਾਡੀ ਆਪਣੀ 'ਤੇ ਹੈਗਾ। ਹੁਣ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੁਸ਼ਕਲਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਟ੍ਰਾਂਸਫਰ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗੇ PDF ਕਰਕੇ ਹੀ ਕਰਨਾ, ਉੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਘੱਲੋਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਸਭ ਸਾਰੇ ਅੱਖਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਰ ਸਕੋਗੇ। ਸੋ ਨਿੱਕੀਆਂ ਜਿੰਦਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਸਾਕਾ, ਇਹ ਮੈਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਵੀ ਹੈ, ਛੋਟਾ ਵੀ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੈ। ਅਸੀਂ ਸ਼ਿਕਾਇਤੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਲੋਕ ਹਾਂ। We complain a lot and then walk away after a week. We don't even remember what we said about a week ago. And that's exactly what Shromani Gurdwara Prabandhak Committee was saying actually when Modi ne announced kar dita ball de vich. But nobody wants to do anything. What we did actually, we took a booklet, translated it into English and 11 other Indian languages. Okay? And then distributed actually through, yeah, it's on our website. You can go to Gujarati, Marathi, Malayalam, Telugu, Kannada, you name it, Bengali, whatever, you can find it actually on those languages. Nobody else does that, not even Shromani Committee. ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸੇਵਾਦਾਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੋ, ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ, ਅਨਸੰਗ ਹੀਰੋਜ਼। ਅਸੀਂ 30 ਸਕਾਲਰਸ ਪਿਕਅਪ ਕੀਤੇ ਸਨ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਦੇ ਬਾਕੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਨੇ ਰੈਕਗਨਾਈਜ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰਿੰਸੀਪਲ ਸੀ ਜਿਹਨੇ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਦੂਜੇ ਘੱਲੂਘਾਰੇ ਦੇ ਟਾਈਮ 'ਤੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹੱਡੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਲੈਕਟ ਕੀਤਾ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ DNA ਕੱਢ ਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਪਛਾਣ ਕਰ ਸਕਣ ਕਿ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਦਾ ਪਿਛੋਕੜ ਕੀ ਆ, what family backgrounds they come from. ਇਹਨਾਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਰੈਕਗਨਾਈਜ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ। We recognize those 30 scholars. I saw Dr. Jasveer Kaur among them crying that day when we were making the awards presentation actually at Punjabi University ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ ਉਹ function. So anyway, so we're working in that kind of a scenario. ਜਾਤੋਂ ਦੇ ਮੋਰਚੇ 'ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਲੱਗਿਆ, ਤਾਂ ਕਿਤਾਬਾਂ ਮਿਲ ਚੁੱਕੀਆਂ, international student challenges with UVic. We have done that project actually University of Victoria ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਰਲ ਕੇ। Digitization project ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸਾਂ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਹੈਰਾਨ ਹੋਵੋਗੇ। If you get an opportunity to go to Goindwal South, so somebody has to keep telling me if I go past my time. ਸਵਾਲ ਜਵਾਬ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਾਅਦ 'ਚ ਕਰ ਲਿਓ ਜੇ ਮੇਰਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਵੀ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਬੋਲਦੇ ਦਾ ਲੱਗ ਗਿਆ। ਸੋ ਐਟਲੀਸਟ ਆਈ ਲਾਈਕ ਟੂ ਗਿਵ ਯੂ ਹਿਸਟਰੀ ਸੋ ਯੂ ਅੰਡਰਸਟੈਂਡ। ਗੋਇੰਦਵਾਲ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜਾਓ ਨਾ ਨੈਕਸਟ ਟਾਈਮ, ਉੱਥੇ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਸੰਸਕਾਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਲਿਟਰੇਚਰ ਦਾ। ਉੱਥੇ ਟਰੱਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਟਰੱਕ ਭਰ ਕੇ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਹਰ ਹਫ਼ਤੇ, ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੇਅਰ ਕਰਦਾ। ਮੇਰੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰਸ ਗਏ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਦਾ ਸਰੂਪ ਲਿਆਂਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸੀ ਗੁਜਰਾਤੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ, ਕੱਢਿਆ ਉਦਣ, ਅਤੇ ਕਿਤਾਬਾਂ ਪਿਕਅਪ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਬਾਬਾ ਬੰਦਾ ਸਿੰਘ ਬਹਾਦਰ ਦੇ ਟਾਈਮ ਦੀਆਂ। Then they called me. They said, this is what's happening. ਮੈਂ ਕਹੋ ਸਰ ਨੂੰ ਛੱਡੋ ਖੂਜ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਦੱਸੋ ਹੋ ਕੀ ਕਰਨਾ ਕੀ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ called the Shromani Committee to their credit. They agreed to give me the authority to start digitizing that. So, but I don't do things actually on my own. I have to have it in writing, I have to have a resolution from the SGPC. So I'm working with them very closely to get the work done right now. ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਸੀ ਆਪਣਾ ਹੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਆਫਿਸ ਬਣਾ ਲਿਆ ਜੇ, ਆਪਣੀ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗ ਤਿਆਰ ਕਰ ਲਈ ਉੱਥੇ ਗੋਇੰਦਵਾਲ ਸਾਹਿਬ, ਉਹਦੇ ਮਗਰ ਲਿਖਿਓ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਇੰਸਟੀਚਿਊਟ ਆਫ ਗਲੋਬਲ ਸਟੱਡੀ ਦੀ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗ ਆ। ਉਹਦੇ 'ਤੇ ਸਾਡਾ ਡਿਜੀਟਾਈਜੇਸ਼ਨ ਪ੍ਰੋਸੈਸ, ਸਾਡਾ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਦੇ 3 ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਹਰ ਹਫ਼ਤੇ ਉੱਥੇ, ਅਤੇ ਉਹ ਡਿਜੀਟਾਈਜ਼ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਅਸੀਂ ਕੱਢ ਕੇ ਮਟੀਰੀਅਲ ਰੱਖ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਐਕਸਲੈਂਟ। ਇਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਬੰਦ ਕਰ ਦਿਓ ਜੀ। ਚਲੋ ਵਧੀਆ, ਤਾਂ I'll go to move on. ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਯਾਰ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਅੱਜ ਦੇ ਫਲੱਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਪਹੁੰਚਿਆ। ਮੇਰਾ ਸਤਿਕਾਰ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ। ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਸੱਚੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਛੱਡ ਗਏ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਮੌਕੇ ਦੇ ਦੌਰਾਨ, ਸਾਡੀ ਮੈਂ ਵਰਕ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਆ ਇੰਸਟੀਚਿਊਟ ਸਾਡੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਦੀਵਾਨ ਟੋਡਰਮਲ ਵਿਰਾਸਤੀ ਫਾਊਂਡੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਅਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਮੇਰੀ ਸੇਵਾ ਉਹਦੀ ਚੇਅਰਪਰਸਨ ਦੇ ਰੂਪ 'ਚ ਲੱਗੀ ਹੋਈ ਆ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ 7-8 ਪਿੰਡ ਅਡੋਪਟ ਕੀਤੇ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ। ਸੋ ਇਹ 8 ਪਿੰਡਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੇਵਾ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ। ਮੈਂ ਸਵਾਲਾਂ ਦਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ 2 ਸੈਕਿੰਡ ਅੱਗੇ ਲੈ ਜਾਵਾਂਗਾ। ਪਬਲੀਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਕਾਫੀ ਨੇ। Can I have a couple more minutes, please? I have to listen to my bosses. ਆਹ ਕਿਤਾਬਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਢੇਰ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸਾਡੇ SST ਦੇ ਥਰੂ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੁਝ ਆਪ ਪਬਲਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਨੇ, ਕੁਝ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਨੇ। ਸੋ ਆਹ ਸਾਡੇ ਕਲਾਸ ਦਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸੈਂਪਲ ਦਿਖਾਈ ਦੇ ਸਕਦਾ ਸਾਡੇ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਉਣ ਦਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਆਨਲਾਈਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੀ ਚੱਲਦਾ ਜੀ। ਆਹ ਬੱਚੀਆਂ ਮੱਝਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਦੇਖਦਾ ਨਾ, ਇਹ ਬੱਚੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਨੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਜੰਮਦਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਸੁੱਟ ਗਿਆ ਅਤੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਪਾਲਿਆ ਜੇ ਉਸ ਇਹ ਖਰੜ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈਗਾ ਜੀ। ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਸਕੋਲਰਸ਼ਿਪ 'ਤੇ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ। ਸੋ ਮੈਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਆਹ ਸਾਡਾ ਕਲਾਸ ਦਾ ਸੈਂਪਲ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਆਹ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੁਝ ਗ੍ਰੈਜੂਏਟਸ ਦਾ ਸੈਂਪਲ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਆਹ ਸਾਡੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਫੈਕਲਟੀ ਦੇ ਆਰਟਸ ਦੇ ਮੈਂਬਰਸ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ। ਫਿਰ ਕੁਝ ਸਾਈਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਆਹ ਸਾਡੀ ਫੈਕਲਟੀ ਆਫ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਦੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ। ਆਹ ਸਾਡੀ ਫੈਕਲਟੀ ਆਫ ਕੰਪਿਊਟਰ ਸਾਇੰਸ ਦੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ। ਆਹ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਓਕੇ ਸੱਤਾਂ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀਆਂ ਸਾਡੀ MOU ਹੈ ਅਤੇ 39 ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਡੇ ਕਾਲਜਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ 400 ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਸੱਜਣੋਂ ਪੜ੍ਹਦਾ ਜੀ ਸਕੋਲਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ। 400 students we have on scholarship. Some of them actually, most of them actually would be on full scholarship. So you can imagine that that's about $387,000 per quarter, per semester ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਖਰਚੇ ਨੇ। ਆਹ ਸਾਡਾ ਆਫਿਸ ਹੈਗਾ ਜੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਫਤਿਹਗੜ੍ਹ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਉਹਦਾ ਉਦਘਾਟਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਫਰਵਰੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ ਜਾ ਕੇ। ਆਹ ਸਾਡਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਡਿਜੀਟਾਈਜੇਸ਼ਨ ਸੈਂਟਰ ਗੋਇੰਦਵਾਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈਗਾ। ਨਿਸ਼ਾ, I'm going to take few seconds to go through the slides please. ਐਂਡ ਆਹ ਸਾਡਾ ਉਦਘਾਟਨ ਉਦੋਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੋਮਣੀ ਕਮੇਟੀ ਨੇ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਸਾਨੂੰ, ਅਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗ ਬਣਾਈ ਆ ਅਤੇ ਸ਼੍ਰੋਮਣੀ ਕਮੇਟੀ ਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਉਦਘਾਟਨ ਕਰਾਉਣਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਫਰਜ਼ ਵੀ ਬਣਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ, ਸਾਡੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਵੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗ ਦੀ ਸੇਵਾ ਹੈ ਮੇਰੇ ਭਰਾ ਨੇ ਜੀ, ਸਾਡੇ ਪਿੰਡ ਤੋਂ ਹੀ ਸਤਨਾਮ ਸਿੰਘ ਅਤੇ ਕਰਨੈਲ ਸਿੰਘ ਹੋਣੀ ਟਰੇਸੀ ਦੇ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਫੰਡਿੰਗ ਸੋ ਉਹ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੋਈ ਮੈਂ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਾਉਣਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਅਤੇ ਉਹ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਮੇਰਾ ਕਾਫੀ ਸਾਥ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਜੀ। So obviously becoming a university, these are the processes that are taking place right now. You can see that BA in Sikh Studies, BA in Gurbaanitv, ਸਾਡੀਆਂ 4 ਡਿਗਰੀਆਂ ਤਿਆਰ ਨੇ, ਲਿਖੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਨੇ, ਇਵੈਲੂਏਟ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਫਸਟ ਡਿਗਰੀ Sikh Study ਦੀ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਹੋਵਾਂਗੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਭਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, BA in Sikh Studies ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰੋਵਾਈਡ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। Once that approved, that's how it goes through the process of actually the next phase ਜਦ ਪਹੁੰਚੇਗੀ। ਓਕੇ, ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਇੰਗੇਜਮੈਂਟ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਵਿਦ GNI ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੀ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਯਾਰ, ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਲਿਜਾਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ। ਮੈਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਲੰਬਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦਾ। ਹਾਊ ਕੈਨ ਯੂ ਹੈਲਪ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੇਖ ਹੀ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ, ਫੰਡਿੰਗ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ, ਕੰਟਰੀਬਿਊਟ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ, ਇਨਕਰੇਜ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ, ਨੈਟਵਰਕਿੰਗ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ, ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ, ਇਨਫਲੂਐਂਸ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਡੂ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਆਲ ਥਰੂ ਦਿਸ ਸਟੈਪ। ਸੋਚੋਗੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਯਾਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਕਾਲਰਸ਼ਿਪ 'ਤੇ ਪੜ੍ਹੇ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੜ੍ਹਾ ਸਕਦੇ? ਵਾਈ ਡੋਂਟ ਯੂ ਟੇਕ ਓਵਰ? ਮੈਂ 5 ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਵਾਂਗਾ, 10 ਨੂੰ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਵਾਂਗਾ, 20 ਨੂੰ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਵਾਂਗਾ। ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਈਜ਼ਲੀ ਡੂ ਦੈਟ। ਵੀ ਡੋਂਟ ਨੀਡ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ, ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪੈਸੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੰਗਦੇ, ਅਸੀਂ ਪੈਸੇ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਰਹਿੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਵੈਸੇ, ਪਰ ਮੰਗਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਨੂੰ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਓ ਯਾਰ। Okay, support those students financially actually, and that ultimately indirectly actually helps the GNI as well. Okay, so ਮੈਂ ਇਹਦੀ summary version ਹੈਗਾ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਾਲੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ। Join us actually in building the first Sikh university for my friends. Together we can create a world-class university rooted in Sikh values, academic excellence. ਨਿਸ਼ਾ ਮੇਰੀ ਬਿਟੀਆ ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਆ ਨਿਸ਼ਾ ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਤੂੰ ਗਾਂ ਹੀ ਨਾ ਜਾਈਏ, ਇੱਥੇ ਰਹਿ ਜਾ, ਭਾਵੇਂ 2 ਘੰਟੇ ਲਾ ਲਈ।
Very important that if Uncle G spent all this time talking about the university, that we can talk about how we can all collaborate. So let's give him 2 minutes.
ਦੇਖੋ ਫਿਲੈਂਥਰੋਪੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ, ਦੇਖੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਸਪਾਂਸਰਸ ਇੱਥੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਹੋ, ਜਿਹਨਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਾਦ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਵੇਖ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈਗਾ, ਮੈਂ ਦੇਖ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਿਹਾ ਇੱਥੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸਮੈਨ ਤਕੜੇ ਹੋ। ਬਾਕੀ ਬਾਠ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੇ। ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਜੀ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਬਲਦੇਵ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਐਂਡ ਭੈਣ ਜੀ ਰੇਸ਼ਮ ਕੌਰ ਦਾ, ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਆਉਣ ਦਾ ਮਿਹਰਬਾਨੀ, ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਅਪਰੀਸ਼ੀਏਟ ਦਾ। ਇਹ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਪਾਂਸਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਾ ਹੋਰ ਸਪਾਂਸਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਲਿਸਟ ਸਾਰੀ ਦੇਖੀ ਹੋਈ ਆ। ਸੋ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਰਿਆ ਕਰੋ ਯਾਰ, ਕੰਟਰੀਬਿਊਟ ਐਕੈਡੈਮਿਕ ਅਤੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸ਼ਨਲੀ ਵੀ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਸੋ ਫੰਡ ਕਰੋ ਯਾਰ, ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਫੰਡ ਕਰੋ। ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਹਰ ਪਿੰਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਾਲਜ ਨੇ, ਹਰ ਪਿੰਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਕੂਲ ਹੈ। 5 7 10 ਬੱਚੇ ਸੰਭਾਲ ਲਓ, ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਵਾਂਗੇ। ਗਰੀਬ ਬੱਚੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਨੇ ਯਾਰ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਬੱਚੇ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਗਰੀਬ ਹੀ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ। ਮੈਂ ਬੱਚੇ ਉਹ ਲੈਣੇ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੜ੍ਹਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ। ਆਈ ਐਮ ਨਾਟ ਐਨ ਇਮੀਗ੍ਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਸੈਂਟਰ ਹੀਅਰ। I do not sponsor people to come here to Canada. I tell them no, take ਮੇਰਾ ਮਾਡਲ ਵੱਖਰਾ ਜੇ। ਸਾਡਾ ਮਾਡਲ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਪੜ੍ਹਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟਸ ਨੇ, they are either doing BCom, MCom, MBA, PhD or science degree. Less than 12% ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ grade 12 ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਜੇ। All my students are actually university students. And they all come through 7 universities that I have MOU with. They all come from those 39 colleges that I have MOU with. So I don't go to any agents for hiring. ਇੱਥੇ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀਆਂ ਪੈਸੇ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟਸ ਆਉਂਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ, 3 ਤੋਂ $5,000 ਪੇ ਕਰਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਹਰ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਦਾ। ਸਾਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਇਹਦਾ ਫੀਸ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਯਾਰ $5,000 ਚਾਰਜ ਕਰਦੇ। ਮੇਰਾ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਡਿਪਲੋਮਾ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੋਵੇ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ 3,000 'ਚ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਮੇਰਾ ਸਾਈਬਰ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਡਿਪਲੋਮਾ ਕਰਨਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ 14,000 'ਚ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹ ਤੇ 70,000 ਖਰਚਣ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ। ਸੋ ਐਨੀਵੇਜ਼ ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਵੇਅਰ ਆਈ ਕੈਨ ਸੀ ਮੇਰੀ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮਦਦ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ, ਫੈਕਲਟੀ ਪਾਸੋਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ, ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਪੜ੍ਹੇ ਲਿਖੇ ਸੱਜਣ ਨੇ, ਪੜ੍ਹਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਨੇ। ਆਓ ਯਾਰ ਅੱਗੇ ਆਓ, ਅਸੀਂ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਉਣ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਪੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਮੁਫਤ ਨਹੀਂ ਜੀ। We pay all our professors, trust me. So we're not asking you to do pro bono service, strictly for us, strictly for teaching. You know, okay, encourage करो student engagements वास्ते ले आओ, student ਨੂੰ enroll करो साढ़े वास्ते, networking वास्ते साढ़े लिए work करो, या partnership गुरुद्वारे बैठे हैं, मेरे सज्जन गुरुद्वारे ने मेरे साथी बैठे ने थे, यार तुसी गुरुद्वारे का फर्ज बनता हैगा। गुरुद्वारे की biggest job ਜਿਹੜੀ education है, leave aside everything, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੱਲੇ ਬਾਕੀ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਚਲਾਉਣਾ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੁਬਾਰਕਾਂ, ਚਲਾਓ। They're part of you. Education is what we need actually. 250 ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ ਜੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਮੈਂ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਬਿਲਡ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦਾ ਜੇ। 250 ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ ਕੀ ਹੈ, ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣਾ ਸਕਦੇ? ਤਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਟਾਈਮ ਮੰਗਣਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਬੋਲਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਵੀ ਜਾ ਕੇ। ਹੈਂਡਫੁਲ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਛੱਡੋ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਜਾਂ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਬੋਲਣ, ਕਈਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਟਾਈਮ ਮੰਗਣਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ, ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਟਾਈਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਿਲਦਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਬੋਲਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ। I mean that's the kind of situation we're running through. We're talking about big man, ਪਰ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਕਰਦੇ ਜੀ, ਕਿੱਥੇ ਕਰਨੇ ਆ ਯਾਰ। We're not doing actually our share actually even as ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ। ਮਾਫ ਕਰਨਾ, ਮੈਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਸਾਥੀ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਰਦੇ, ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ, ਮਿਹਰਬਾਨੀ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੌਕਾ ਵੀ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਬੋਲਣ ਦਾ, ਜਿੰਨੇ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬੈਠੇ ਹੋ ਇੱਥੇ, ਇਹਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਨਹੀਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬੈਠੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਾਥੀ ਹੋ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਬੈਠੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਆ ਕੇ ਇਨਵੀਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਗਿਆ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸੁਣਨਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ, they don't want to listen actually what we want to say. So anyway, ਕਲਚਰਲੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰੋ ਆਪਣੀ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਦੀ ਨੌਲੇਜ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਵਾਂਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਲਾਜਮਾ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਯਾਦ ਚੜਾਉਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਜੀ। ਮੈਂ ਟੇਕਿੰਗ ਐਕਸ਼ਨ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਮਨਿੰਦਰ ਕੌਰ ਜੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਕਿਤਾਬ ਦਾ ਬੇਸ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਸੀਗਾ। ਦੇਖੋ ਨਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਕਿਤਾਬ ਮੈਂ ਪੜ੍ਹ ਕੇ ਨਾ ਆਇਆ, ਸੋ ਜਦ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਕਿਤਾਬ ਨਿਕਲੀ ਮੈਂ ਉਦੋਂ ਪੜ੍ਹੀ ਸੀਗੀ। ਐਂਡ ਦੈਟਸ ਵਾਟ ਇੰਪ੍ਰੈਸਡ ਮੀ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ, ਯੂ've done a super good job। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਿਸ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਤੇ ਰਬੈਕਾ ਦੋਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਸੀ। ਮੈਂ ਰਿਕਮੈਂਡ ਕਰਦਾ ਰਹਿੰਦਾ ਹਰ ਕਲਾਸ 'ਚ ਜਾ ਕੇ, ਜਦ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਕਲਾਸ ਜਾਣਾ ਮੈਂ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਜੇ ਪੜ੍ਹਨੀ ਤਾਂ ਟੇਕਿੰਗ ਐਕਸ਼ਨ ਪੜ੍ਹੋ। ਇਹ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸੇ ਕਿ ਮੇਰੇ ਬੇਟੀਆਂ ਜਿੰਨੀਆਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੈਗਾ। ਸੋ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, ਆਰ ਵੀ ਆਲ ਰੈਡੀ? ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਬੋਲਿਆ? Yes, we are. Absolutely. If you are, then this is what my vision is. This is what I like to see my university look like. यार हाईवे नंबर 1 ਤੇ ट्रैवल ਕਰਦਾ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੋਵੇ, if you can see actually what my university looks like, you know, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੀ ਵਿਲੱਖਣਤਾ ਕੀ ਹੈਗੀ। ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਭੈਣ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਸੀਗਾ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪੁੱਛਣਾ ਭੈਣ ਜੀ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਨੂੰ, ਇਹ AI ਭੈਣ, ਮੈਂ ਚੈਟ ਕੋਲ ਚਲਾ ਗਿਆ, ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਬੀਬਾ ਜੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਕ੍ਰੀਏਟ ਕਰਕੇ ਦਿਓ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਰਦੇ, ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਆਈਡੀਆ ਪਾਉਂਦਾ ਰਿਹਾ 3 4 5 7 10 ਵਾਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਦੀ ਕ੍ਰੀਏਟ ਕਰਵਾ ਲਈ। ਫਿਰ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਯਾਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਪਸੰਦ ਨਹੀਂ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਹੋਪ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾ। ਮੇਰਾ ਹੋਪ ਦਾ ਸੈਂਪਲ ਦਿਖਾ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਏਗਾ। ਚੀਜ਼ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਹੋਪ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੈ ਜਾਣੀ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ, ਜੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਹੋਪ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲਿਆ ਕੇ ਉਹਨੇ ਤਿਆਰ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ। ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜੀ ਮੇਰੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਤਸੱਲੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ, ਮੇਰੇ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਹੀ ਨਾ ਦੇਣ ਲੋਕੀ ਹੋਪ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਮੈਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਸਰੀ ਜਾਂ ਲੈਂਗੁਏਜ ਬਣਾਉਣੀ ਪੈ ਜਾ, ਮੈਨੂੰ 5 6 7 ਏਕੜਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਣਾਉਣੀ ਪੈ ਜਾ, ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਮੈਂ ਕੀ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ। ਫਿਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ, ਜੇ 5 7 ਏਕੜ ਹੀ ਬਣਾਉਣੀ ਹੈ ਫਿਰ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਬਣਾ ਦਾਂਗੇ, 6 ਮੰਜ਼ਲੀ ਸਟੋਰੀ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਤਿਆਰ ਕਰ ਦਾਂਗੇ, ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ, ਫਿਰ ਵੀ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਜੀ। ਤੇ ਜੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਮਨ 'ਚ ਕਈ ਵਾਰੀ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਆ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੂੰ ਓਰੀਜਨਲ ਸ਼ੇਪ ਵਿੱਚ ਲਿਆਵਾਂਗਾ ਮੈਂ, ਜੇ ਕਿਤੇ ਹੋਇਆ ਤਾਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸੋਭਾ ਸਿੰਘ ਦੀ ਪਿਕਚਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਮਿਲੇਗੀ, ਓਰੀਜਨਲ ਪਿਕਚਰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਵਾਂਗਾ ਮੈਂ when we do that। ਐਂਡ ਆਹ ਮੇਰਾ ਬੋਰਡ ਰੂਮ ਸੀ। ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਦੱਸ ਵੀ ਦਿਓ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਮੇਰਾ ਲਾਰਜ ਸਟਾਫ ਹੋਏਗਾ, ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਮੀਟ ਕਰਿਆ ਕਰਨਗੇ। ਸੋ ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਆਲ ਅੰਡਰਸਟੈਂਡ ਵੀ ਪਾਰਟ ਆਫ ਦਿਸ ਵਨ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀਗਾ। ਤੇ ਮੇਰਾ ਇਹ ਲੈਬ ਹੈਗੀ ਜੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੰਪਿਊਟਰ ਦੀ ਕਲਾਸ ਹੈਗੀ। ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਸਰਦਾਰ ਲੱਭਦੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ, ਤੇ ਉਹਨੇ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਲੱਭ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਸਰਦਾਰ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਨੂੰ ਲੱਭਦਾ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ। ਸੋ ਆਹ ਮੇਰਾ ਜੀ ਹੈਗਾ ਆਡੀਟੋਰੀਅਮ। ਸਿੱਖ ਯਾਰ ਰਲ ਕੇ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰੇ ਇੱਕ ਆਡੀਟੋਰੀਅਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣਾ ਸਕੇ ਅੱਜ ਤੱਕ, ਮਾਫ਼ ਕਰਨਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਯਾਰ, ਮੈਂ ਮਾਫ਼ੀ ਮੰਗ ਲੈਣਾ ਤੁਹਾਤੋਂ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ। ਅਸੀਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਮਿਹਨਤਾਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਇੱਥੇ ਕਰਦੇ, ਪਤਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੁਸ਼ਕਿਲਾਂ ਕੀ ਕਰਨੀਆਂ ਪੈ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਐਂਟਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ, ਮੇਰੇ ਤੋਂ ਚਾਰਜ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਗਿਣਤੀ ਦੇ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਨਾਲ, ਵੀ 3 ਡਾਲੇ 25 ਸੈਂਟ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਤੋਂ ਚਾਰਜ ਕਰਨੀ ਜੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਵੜ ਗਿਆ ਬੰਦਾ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ। ਉਹ ਐਡੀਸ਼ਨਲ ਟੂ ਮਾਈ ਆਲ ਐਕਸਪੈਂਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੈਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪੇ ਕਰਨੇ ਨੇ, ਸਾਡੇ ਟੈਕਸ 'ਚੋਂ ਬਣੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੇ। Sikhs can't even build one of their own auditorium. Why can't they? Guru Nanak Institute will have it. ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਨੋਟ ਕਰ ਲਓ, we will have an auditorium ਜਿੱਥੇ ਲੋਕੀ ਆ ਕੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਰਨਗੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸਿਸ ਇੱਥੇ ਕਰਨੀਆਂ ਨੇ। And that's the kind of vision I have. And Guru Nanak Institute ਦਾ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਤੇ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ, ਇਹ ਡਿਪੈਂਡ ਕਰਦਾ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਦੇ ਚੜ੍ਹਨਾ ਜੀ। ਓਕੇ ਜੀ, ਸੋ ਫਲਾਈਟ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਚੜ੍ਹੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਕੁਝ ਸੱਜਣ ਤਿਆਰੀਆਂ 'ਚ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ। ਸੋ ਜੇ ਚੜ੍ਹ ਜਾਓਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਵਧੀਆ, ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਰਹਿ ਜਾਓਗੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ, ਉੱਥੇ ਹੀ ਬੈਠੇ ਰਹੋਗੇ। ਮੈਂ ਗਰੰਟੀ ਕਰਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਉਹ ਚੜ੍ਹ ਹੋਣਾ ਤੁਹਾਤੋਂ। ਜੇ ਕਦੇ ਸੋਚ ਲਿਓ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਨ ਚੜ੍ਹ ਕੇ ਵੇਖਿਓ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਵੇਖੇ ਹਜ਼ਾਰ ਨਜ਼ਾਰਾ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਇੰਸਟੀਚਿਊਟ ਦੇ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ। ਜਿੱਦਣ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਤਾਂ flight is taking off, my friends from GNI to Guru Nanak universities. Thank you very much. Actually. 'Cause 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 'c ਹੁਣ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸੋਚ ਲਓ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਤੇ ਚੜ੍ਹਨਾ ਤੇ ਕਦ ਚੜ੍ਹਨਾ ਜੀ। ਹਾਂਜੀ, ਸਵਾਲ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਸਵਾਲ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਮੁੱਕਣੇ ਨਹੀਂ। ਮੈਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਤਿਆਰ ਹਾਂ, ਦੱਸੋ ਜੀ।
ਓਕੇ, ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਤਾੜੀਆਂ ਮਾਰੋ। ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਅੰਕਲ ਜੀ, ਮੈਨੂੰ
ਹੁਣ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਉੱਪਰ ਵੀ ਜਾ
ਮੇਰੇ
ਸਕਦਾ।
ਮੇਰੇ 'ਚ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਕੋਈ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਣਦੀ, ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਉਮਰ ਦੇ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਨਾਲ, that has this much enthusiasm, excitement around a project. ਤੁਹਾਡੀ enthusiasm ਕਰਕੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਵੱਜ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ।
ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮਚ ਨਿਸ਼ਾ, ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਯਾਰ। ਮੈਂ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਯੰਗ ਮੈਂ ਆਇਆ ਇਸ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। 83 ਮੈਂ ਬੜਾ ਟੱਪ ਚੁੱਕਾ, 84 ਮੇਰੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਐਂਟਰ ਹੋਇਆ। ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਨੌਜਵਾਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਧ ਉਮਰ ਦਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਰੂਪ ਖੜਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਯਾਰ ਬੇਟਾ। ਆ ਰੂਪ ਸਾਡੀ ਬੇਟੀਆਂ 18 ਸਾਲ ਦੀ ਆ, ਇਹ ਸਾਡੀ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡੀ ਉਮਰ ਦੀ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ ਤੁਸੀਂ। ਆਹ ਫਰਕ ਹੈ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਇੰਸਟੀਚਿਊਟ ਤੇ ਬਾਕੀ ਇੰਸਟੀਚਿਊਟਸ ਦਾ। ਅਸੀਂ ਡੈਲੀਗੇਟਰਸ ਹਾਂ, ਅਸੀਂ ਪ੍ਰਪੇਅਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟਸ ਨੂੰ ਫਿਊਚਰ ਨੂੰ ਟੇਕ ਓਵਰ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ। ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ 3 ਜਨਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਇਕੱਠੀਆਂ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ। ਐਂਡ ਦੈਟਸ ਵਾਟ ਆਈ ਡੂ। ਮੇਰੀ ਤਾਂ ਜੌਬ ਹੀ ਇਹ ਆ ਯਾਰ। ਹਾਊ ਡੂ ਆਈ ਬ੍ਰਿੰਗ ਅਲੋਂਗ ਬਾਕੀ ਦੇ ਦੂਸਰੇ ਅਗਲੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਜੀ। ਜਵਾਬ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੇ ਹੋਣਗੇ। ਹੁਣ ਪੁੱਛ ਲਾਂਗੇ ਬਾਬੇ ਨੂੰ, ਦੇ ਬਾਬਾ ਜਵਾਬ। ਹਾਂਜੀ, ਕੋਈ ਸਵਾਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿਦਾਂ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ?
ਨਹੀਂ, okay, so
ਹਾਂਜੀ
I would like, so we have a question over there, but as you guys ask your questions, no, as you guys ask your questions, I want you to think about how can we get to GNU and how can you help? But we'll send the mic to you.
I can help. You can give me 50 students at Patiala in Punjab, free, no fees will be charged, and Government of India will give us certificate, and that will be valid throughout the world.
ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਵੈਰੀ ਮਚ, ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਵੈਰੀ ਮਚ। ਐਂਡ ਸੁਖਬੀਰ ਕੌਰ ਤੇ ਬਾਕੀ ਮੇਰਾ ਸਟਾਫ ਬੈਠਾ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਲਿਖ ਲੈਣਾ ਜੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸੇਵਾ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਜੀ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਤਹਿ ਦਿਲ ਤੋਂ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮਚ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਫਰੋਮ ਦ ਬੋਟਮ ਆਫ ਮਾਈ ਹਾਰਟ। ਹਾਂਜੀ, ਹਾਂਜੀ ਕੀ ਕਹਿ ਮੇਰਾ ਛੋਟਾ ਵੀ ਦਲਵੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਖੜਿਆ ਲੱਗਦਾ। ਮਾਈਕ ਲਾ ਲਓ ਵੀਰ ਜੀ, ਮੈਂ ਬੜੇ ਪੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉੱਚੀ ਸੁਣਨ ਲੱਗ ਪਿਆ ਮੈਨੂੰ।
Turn the mic on, please.
ਮਾਈਕ
ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ, ਮੈਂ ਉੱਚੀ ਬੋਲਦਾ। ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਪੁੱਛ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਇਹਦੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਕੁ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ?
ਨਹੀਂ ਜੀ, ਪੈਸੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ, ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਸੇਵਾ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ। ਸੇਵਾ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਬਣਨੀ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਆਪਣੀ, ਇਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਮੇਰਾ ਬਜਟ ਹੈਗਾ 100 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਦਾ। ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਜੀ। ਹੁਣ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸੋਚਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੈ ਜਾਵੇ 100 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਆਏਗਾ? ਸਿੱਖ ਬਹੁਤ ਧਨੀ ਨੇ ਯਾਰ ਬੈਠੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਕੋਈ ਚੇਅਰ ਲੈ ਲੈਣੀ, ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਦੀ ਚੇਅਰ। ਜੇ UBC ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆ ਕੇ ਬਿਲ 20 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਚੇਅਰ ਸਥਾਪਿਤ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ, ਤੇ BT ਫੈਮਿਲੀ SOUs 20 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ, ਤੇ ਇੱਥੇ KPUs ਚੇਅਰਾਂ ਸਥਾਪਿਤ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ। ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਚੇਅਰਾਂ ਸਥਾਪਿਤ ਹੋਣਗੀਆਂ, ਤੁਹਾਡੀਆਂ ਹੀ ਹੋਣਗੀਆਂ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਗੱਲ, ਕਿਹੜੀ ਚੇਅਰ ਲੈਣੀ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਦੱਸੋ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ। ਛੋਟੇ ਵੀਰ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਚੇਅਰ ਤਿਆਰ ਕਰ ਦਾਂਗੇ, ਦੱਸੋ ਸਹੀ। ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਬਜ਼ੁਰਗਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਰਨੀ, ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਮਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਂ ਤੇ, ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਪਿਓ ਦੇ ਕਰਨੀ, ਭੈਣ ਦੇ ਕਰਨੀ, ਭਰਾ ਦੇ ਕਰਨੀ, ਵਾਈਫ ਦੇ ਕਰਨੀ, ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਿਆ। ਉਹ ਮੌਕਾ ਆਏਗਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਸਰਵਿਸ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ। ਦੈਟਸ ਵਾਟ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਲੁਕਿੰਗ ਫॉर। ਯੂ ਨੋ, ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਹੋਵਾਂ ਨਾ ਹੋਵਾਂ, ਇਟਸ immaterial. The process is in place already. The management that's already being actually trained to run the show will be there for you to assist you. ਇਹਦਾ ਨਾਲ ਆਉਣ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਹੈ ਯਾਰ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਗਾਈਡ ਕਰੋ। ਬੋਰਡ ਦੇ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਬਣਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਜਾਂ ਬਿਕਮ ਦਾ ਬੋਰਡ ਮੈਂਬਰ। ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬੋਰਡ ਦਾ ਬਿਗ ਇੱਕ ਇਸ਼ੂ ਬੋਰਡ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਫੰਡ ਰੇਜ਼ਿੰਗ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਕਰਨੀ ਆ। ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫੰਡ ਰੇਜ਼ਿੰਗ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਆ ਕੇ ਬੋਰਡ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਸਵੇਰ ਨੂੰ ਆ ਜਾਓ, ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ, ਇੱਥੇ ਕੋਈ ਬੰਦਿਸ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ। ਹਾਂਜੀ, ਹੋਰ ਕੁਝ? ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਜੀ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਵੀਰ ਜੀ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਰਾਤੀ ਵੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਆਫਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀਗਾ, ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਆਫਰ ਨੂੰ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਪੱਲੇ ਬੰਨ੍ਹ ਲਿਆ ਜੇ ਤੇ ਜੇਬ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਾ ਛੱਡਿਆ ਜੇ। ਸੋ ਆਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਕੈਸ਼ ਇਟ ਐਗਰੀ ਵਨ ਆਈ ਵਾਕ ਓਵਰ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਜੀ। ਹੋਰ ਕੋਈ ਸਵਾਲ ਜੀ? ਐਨੀ?
ਸੰਧੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ, ਸਮੇਂ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਦਰਸ਼ਨ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ, ਪਰ ਅਮੇਜ਼ਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਐਨਰਜੀ ਆ, ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਕਹੂੰਗਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਐਂਡਲੈਸ ਜਰਨੀ, ਨੈਵਰ ਡਾਈ, ਯੂ ਵਿਲ ਨੈਵਰ ਡਾਈ। ਸੋ ਇੰਨਾ ਉਤਸ਼ਾਹ, ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਦੇ ਆ ਇੰਨੀ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ, ਤੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਆ ਇਹ ਤੇ ਮਾਲਕ ਨੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਹੱਥ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਆਪੇ ਕਰਵਾ ਲੈਣੇ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਆਡੀਅੰਸ ਵੀ ਹੈ, ਇੰਨੇ ਇੰਟਲੈਕਚੁਅਲ ਤੇ ਵਿਦਵਾਨ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸੁਣ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਕਾਸ਼ ਕਿ ਹਰੇਕ ਸ਼ਖਸ ਦੀ ਸੋਚ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਹੋਵੇ। 83 years ਤੇ ਜੋ spirit ਜੋ knowledge ਉਸ ਮਾਲਕ ਨੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਬਖਸ਼ੀ ਆ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਸਮਾਜ ਦੇ ਝੋਲੀ ਪਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਪ੍ਰਾਊਡ ਆਫ ਯੂ ਯਾਰ ਕੁਛ ਸਿੱਖਣਾ ਪੈਣਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਤੋਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਕੁਛ ਸਿੱਖਣਾ ਪੈਣਾ ਲਵ ਯੂ
ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮਚ ਤਹਿ ਦਿਲ ਤੋਂ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਆਪ ਜੀ
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ
ਹਾਊ ਨੋ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਫਰਮ ਯੂਥ ਹਾਊ ਕਮ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ ਸਿੱਖ ਲਿਆ ਜਾਂ ਜਾਣ ਲਿਆ ਜੋ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਵੀ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਅਮਰਿੰਦਰ ਕੌਰ ਜੀ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਝਿਜਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਝਿਜਕੋ ਨਾ ਯਾਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਰਸਤਾ ਅੱਜ ਦਿਖਾਇਆ ਬੇਟੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਆਈ ਰੀਅਲੀ ਟੈਲ ਯੂ ਇਟਸ ਸੱਚ ਅ different way of actually presenting on a life ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਦੀ ਮੁਸ਼ਕਿਲ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਸਮਝ ਸਕਦਾ ਤੋਂ ਰਾਤੀ ਨੀਂਦ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਈ I can understand that I like to have a question from the youth
question ਤਾਂ
ਅੱਗ ਜੀ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਰ ਲਓ ਫਿਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਰ ਲਵਾਂਗੇ
ਓਕੇ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ ਜੀ ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਇਹੀ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਮੈਂ 84 ਤੋਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦਾ ਆਇਆ ਹੈਗਾ ਜੀ ਤੇ ਜੇ ਮੈਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਇੱਥੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡਾ ਐਕਸੈਸ਼ਨ ਪਲੈਨਰ ਹੈਗਾ ਨਾ ਉਹ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਬਾਅਦ ਹੋਰ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਤੇ ਐਕਸੈਸ਼ਨ ਪਲੈਨਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਆ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਹੀ ਸਿੱਖ ਕੇ ਆ ਸਿੱਖ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਆਰਕਾਈਵ ਦਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕੀਤਾ ਕੰਮ ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹ 'ਚ ਹੈਲਪ ਬੜੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਕਰੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਹਿਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਸੰਭਾਲਣਾ ਇਹ ਬੜੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਇਹ 'ਚ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਕੁ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਪਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਪਾਈ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਤੇ ਬਸ ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਹੈ ਇੱਕ ਸਰ ਮੈਂ ਬਹੁਤੇ ਗੋਰੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪੁੱਛਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਸਤਿ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਸਤਿ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਕੀ ਹੋਇਆ ਜਿਹਨੇ ਨੂੰ ਕਹੀਦਾ ਕਿ ਸਤਿ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਮੀਨਸ ਇਟਸ ਜਸਟ 3 words truth is eternal ਤੋ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ
ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਜੀ ਅਜੀਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਮਿਹਰਬਾਨੀ ਇਹ ਸਾਥੀ ਮੇਰਾ ਹੀ ਹੈ ਮੇਰੇ ਤੋਂ ਛੋਟਾ ਉਹਦਾ 1 ਸਾਲ ਤੇ ਪਰ ਫਿਰ ਵੀ ਉਹ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੱਧ ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰਦਾ ਨਾ ਸੱਚੀ ਗੱਲ ਦੱਸਦਾ ਸਿੱਖ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਆਰਕਾਈਵ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵਾਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਇਹ ਚਲਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਔਰ ਇਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈਡ ਸੀਗੇ ਐਗਰੀਕਲਚਰ ਡਿਪਾਰਟਮੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਸੋ ਕਾਫੀ ਸਮਾਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਫੈਡਰਲ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨੌਕਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਹੁਣ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ ਮੌਜਾਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਸਰ ਇਹਦਾ ਚਲਾਉਣਾ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਕੰਮ ਕੋਈ ਵੱਡਾ ਕੰਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਯਾਰ ਆਰਕਾਈਵ ਚਲਾਉਣਾ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ 'ਚ ਰਹਿ
youth question
ਹਾਂਜੀ
Hi, Mr. Sandhu. Okay, so Mr. Sandhu ne jiਵੇਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਵੀ they're the youngest ones in the office and me and the other interns are the oldest. ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਰੇ oldest ਬੈਠੇ ਆ room ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, all the high schoolers and university students, what's your biggest piece of advice to them?
ਸੋਚਾਂ 'ਚ ਪਾ ਲੈਣਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੈ ਨੌਜਵਾਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਬੜੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਨੇ
that's my job
ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਸਵਾਲ ਫਿਰ ਰਿਪੀਟ ਕਰੋ
Your biggest piece of advice for all the high schoolers and university students in the room today?
Perfect question. Very ਵਧੀਆ ਬੱਚੋ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਹਾਈ ਸਕੂਲ ਤੇ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਹੋ ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਲਾਈਫ ਨੂੰ ਇੰਡੀਪੈਂਡੈਂਟ ਬਣਾਉਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰੋ ਸਬ ਸਰਵੀਐਂਟ ਨਾ ਬਣੋ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਮਾਪੇ ਕਈਆਂ ਦੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਰੋਕਦੇ ਨੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਗਰੋਥ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੋਣੀ ਆ ਨਾ ਉਹ ਇੰਡੀਵਿਜੂਅਲਿਸਟਿਕ ਗਰੋਥ ਹੋਣੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਸ ਦੇਸ਼ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵਸਦੇ ਹੋ ਇਸ ਦੇਸ਼ ਨੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪੂਰੇ ਅਖਤਿਆਰ ਬਰਾਬਰ ਦੇ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ and nobody is going to give you. You got to demand and take it even from the community. And that's what I'm hoping my youngsters actually that are in high school as well as in universities. Take that power and translate that into action. And that's where actually the success of this community will come. ਜ਼ੋਰ ਨਾ ਕਰਿਆ ਕਰੋ ਯਾਰ ਬੱਚੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜੇ ਮੁਸ਼ਕਲਾਂ ਦੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਸੱਦ ਲਿਆ ਕਰੋ ਕਈ ਵਾਰੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਚੱਲ ਪਾਂਗਾ I will go and talk with the community leaders. ਅੱਜ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰੇ ਨੇ ਨਾ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਮੈਨੇਜਮੈਂਟ ਵਿੱਚ 2-2 4-4 ਬੱਚੀਆਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਟੇਕ ਓਵਰ ਕਰ ਲਓ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਗੁੱਸਾ ਨਾ ਕਰਨ ਮੇਰੇ ਸਾਥੀ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ ਯਾਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਓ ਅੱਗੇ ਆਓ ਰਨ ਕਰੋ ਯੂ ਵਿਲ ਰਨ ਮਚ ਬੈਟਰ ਦੈਨ ਦ ਮੈਨ ਆਪਣੇ ਸੂਬੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕੋ ਹੀ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ ਸੀ ਬੈਠੋ ਮੈਂ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਸੈਕੰਡ ਮੈਂ ਐਂਡ ਕਰਦਾ ਪੈਂਟੈਕਟਨ ਦਾ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਬੇਟੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਪੂਰੀ ਕਮੇਟੀ ਲੜਕੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਸੀ ਜਾਂ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕੋ ਹੀ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਨੋਵਾ ਸਕੋਸ਼ੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਹੁੰਡਲ ਉਹਦੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਸੀ ਚਲੋ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਹੁੰਡਲ ਨੇ ਤਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਸੇਵਾ ਕੀਤੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਖਿੱਚ ਕੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਲਾਇਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਆ ਪੈਂਟੈਕਟਨ ਵਾਲੀਆਂ ਬੇਟੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ 2 ਸਾਲ ਬਾਅਦ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਖਿੱਚਣ ਲੱਗ ਪਿਆ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮਿਲੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਅੰਕਲ ਬੜੀ ਮੁਸ਼ਕਿਲ 'ਚ ਫਸ ਗਈਆਂ ਬਣਾ ਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਜ਼ੋਰ ਨਾਲ ਟੇਕ ਓਵਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕਹਿਣ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਪਰ 2 ਸਾਲਾਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਲਾਉਣ 'ਤੇ ਵੀ ਤਿਆਰ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਨੇ ਸੋ ਅਸੀਂ ਮੈਂ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਸਵਾਲ
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧਾਈਆਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਟਿੱਪਣੀ ਇਸੇ ਗੱਲ 'ਤੇ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਜਦੋਂ ਤਿਆਰ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਅਤੇ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਕਿ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਦੇ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰੇ ਆ ਨਾ ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰਬੰਧ ਸੋਚ ਲਿਓ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰਬੰਧ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਕਰਨਗੇ ਅੱਜ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਦੇਖ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਉਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੋ ਇਹ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਅਤੇ ਦੂਸਰੀ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਹੁਣੇ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਸੀਨੀਅਰ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ UBC 'ਚ ਵੀ ਚੇਅਰ ਬਣਾਈ, ਹੋਰਾਂ ਥਾਵਾਂ ਤੇ ਵੀ ਚੇਅਰ ਬਣਾਈਆਂ, ਪਰ ਸਿੱਖ ਚੇਅਰ ਬਣੀਆਂ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਦੇ ਅਗੇਂਸਟ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੰਮ ਕੀਤਾ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਟਰਮਨੋਲੋਜੀ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਉਲਟੀ ਵਿਚਰੇ ਤੇ ਫੰਡ ਸਾਡੇ, ਪੈਸੇ ਸਾਡੇ। ਸੋ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿਕਲਪ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਸਮੇਂ ਇਸ ਸੰਬੰਧ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਯਕੀਨ ਭਰੋਸਾ ਦੇਵੇਗੀ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਕੰਮ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਦਲ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਅਖੀਰ 'ਚ ਇੱਕ ਟਿੱਪਣੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਰਟੀਫਿਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਇੰਟੈਲੀਜੈਂਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਚੰਗਾ ਕੰਮ ਲਿਆ, ਬੜਾ ਵਧੀਆ ਦੱਬ ਕੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਇਸਤੇਮਾਲ ਕੀਤਾ, ਪਰ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਨੇ, ਅੱਜ ਇੱਥੇ ਵਿਦਵਾਨ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਇੱਕ ਦੋ ਲਾਈਨਾਂ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਪੜ੍ਹਦਾ, ਇਹਨਾਂ 'ਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਗੁਰਮੁਖੀ ਲਿਪੀ ਦੇ ਸਪੈਲਿੰਗ ਬਹੁਤ ਗਲਤ ਨੇ। ਮਿਹਰਬਾਨੀ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਖਿਆਲ ਰੱਖਣਾ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਸ਼ੁੱਧ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਗੁਰਮੁਖੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਮੇਰਾ ਸਤਿਕਾਰ ਸਹਿਤ ਇੱਕ ਮਸ਼ਵਰਾ ਹੈ। ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ।
ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ। ਦੇਖ ਸੀ ਫਰਕ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਕਿ ਕੋਈ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਹੋਵੇ ਕੰਪੇਅਰ ਟੂ ਅਗਲੀ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੰਦਾ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੋਵੇ, ਇੱਕ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਵੱਖਰੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਤੋਂ ਪੜ੍ਹਿਆ। ਮੈਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ 5ਵੀਂ ਤੱਕ ਪੜ੍ਹੀ ਆ, ਸੋ 5ਵੀਂ ਤੱਕ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਪੜ੍ਹਨ ਵਾਲਾ ਸੋ ਮਚ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੀ ਰੱਖ ਸਕਦਾ। ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਫॉर ਕਰੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਦੈਟ ਆਈ ਲਵ ਦੈਟ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ, ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਵੈਰੀ ਮਚ, ਆਈਲ ਟੇਕ ਦੈਟ ਇਨਟੂ ਕੰਸੀਡਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਲ ਦ ਟਾਈਮ। ਸੋ ਓਕੇ ਜੀ। ਦੂਸਰੀ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ, ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਇੰਸਟੀਚਿਊਟ ਆਫ ਗਲੋਬਲ ਸਟੱਡੀਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ, ਅਸੀਂ ਡੀਕੋਲੋਨਾਈਜੇਸ਼ਨ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਗ ਫੋਕਸ ਹੈ। ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀਆਂ 'ਚ ਹੈ, ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਇਕੱਲਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ, ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਡੀਕੋਲੋਨਾਈਜ਼। ਮੈਂ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਦੇ 2 ਉਦਾਹਰਨ 3-4 ਉਦਾਹਰਨ ਦੇ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰੇ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ ਕਿ ਡਬਲਿਊ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਲਿਖਦੇ, ਵਾਰਾ ਲਿਖਦੇ, ਆਰਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਲਿਖਦੇ। ਸਪੈਲਿੰਗ ਅੱਜ ਵੀ ਸਾਰੇ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰੇ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਬਣੇ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ। ਕਿਸੇ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰੇ ਦਾ ਲਿਟਰੇਚਰ ਦੇ ਲਿਆ GURDWARA, ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ ਵਾਵਾ। ਇਹ ਯਾਰ ਵਾਵਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਐਡ ਆਇਆ, DUARA ਬਣਦਾ ਆ। ਕਦੇ ਇੰਨਾ ਹੀ ਚੇਂਜ ਕਰ ਲਓ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰਨ ਵੇਲੇ। ਆਈ ਵਿਲ ਸੇ ਦੈਟ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਟੈਪ ਇੱਕ ਰਾਈਟ ਡਾਇਰੈਕਸ਼ਨ 'ਚ ਲੈ ਲਿਆ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੇ। I mean, then look at it, ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਬਾਕੀ ਵਰਤਦੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਗੋਰਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਮਨਾਂ 'ਚ ਘਰ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਸੀ, ਉਹ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਨੂੰ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਇੰਸਟੀਚਿਊਟ ਦੇ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਆਧਾਰਿਤ ਹੈ, ਸਿੱਖੀ ਬੇਸਡ ਹੈ, ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ 'ਤੇ ਬੇਸਡ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ। ਉਹਦੇ 'ਤੇ ਹੋਏਗੀ। ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਰਸਿਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ, ਟੂ ਆਨਸਰ ਯੂਰ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਬੇਸਿਕਲੀ, ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਰਸਿਸ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ, ਫੋਰ ਐਗਜ਼ਾਮਪਲ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਕੋਰਸਿਸ ਤਿਆਰ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸਾਡੇ, ਜਾਂ ਸਾਡੀ ਡਿਗਰੀ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਆ ਗਈ ਨਾ ਈਵਨ ਸਿੱਖ ਸਟੱਡੀਜ਼ ਦੀ, 60% ਕੋਰਸਿਸ ਦੁਨੀਆ 'ਚ ਕਿਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਏ ਗਏ। Nowhere in the world they have taught those 60% of my courses. So you will find the identity of distinction actually of those courses, how we teach actually. और ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੋਰਸ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਦਾ, ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਇੱਕ ਕੋਰਸ ਹੈਗਾ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਦਾ, ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਦੀ ਮਾਨਸਿਕ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕੋਰਸਿਸ ਨੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਯਾਰ। ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਬੈਠੀਆਂ ਨੇ, ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਉਣਗੀਆਂ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੇਖਿਓ ਸਹੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੀ ਕਰਦੇ, ਕਿਹੋ ਜਿਹੇ ਅਚੰਭੇ ਵਾਲੇ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ। ਸੋ ਦਿਸ ਵਿਲ ਬੀ ਅ ਵੈਰੀ ਡਿਸਟਿੰਕਟਿਵ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ। ਮੈਂ ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦਾ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਨੂੰ ਪਰਸੋਂ ਨੂੰ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਹਾਰਵਰਡ ਦਾ ਤੇ ਸਟੈਨਫੋਰਡ ਤੇ ਯੇਲ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਾਂ ਲੰਡਨ ਦਾ ਮੁਕਾਬਲਾ ਕਰ ਲਾਪਾਂ। ਮੈਂ ਇਹ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦਾ ਮਜ਼ਾ ਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਗ੍ਰੈਂਡ ਚਿਲਡਰਨ ਹੋਏ ਨਾ, they will be opting to say that I, mom and dad, grandpa do not want to go to Harvard or somewhere. I want to go to Guru Nanak University, Canada. That's my university. That's my base and that's where it is.
ਅੰਕਲ ਜੀ 2 ਹੋਰ ਸਵਾਲ ਰਹਿ ਗਏ ਆ, one over here first and ਅੰਕਲ ਜੀ 1 ਮਿੰਟ ਵੇਟ ਕਰੋ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇੱਧਰ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਉੱਧਰ ਜਾ।
ਹਾਂਜੀ।
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। First of all, Uncle Ji, thank you so much. You're a great inspiration to all of us. I have a question about how you're going to be announcing the university to other high schools, other, you know, when children are applying for universities, they know SFU, they know UBC, they know U of T, whatever. How are we making it so public out there that other kids can also enroll in your programs?
ਕਿਉਂਕਿ 2 ਸਾਧਨ ਨੇ ਸਕੂਲ ਬੋਰਡਸ ਦੇ ਥਰੂ। ਇੱਕ ਸਾਧਨ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਯੂ ਐਜ਼ ਅ ਟੀਚਰ ਓਬਵੀਅਸਲੀ ਅੰਡਰਸਟੈਂਡ ਦਾ ਸਕੂਲ ਬੋਰਡ ਦੀ ਰਿਸਟ੍ਰਿਕਸ਼ਨਸ ਕੀ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ, ਕਿ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਇਜਾਜ਼ਤ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਫੇਅਰਸ ਅਟੈਂਡ ਕਰਨਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਫਰਜ਼ ਹੈ। ਅਸੀਂ ਸਕੂਲ ਡਿਸਟ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਖਾਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਸਰੀ ਆਪਣਾ ਲਾਰਜੈਸਟ ਹੈਗਾ ਆਲ ਓਵਰ ਬ੍ਰਿਟਿਸ਼ ਕੋਲੰਬੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ 4 ਦਿਨ ਦੀ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਵੀ ਕਰ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹਾਂ। ਅਸੀਂ 4 full days ਵੀ ਸਪੈਂਟ ਵਿਦ ਦ ਟੀਚਰਸ, ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਟੀਚਿੰਗ ਟੀਚਰ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ। ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ 26 ਟੀਚਰ ਨੇ, 13 ਸਕੂਲ ਨੇ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ 26 ਟੀਚਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ 11 ਤੇ 22 ਟੀਚਰ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ। ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਕਮੇਟੀ ਨਾਲ 4 ਦਿਨ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਫੋਕਸ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਮੌਕਾ ਮਿਲੇਗਾ। ਅਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਲਵ ਟੂ ਕਮ ਟੂ ਈਚ ਵਨ ਆਫ ਯੂਰ ਸਕੂਲ। ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਸੱਦੇ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ, ਪਰ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦਾ, ਮੇਰੇ ਦੋਸਤ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਹੋ, ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਤਾਂ ਕੰਮ ਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਵਾਹਨ ਬਣ ਕੇ ਆ, ਇੱਕ ਆ ਵਹੀਕਲ ਦਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸੋਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਵਾਰੀ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਸਾਡਾ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਓਗੇ। ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਵੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਉਨੀ ਬਣਦੀ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਦੀ ਬਣਦੀ ਆ। ਮੈਂ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਨੂੰ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਕਰਦਾ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਸਿੱਖ, ਇਹ ਨਾਨ ਪ੍ਰੋਫਿਟ ਆ ਯਾਰ। ਅਸੀਂ ਪੈਸੇ ਕਮਾਉਣੇ, ਮੇਰੇ ਤੋਂ ਪੈਸੇ ਨਾ ਮੰਗਿਆ ਕਰੋ। ਸਵੇਰ ਨੂੰ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਗਿਆਨ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਐਡ ਦੇਣੀ ਤੇ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਦੇਗਾ, ਉਹ ਸਾਡੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਮੁਸ਼ਕਲ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ। ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਪਾਸੇ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਕ੍ਰੋਸ ਸਕਾਲਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਦੇ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਈਏ, ਦੂਜੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਐਡਾਂ ਵੀ ਦਈਏ। ਮੈਂ ਵੇਖਿਆ ਐਡਾਂ ਰਾਹੀਂ ਵੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਗੱਲ, ਪਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪ੍ਰਮੋਟ ਕਰੋਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਮਚ ਬੈਟਰ। ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਪ੍ਰਮੋਸ਼ਨ ਥਰੂ ਦ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਐਂਡ ਥਰੂ ਦ ਸਕੂਲ ਸਿਸਟਮਸ ਐਂਡ ਥਰੂ ਦ ਬੋਰਡ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਓਬਵੀਅਸਲੀ we're restricted to go to the school unless we go through the board actually. So that's how we do. Thank you ਜੀ। ਹਾਂਜੀ ਵੀਰ ਜੀ। Oh sorry, I'm sorry. ਹਾਂਜੀ।
ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਵਧਾਈਆਂ ਚਲੋ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਵੀ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਪਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਇਹ ਹੋ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਰਿਹਾ ਆਉਣਾ ਮੇਰਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਕਮਿਟਮੈਂਟ ਦੀ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਮਿਟਮੈਂਟ ਹੋਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਮ ਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਜਿਸ ਢੰਗ ਨਾਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਕਮਿਟਮੈਂਟ ਤੇ ਆਇਆ ਐਨਰਜੀ ਉਹ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਅੰਦਰੋਂ ਕਮਿਟਮੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਫਿਰ ਚਾਅ ਚੜ੍ਹਦਾ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਪਰ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਨ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਸੀ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ ਵੀ ਤਕਰੀਬਨ 5 ਬੰਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਫਿਰ ਆਪਣੀ ਲੜਕੀ ਕਮਲ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਨਾਂ ਲਿਆ ਵੀ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਵੀ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਨ ਕੇਸ ਕੋਈ ਐਸੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੋ ਜੇ ਤੇ ਘੱਟੋ ਘੱਟ ਸਾਨੂੰ 5 ਬੰਦੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਆ ਔਰ ਮੈਂ ਆਪ ਵੇਖਦਾ ਮਿਲਦਾ ਰਹਿਣਾ ਜਿਸ ਢੰਗ ਨਾਲ ਇਹਨੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਤੋਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਹੁਣ ਤੱਕ ਕੀਤਾ ਜੇ ਉਨੀ ਕਮਿਟਮੈਂਟ ਦਿਲੋਂ ਨਾ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਜਮਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਚਾਅ ਵੀ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਔਰ ਜੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਤੇ ਓਟ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਸਮਝਦਾ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਾਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਵੀ ਜਿਸ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਕਾਰਜ ਕਰਨਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਲਈ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਮੈਂ 99ਵੇਂ ਸਾਲ 'ਚ ਹੈ ਮੇਰੀ ਉਮਰ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਆਮ ਹੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ
ਇਹ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਯੰਗ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਜਾਂ 99 ਸਾਲ ਦਾ
ਮੈਂ ਛੋਟੇ ਭਾਈ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਮੇਰੀ ਬੈਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਪਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀ ਓਨੈਸਟਲੀ ਮੈਂ ਕਈ ਵਾਰ ਨਿਰਾਸ਼ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਕੇ ਤੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਜਸਵੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਗੰਢਮੋਣੀ ਬੈਠੇ ਚਾਹੇ ਕਿਤੇ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ ਹੋਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ ਭਾਵ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਆ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਕਮਿਟਮੈਂਟ ਦਿਲੋਂ ਚਾਹ ਵੀ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਕਰਨਾ ਵੀ ਆ ਮੈਂ ਸਮਝਦਾ ਵੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਗੱਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ 'ਚ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਇਹ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਸੋ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਵਧਾਈਆਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਔਰ ਇਹ ਕਾਮਯਾਬ ਹੋਊਗੀ ਜਿੱਥੋਂ ਤੱਕ ਕਿਹਾ ਵੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਜਾਂ ਹੋਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਤਾ ਤੇ ਜੇ ਮੈਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੋਸਟ ਜਾਣਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਲੈਫਟ ਓਰੀਐਂਟਡ ਪਰਸਨ ਹਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਮਾਰਕਸਵਾਦ ਦਾ ਅਸਲ ਵਿਦਿਆਰਥੀ ਹਾਂ ਇੰਗਲੈਂਡ ਤੋਂ ਪਰ ਮੈਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਵੀ ਪੜ੍ਹਦਾ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਦੇਖਦਾ ਕਿ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਸਮੁੱਚੇ ਜੀਵਨ ਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਜਦੋਂ ਆਧਾਰ ਹੋਵੇ ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਲੜਕੀ ਨੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਬੋਲ ਕੇ ਗਈ ਆ ਮੈਂ ਸਮਝਦਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਕੁਝ ਮਿਲਦਾ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹ 'ਚੋਂ ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਇਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਐਨਰਜੀ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਰਹੇ ਤੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਵਰਗੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਤੋਂ ਉਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਰਹੇ
ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਜੀ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਮਿਹਰਬਾਨੀ
Okay.
ਗੈਸਟਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੇਖ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਮੈਂ ਐਕਨੋਲਜ ਕਰਨਾ ਭੁੱਲ ਗਿਆ ਵੈਸੇ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਗੈਸਟੋਂ ਵੱਡੇ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡੇ ਗੈਸਟ ਆਏ ਹੋ ਮੇਰਾ ਦੋਸਤ ਹੈਗਾ ਜੀ ਭੁਪਿੰਦਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਲਿੱਦੜ ਫਾਰਮਰ ਖੜਾ ਹੋਣਾ ਜੀ ਇੱਕ ਮਿੰਟ ਲਈ ਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਵੀ ਕੌਂਸਲ ਜਨਰਲ ਰਹਿ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਅਫਰੀਕਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਫਿਰ ਰਿਟਾਇਰਮੈਂਟ ਤੋਂ ਅੱਜ ਮੌਜਾਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਸੋ ਭੁਪਿੰਦਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਸੱਜਣਾ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਆ ਜਦ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਡੈਲੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਅਸੀਂ ਹਿੰਦੁਸਤਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਖੋਜ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਘੱਲੀ ਸੀ ਨਾ 3 ਮੈਂਬਰ ਪਾਰਲੀਮੈਂਟਰੀ ਕਮੇਟੀ ਦੀ ਜਨਵਰੀ 1992 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੇ ਭੁਪਿੰਦਰ ਕੋਆਰਡੀਨੇਟਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਘੱਲਿਆ ਸੀ ਉਸ ਟਾਈਮ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੋਂ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਹੀ ਕੋਆਰਡੀਨੇਟਰ ਦੋਸ 3 ਮੈਂਬਰਸ ਆਫ ਪਾਰਲੀਮੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰਿਸਰਚ ਕਰਕੇ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਵੈਨ ਰੋਬਿਨਸਨ NDP ਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਬਾਰਬਰਾ ਗ੍ਰੀਨ ਹੈ ਮੇਰਾ ਖਿਆਲ ਕੰਜ਼ਰਵੇਟਿਵ ਦੀ ਸੀਗੀ ਤੇ ਡੈਰੈਕ ਲੀ ਸੀਗਾ ਲਿਬਰਲ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਤਿੰਨ ਮੈਂਬਰਸ ਤੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਇਹਦੀ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਪੜ੍ਹਿਓ ਯਾਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਇਹ ਅਸੀਂ ਮੈਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਇੰਸਟੀਚਿਊਟ ਤੇ ਅੱਜ ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਮੈਂ WSS ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰਦਾ ਆਈ ਹੈਵ ਡਨ ਦ ਕਲੀ ਵਰਕ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਨੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਵੇਗਾ ਕਦੇ ਵੀ ਸੋ ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਪੀਪਲ ਹੈਵ ਡਨ ਲੋਟ ਆਫ ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਵੈਰੀ ਮਚ ਐਂਡ ਰਾਣੀ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਜੀ GNI ਨੂੰ ਨਾਲ ਆਉਣ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮਚ ਐਕਲੀ
Okay, before Uncle G starts thanking every single person in this room, ਅਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਵੀਕਐਂਡ ਇਹੀ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਨੀਆਂ right? We have 2 days to talk about GNI and GNU in the future. ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਹੁਣ ਇੱਕ ਮਿੰਟ ਲਈ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸਰ ਹੁਣ ਮਨਿੰਦਰ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਸਟਰੈਂਥਸ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਹਰ ਬੰਦੇ ਦੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਕੋਈ ਸਟਰੈਂਥ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਤਾਂ GNI can use that strength ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸੋ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਸਟਰੈਂਥ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਹੁਣ ਮੇਰੀ ਸਟਰੈਂਥ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਇਵੈਂਟ ਮੈਨੇਜਮੈਂਟ ਮਾਰਕੀਟਿੰਗ ਦੀ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਆ ਕੇ ਸਮਿਟ ਦੀ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਪੂਰਾ ਧਿਆਨ ਇੱਥੇ ਰੱਖਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਸਮਿਟ ਪਲਾਨ ਕਰਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਹੁਣ 3 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਮੈਂ ਸਮਿਟ ਪਲਾਨ ਕਰਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਹੋਰ ਲੋੜ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਸਿਰਫ ਇੱਕ ਲੜਕੀ ਆ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸੋਚੋ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਮਾਰਕੀਟਿੰਗ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀ ਆ ਸਾਡੀ ਐਡਮਿਨਿਸਟ੍ਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ ਸਾਡੀ ਇਵੈਂਟ ਪਲਾਨਿੰਗ ਦੀ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ ਸਾਡੀ ਗਰੋਥ ਦੀ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ ਫੰਡ ਰੇਜ਼ਿੰਗ ਸਪਾਂਸਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਕੋਈ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਪੱਖ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਆ ਇਟਸ ਨਾਟ ਆਲ ਅਬਾਊਟ ਫਾਈਨੈਂਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਕੋਈ ਰਿਸੋਰਸਿਸ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਦੈਟ ਆਰ ਇਨਸਾਈਡ ਆਫ ਯੂ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਸਟਰੈਂਥਸ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸੋ ਯੂ ਹੈਵ ਆਲ ਵੀਕਐਂਡ ਟੂ ਟਾਕ ਟੂ ਅੰਕਲ ਜੀ ਪਰ ਹੁਣ ਚਾਹ ਪਾਣੀ ਦਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ So please, if I can ask everyone to come back here at 10:35 so we can continue on with the program. But please go take a little break, bathroom break, have more conversation, have some chat, and we'll meet you back here at 10:35.
ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਜੀ enjoy your ਚਾਹ ਤੇ ਕਾਫੀ enjoy ਕਰੋ ਜੀ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਜੀ
Okay, we're just about to get started, everyone. Have a seat. Okay, we're a little bit backed up, so we'll get started here. We're pleased to present our next presenter, Dr. Harjit Singh Grewal, Assistant Professor of Sikh Studies at the University of Calgary. His scholarship explores Sikh philosophy, political theory, and the decolonization of knowledge traditions. This presentation examines how Bhai Singh 1926 critical edition reshaped Sikh identity formation and textual practices in response to the colonial critique. Welcome.
I'll just put it here, it's fine. I'll just turn it around. I don't have a presentation, so I should be okay. All right, so thank you, everyone. Thanks to Guru Nanak Institute for putting together this event today. Happy to be here, and really exciting to see the developments that are going on that Mr. Sandhu was discussing, and we should all, I just want to chime in and say that we should all support this amazing initiative and the good work that's being done here to expand a unique Sikhi-based learning institution, which is really exciting and something I support with all my heart, and also any intellectual capacity that Maharaj has given to me. So I want to today talk about, the title of my talk is Bhai Singh's Puratan Janam Sakhi, Philosophical Transgression and Transformation in Sikh Reading Practices. So I'm going to do my best. I've been told that I sometimes speak at too high of a level, but I'll do my best to kind of get things across. And the question and answers is a great time to help me explain what I'm talking about with you all. So if you do have any questions, just make sure that you jot them down as I'm speaking, and happy to expand on what I'm saying in any capacity that I have. So especially to all the young folks, definitely try to follow along, and if you have any questions, let me know. So I'm going to be talking about Bhai Singh's editing of different Sikh texts in the early 20th century. And my interest in Bhai Singh's philological methodology grew really after reading Balwant Singh Dhillon's recent critical edition of Shri Guru Panth Prakash, and also some commentaries that scholars provided through various articles, including Gurinder Singh's Maan article, Shri Guru Panth Prakash, its text, context, and significance. So there's multiple studies that go on in the 2000s that start to show that there's a specific editorial proclivity that Bhai Singh has. And both scholars here, amongst others, start to recognize that the impact of Bhai Singh's critical editions is quite significant. And the legacy of this has been to define scholarly discussions around text and their significance when writing Sikh history. So going back to these studies and thinking about the antecedents, what preceded historically Bhai Singh's efforts, and what, from a different perspective, from a methodological perspective, from a conceptual philosophical perspective, what actually happens as the process of editing these texts is being done. It's important to kind of think along those lines, and so that's kind of what my paper is going to look at. So Bhai Singh's edits to Shri Guru Granth Prakash at times scholars have recognized are based on his convictions and beliefs about Sikh identity rather than a comparison between existing manuscripts. And this is understandable given the colonial context, right? And what was happening during the British Raj. That there's an attempt to bring forward, many scholars have recognized this, different types of religious identities and have those in conflict with one another. Right, so Apaji Miraj Karo Paro, right, that kind of stuff, divide and rule. So his editorial process is happening in a historical context, and we should recognize that, and it's good to think about, again, what's going on, right? Now the process itself is interesting because it does involve complete deletion, sanitization of passages, and actually replacing different passages with other things. So for me, as someone who studies Janam Sakhi manuscripts, I became interested in looking at Bhai Singh's edits of the Puratan Janam Sakhi and kind of thinking about what was going on at a deeper level than the surface of just kind of, removing something, adding something, etc. But what's the heart of this? What's going on in terms of the text itself? And academics talk about something known as textuality. So texts are meant to do something. They do have a conceptuality and an action that a text does. It has a materiality, but it also has a phenomenon. So in the West, we have certain understandings of text, that we have pretense that are universal. However, in the Sikh tradition, that's not the case, right? So what I'm interested in looking at, and I've written about this a little bit, is that what's happening is our textual structure is being changed and transformed through what I call a philosophical transgression into something that gets colonized to be operative in and managed or governed by colonial paradigms and regimes of scholarship. So it goes back to what Dr. Talia was talking about, is how do we retain our own conceptuality, right? So at some level, then what happens when we alter these texts is a cleansing of the person who actually made the text. Jiri rachna rachi gayi si, ਉਹ 'ਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਬਦਲਾਵ ਪਾ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਕ੍ਰਿਤ ਕਰਕੇ. So this cleansing should be looked at as a part of the process of Sikh history. So studying these texts reveals the precarity of minoritized religious communities and how they get erased. Also how they participate in the erasure of their own identities. This is something that we can reflect on not just historically, but is relevant in our particular context here in this country. How we participate in colonial settler regimes, and also how the governmental systems that politicize us take advantage of us as political investments, all the while erasing our identity or mechanizing it for their own purposes. So we can think about this in the past context. Also, it helps us think about what are our predicaments today. So the question I ask then is, how does a single editorial act fundamentally alter an entire religious tradition's epistemology? So epistemology, again, so that we could all follow along, epistemology is just a fancy word to say how your ideas reflect a connection to truth claims that exist in reality. Okay? So your job as a scholar should have a stringent epistemological method that shows a close approximation between what you're saying, researching, writing, and analyzing to the actual things that exist that you're looking at. So a text is one of those things that we look at. So how does this change the epistemology then, right? If we go into these editorial practices from the past, the question lies at the heart of my investigation of 1926 critical edition, what we familiarly know as Puratan Janam Sakhi, but Bhai Veer Singh actually entitles Hun Tak Miliyan Vichon Sab to Puratan Janam Sakhi Shri Guru Nanak Dev Ji. So I argue that this work represents not merely an editorial innovation, but is a philosophical transgression. So I'll define that shortly here. And this transforms the way that Sikh epistemology functions in a text. It changes it from a dialogic encounter, which is based on vichar, to one that is monologic. It's based on your egocentric self-reflection using rationality. So this process of change is what I'm trying to track through kind of the mechanisms and the material of the changes that we see in the editorial act that Bhai Veer Singh is engaged in. So what he does then is he uses a method called historical philology, which is the study of the materiality of a text. The text, in simple words, is and should be studied in philology as it is, right? So that means the material and also the thought structure behind the text in a particular tradition. So again, we have our own ideas about how texts are embodied, how they affect us, etc., right? So our intellectuals most likely would have been functioning under those understandings of text. That is completely separate than the way Western colonial regimes understand text. So the significance of this transformation, if we want to understand this, has to be appreciated through what is lost through the process of this philosophical transgression. The Janamsakhi tradition consisted of anecdotal, analogical, and dialogic narratives about Guru Nanak, functioning through distinctly Sikh understandings of textuality. In the Gursikh concept, texts again possess embodiment. They have affect when we perform them, right? We engage in conversations around these texts, and we grow and change, transform into better Gursikhs, into Gurmukhs because of these acts. In other words, the reality of the text is necessary to understand the affect that the community feels. Okay? And again, we can talk within that framework about what the limitations of any one author's particular edition is. But the rubric is there in a general perspective as well. So these enable what I say are allegorical engagements for the Sangit to access Shabads from Shri Guru Granth Sahib. The purpose here is diminishing our home, the egocentrism, or the ability to claim the self as something that is materially real, right? And active in the world, rather than the word or naam being active in the world. So living truth then is embedded in these textual endeavors. Again, the epistemology for Sikhs is attaining this type of textuality. This is not saying that everybody is able to do it, but there's a paradigm here. This meant that Sikh practices of interpreting texts or hermeneutics approaches disembodying the author. You have to let go of your hankar, your home in order to be an author. And therefore, being aloof to the intermediation that Western hermeneutics puts in place. Because Western hermeneutics is based on the presence, the eternal presence of the author. So these are diametrically opposed, you could argue, right? So traditional manuscripts and the reading processes then are meant to be communally based in Sangits, premised on katha and dialogue, following kirtan most often. So these multiple modes of narratives are meant to operate in a certain space, and they have certain functions and values within that space. Gurbani and its interpretation comes through these types of textual regimes. The narrative sequences are designed to provoke these encounters, these dialogues, and the work that the Gyani or the Kathavachik is supposed to do is to enhance and enable that work. So they're meant to also, because of their intellectual prowess, be able to kind of read the crowd, read the Sangat, and try to affect them, right? Try to move them towards decentering their Ankar or Home, right? So this pre-colonial textual language can actually allow for, if we think about it, to do what scholars like Paul Ricoeur refer to as engaging in a narrative human time, okay? So this is kind of a philosophical term, but human time in a narrative is the time that actually extends into your life, okay? So you can read a text and not be affected by it at all, right? So if you're reading physics in high school and you don't like the subject, it's not going to affect you, right? But the capacity of entering into human time, a good teacher will kind of, I see you guys laughing, I didn't like physics either. But the good teacher will try to get to your human capacity of why this is relevant, right? So the human time, it makes it the narrative relevant to us, right? So Sikh texts are meant to facilitate that type of narrativity. The focus here then remains on what I refer to as the knot of the objectal eye, the home, right? The eye that we take as materially real. And kind of undoing that knot through the process of vichar, the process of listening and engaging and living at a human capacity what is being said. That's part of what Katha used to be before. before it was recreated in the colonial process as prachar, or giving a kind of lecture from a podium such as this, as we see in churches. So the framework here then gets attacked during the colonial period. And we can see this beginning in the 1870s with Ernest Trump's work. Ernest Trump comes to Punjab, he's given a job by the government, the British Sarkar, and is told that he needs to translate Shri Guru Granth Sahib. He can't do that, so he hires Gyanis from Amritsar and Lahore. And when he engages with them, he starts to disparage them because he thinks that Sikhs have lost all learning. He says Sikhs have lost all learning. All they have is these stories. And these stories are mythical. They're completely valueless. There's not science behind. He's coming from a German philological tradition that's based on science. And he says Sikhs have lost all sense of themselves. But then actually it's interesting what he does. Okay, so he, rather than translate Shri Guru Granth Sahib, he translates a Janam Sakhi. So he actually goes and translates the texts and narratives that he's disparaging Sikhs for using. Okay? He translates this by calling them life stories or biographies. Okay? So again, the thing that he's trying to get, he can't get at, and he translates the thing he doesn't like. It's kind of an ironic move on his part. So what he does, though, is he tries to create a sense of a biography here, and he tries to dismiss what he claims are miraculous elements. So this isn't topic here today, but I would say those can be understood in different ways as part of the affect of the textual reality. Okay? So what goes on after this is we have a deep interest, a burgeoning interest in the Janam Sakhis themselves. Folks like M.A. McAuliffe use native informants, such as Professor Gurmukh Singh, creating a new edition, an edited edition, called the Hafizabad Janam Sakhi. Subtitle here is The Most Ancient Biography of Baba Nanak, the founder of the Sikh religion. So I'm not going to go into this, but you can see here already a shift from a Gursikh lens to a colonial lens, which one of Gyan Singh Ji's slides showed the language here becomes religion as a colonial phenomenon, something that colonizers rule over. Founder of the Sikh religion. Right? This work introduced English grammatical marks, so Gurmukh Singh talks about this, and structural innovations, separating prose from poetry, and it creates what again Gurmukh Singh calls a Naveen Riti. So what he's basically saying is, I am changing the structure of this text to a modern form, a new form, Naveen Riti, right? A new tradition. The book should be based on European understandings of what a book is. The Europeans are better than us. They're more intelligent. They're higher beings. He says a lot in praise of McAuliffe as he says this. So McAuliffe has given him some tutelage in other ways about what a book should be. And he says, Sikhs don't know what books are. Change the book, and this other thing will happen. Bhai Veer Singh, coming back to my focus, is walking in the emanations of these moments. When he comes to read, he talks about this in the preface of his Puratan Janam Sakhi, read Trump's translation. You get frustrated by it, but then also notice that the Janam Sakhi has been what's translated. The Singh Sabha reformers also take a keen interest in the Janam Sakhi. So Bhai Veer Singh then decides, why don't we create an edited version of the oldest Puratan, the oldest, most authentic version, right? Now what he actually does when he's editing is what I call a philosophical transgression. His editorial method involved collating the Vilayatwali Janam Sakhi, the one that is used by Trump, the Colebrook manuscript. That's sitting in England, if anybody wants to go and look at it. This became available to Bhai Veer Singh as a photo zincograph, so he didn't see the actual manuscript. The Hafizabad text that McAuliffe used, he also draws heavily upon. So what he's basically doing is trying to combine these two into a single, in his mind, in his imagination, the most authentic one. It doesn't exist in reality. It's not a materially real thing. He imagines this to exist. Something that preceded both of them, historically. What he does, again, following Gurmukh Singh is introduce further modern types of, modern meaning English, forms of punctuation, numbers the episodes, creates consecutive pagination. In the second or third edition, he creates titles for the text. Okay? So those do not exist in manuscripts. When I look at manuscripts, that's not there, right? The most you'll see is Aage Sakhi Hor Chali, right? Ja Sakhi Puran Hoi, right? Then Aage Sakhi Hor Chali, right? So there's different ways to mark a beginning and ending in our own tradition rather than titles, etc. So what's going on here then, if we look at what the philosophical transgression is it's using these things rather than taking the text as it is, which is what a philologist should do. You're actually using philosophy, a new conceptuality, to alter the structure of text that pre-exists, using your imagination and the power implicit in imagination to change reality. So that's what I call a philosophical transgression, alongside other scholars. So the text as it is gets transformed into the text as it should be. Now, what it should be is a colonized text that European, British colonizers can govern us as Sikhs through. The focus becomes identity because that's how you govern people. So this is what actually is going on, is something that fancy philosophers like Jacques Derrida refer to as a substitution. The substitution requires prior separation of the thing that you're substituting it with, creating doubt on it, right? The conditions of that doubt then become the authenticity with which you can replace your own claims with, okay? So the structure here is a structure of reason, rationality, and skepticism. These are Western paradigms. The colonial context provides these conditions. It passes on to ecumenical classes who come in through Western education, and they become a host-guest inversion. The person whose stuff it is, they start to look at it in foreign ways. Rather than someone who is a guest in our home, a guest in Punjab, a guest in Sarkar-e-Khalsa, they are now the masters of that place and changing the reality of the people that live there. So I know I'm short on time, so I'll just get to the point here. So what's happening then is that through these changes, I can go into quite a bit of detail, but I won't. The modifications then become transformations in how we actually exist, right? We, through these concepts, right, and this is a case for why decolonization needs to happen, we start to understand ourselves predicated upon doubt of how and we historically existed because of what colonizers give us, okay? So the actual transgression means that things that were understood historically in a certain context, there can be debates, and there are debates, we can log those. Things whole face become incorrect, and you need to substitute things to correct. You need to create something completely new. What's actually, so this is a deeper process, I won't get into it, so the time issue, but what's actually happening by replacing our conceptuality through philosophical transgression, I argue, is the replacing we become colonized mimics. Our identity becomes all that matters, but the existence that we're supposed to live, the affect we're supposed to know in reality, we become removed from because we become governed by these paradigms of identity formation that we're given by colonizers. So this is important again here in colonized spaces, which we exist in, city halls, universities, etc. So things that I live in, right? So it's really important to kind of think about this, right? That this is substantive, this is what's going on. We can track these things. And again, there's a lot more details I'm not going to get into, but I think that's a good place to kind of open it up if people have more questions. Again, I can talk more about what I was kind of skimming as I went forward, but what's really interesting to me is that what changes is a pedagogical practice. And that relates to why we're here, right, with GNI. The pedagogical process we had was dialogic. It's meant to engage and transform you. When you look at kind of stuff like I'm doing, a monologic process, you listen, you go away, you live your life, you do whatever you want, right? But your identity is penultimate, right? In a dialogue, you're questioning something. process of change has to do with undoing the knot of your home and your hankar. When we practice monologue, we're actually reifying and strengthening our home and hankar. So we should be mindful of these things. To kind of end real quick, is mindful of how these spaces, these systems affect us and take us potentially away from being Gurmukhs and Gursikhs into things that are simply governmental realities, where we are chess pieces that are machinated by the powers that. So I'll stop it there and open up to questions if anyone has any. I hope that was okay. Where's Banji? You were saying not to talk too fancy language, so was it? Yeah. Did it pass muster? Yeah, you have a question? Yeah.
I was a part of the original student committee who started the Punjabi and Sikh Studies chair at UBC.
Oh, awesome. What's your name?
Dr. Balbir Garg.
Oh, nice. I'm glad to meet you.
Okay, and so ever since that chair's been in place, our complaint has been exactly what you're saying. So how do we get institutions to change? Because when I read some of the dissertations and theses that come out of UBC, because I'm not familiar with the rest of the university. Thank you. Okay, started. Yes. Okay.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, I'll start over.
Sure.
Dr. Balbir Garg, I was one of the original students at UBC, along with Kamaljit Sandhu now Sidhu, back in the 80s when we helped establish the Punjabi and Sikh Studies chair at UBC. And exactly what you're saying has been our fight with that university from day one.
Yeah.
And on top of that, the theses and dissertations that continue to come out of UBC are colonial-based. And again, we have complaints to do with text, the interpretation, what is truth, the epistemologies you're talking about. So my question to you is, how as a community do we get these institutions to change where we've put up the money to put those people in the first place?
Great question. And thank you for that question. So I think, I believe, I'm sure you know better than I do because I just have bookish knowledge of this, but the issue really arose when our government consulted the American government about whether or not India would be upset by having a dedicated Sikh chair. And the answer came as yes, they would be, right? And I think that's where, again, there's elders here who know much better than I do, and you as well, I think as a student at the time would have been intimately close to that reality. And so that's exactly what I'm talking about, right? That we live in colonial governmental spaces, right? And so I don't want to, this is an important question in terms of real terms, right? What we can do. And I think that in terms of real terms, what we can do is create awareness about what the real lack of impact is in that chair. And I'm sure you know very well, any university, so we're trying to do something at University of Calgary, for instance. In any university for Sikh studies, there's going to be something known as a terms of reference, right? The terms of reference is a legal document that governs the chair. The university is legally obligated to uphold that document when they are creating their courses or lack thereof. Mr. Sandhu's 100% right that if you look at all of, I'm a product of some of these chairs, I'll be honest, but I'm also a product of my own mehnat, right? And there really is only one course in most places for undergrad students. It's just an introduction to Sikh studies. So again, like the proposition there is a little bit ridiculous, right? To give all this money and have one course taught, right? So the document there is really significant because the document is a way to advocate for the lack of governance, proper governance of a chair, okay? Now what else is needed is the community to come together. And the third thing that would be needed is clear legal ramifications for the university for lack of attention to the governance that they're supposed to be obliged to do. The governments all universities have a responsibility to the demographics in the urban centers or towns that they exist in. And especially all the more when an endowment is created where there are stakeholders. So the community is and should be a stakeholder in that chair. So there needs to be, I would say, like, in order to make change there, Dr. Gurm, you have to have a sustained effort. And I know Mr. Sandhu, for instance, but other elders have tried to do this, right? But I think there's one really good example where somebody did donate at a university in the US. I can mention it privately if you want, but I won't say who it is here. The gentleman was very successful and he gave a big gift, single gift. And the university did not maintain the obligations of the terms of reference. And he took them to court and he was able to actually get a disinvestment of the endowment. So I would say, if we are not being served by something that exists, it's actually to our detriment, then it's better that it doesn't exist. There's no reason for that to be there if it's harming us as a community, if our youth are not affected by it, right? Because, and I've spoken to people about this because I do care about these things. Someone who does Sikh studies, that these things, people who invest in this, they do it for the betterment of our youth, right? And to give back to the society at large. When that's not happening, I think we need to kind of come together and have those hard conversations and really push the university. If you look at other minority communities in Canada, universities serve them much better than they serve Sikhs, despite our huge demographics in this country. So there's a lot of leverage we can use if we come together and push in the correct ways. So I'm happy to talk about this more as we go. I hope that suffices. Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. Other questions? Yeah. Sure.
First of all, thank you so much for a very informative talk, Dr. Agarwal. In my own research, and I use the term research like very, very loosely because I'm only at the undergraduate level, but when I started kind of dabbling in Sikh studies, the biggest shock to me was coming to terms with the fact that a lot of the traditional manuscripts and narratives surrounding Sikhi that I grew up with were colonized in one way or another. And so for someone who's kind of at the start of their journey in Sikh studies and learning more, or even curious about learning more about their background, their identity, their culture, how would you recommend them dealing with those philosophical transgressions that you talked about and maintain that subjectivity either within themselves, but then also when engaging with the community and talking about what it is that you're researching or looking at with, let's say, your family or friends or other people in the community who hold that same dominant view of Sikhi that you grew up with that might not agree with the research that's being done?
So again, thank you for the question, and I'm happy to know you're interested in the field of studies, Sikh studies here. So again, I'm going to answer in real terms, right? And I'll try to be short on it because people always say academics talk too long. So one thing I would say is the first and foremost thing is our language. Our language, I say, is two. One is everyday Punjabi, but the other one is Gurbani, right? The second thing I would say is, and I can say from my own experience, trust the community. The community has resources, the community has lived experience, the community has knowledge over and above and far better than the university will offer when it comes to this field. There's people in here who I know personally, who I see as my elders and I see as far more intelligent than I am, who I have in the past and continue to rely on. And I have people like supports across Sangats in Canada, in the States, the UK, and obviously in Punjab. So those are important resources. So for the subjectivity, don't distrust because of the colonial discourse, what the community says. And try to take, I was just talking about this with a friend earlier, Western knowledge, because of the way the discourse works, you're gonna have to be aware of it. You should be able to use it effectively, but you should use it in a way that supports and facilitates our work as a Panth, rather than the way it's usually used to dominate us. And there's strategies you can use to effectively do that as you become familiar, but it really requires knowing the difference. Like I talked about, there's a real difference, a diametric difference between our textuality and Western textuality. If you erase that, you're going to have a methodological problem. You have a problem in knowledge, right? So you want to be able to manage those things. We can talk more about that too if you want afterwards. Yeah, but that's one thing I would suggest. Other questions? Are we good for time? Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Right there. Harjit Singh, come over here for a second. Okay, thanks for that. That was a very thought-provoking presentation. We're going to move on to our next speaker, is Dr. Rambir Kaur Budwant, an independent scholar with a PhD in Asian Diaspora Studies from the Simon Fraser University. Her work engages gender studies, immigration histories, and Asian Canadian literature. This paper explores how Sikh poetic imagination, particularly through the texts like Zafarmana, offers revolutionary possibilities for language, identity, and dialogue in today's fragmented diasporic world. Come on up.
Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. It's an honor to be here in gratitude on the traditional unceded territory of the Coast Salish peoples in the spirit of envisioning possible futures together. Thank you for having me. What I would really like to make an argument for today is can you hear me? Is good? Okay, thanks. All right, so what I would really like to make an argument for today is the importance of fostering and strengthening imagination and creativity in education as traits of resiliency and inner strength, especially as we ponder what it means to be here as a part of the learning space of the Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies. So what follows is an exploration of one thread in the tapestry of conversations unfolding and circling in motion all around us. And the reason that I would really like to foreground imagination and creativity is because we are living in an age where AI is transforming everything in not just the educational institutions and spaces of post-secondary universities, but also just in the fabric of everyday life. So we're constantly distracted. There are electronic devices everywhere. And that's really undercutting the ways in which we live in our bodies as spiritual, as creative, as ethical beings. And so that's something that I really am passionate about focusing on, is thinking about the ways in which imagination and creativity, which are really, they go back to the root of what it means to be a Sikh, are important ways of being and traits to cultivate in today's world in this particular moment in time. So there are some questions of and about identity and becoming that I love to obsess over. So it seems fitting to bring them to you here within this community of thought and practice. I find myself asking, what does it mean to create the conditions for education to happen? An education that is not just of the mind, but also of the heart. What forms and expressions, what spirit might such an education take? In short, how might such an education occur? When I reflect on these questions, especially in the context of Sikh studies, what emerges is a thread that weaves through the question of what it means to learn and become, to teach, grow, and expand our imaginations as human beings. This thread follows a blueprint for an ethics of being and becoming that's embedded in Sikhi's wisdom tradition, one that connects to a deeply relational way of existing in the world. This began, of course, with Shri Guru Nanak Dev Ji's teachings, which posited a model for a certain type of human being who is to be ethical and political and socially engaged and courageous in nature. Specifically, what I think is resonant and beautiful is that the ancient wisdom that's expressed in Sikhi, which has to do with ways of existing, relating, and communicating, provides a roadmap for us to become more embodied ethical beings. There's a kind of intrinsic openness around this idea that to be a Sikh, to be human, is to be a lifelong learner. And it is this grounding principle that centers around being, growing, and becoming human that really opens up for me as an individual born into the Sikh faith in a Punjabi Canadian diasporic context, the idea that there is a philosophical, spiritual, creative, and critical praxis at the heart of our spiritual tradition. So if being and becoming is an intrinsically creative process, then by extension, the methodology too must be that we apply in our studies. And it is also because of this inherent openness that I believe this moment is an important moment for Sikh studies to be in conversation with disciplines and forms of academic inquiry in such fields as the philosophy of quantum physics, in addition to decolonial frameworks, indigenous studies, and gender studies, among others. Questions of relationality, what it means to exist within a larger interconnectedness, questions of ethics, agency, and becoming, as well as healing and transformation, are questions that are addressed already within Sikhi thought, Sikhi ways of being. And they really bring us to textual analysis and really thinking about the affective and embodied aspects of living on the path of Sikhi. In terms of my own methodology and practices of creative scholarship, I situate myself within and in relation to a language-based form of inquiry. This form of scholarship begins with the question, what are the languages that we are born into, and in what ways do these languages shape how we think, feel, perceive, and act? So for me, as a person whose first language is Punjabi, but then I grew up learning English, speaking English, thinking in English, it really becomes a question of becoming really, really, really aware of those limits of language and the ways in which the languages that we think and speak shape the way that we think. And so that's where in my pedagogy and in my scholarship, I really want to engage at a very close textual analysis at the ways in which language shapes our thinking, whether it's English, but then also in what ways are we engaging with the texts that make up our spiritual tradition. Philosopher Judith Butler writes about how we are born into a language that precedes our birth and exceeds our capacity to fully apprehend it. A language expresses power, relations, and histories that we can never fully understand. Theoretical physicist David Bohm also asserts that the linguistic worlds that we inhabit shape the world around us. He argues that the grammar of the language that we use shapes our thoughts and perceptions of the world, and by extension, also limits and defines how we communicate with one another. This is why I believe that it's important to be attentive to our experience of being within the languages that we exist within, moving between different forms of and modes of thinking and being. To explore this further, I would like to make mention of one really profoundly beautiful passage from the Gurbani. Sab mein jyot hai soy, diste janan sab mein janan hoy. If we attend to the flow of this passage, is play on light, and not just the idea of light in general, but its subtle permutations, of the light within that is also the light without, of moonlight within the dark, of the process and embodied experience of illumination. Illumination that's also a form of individual and social transformation also brings to mind the question, how many words for light are there? What does this play on the manifestations of light express? In this single moment in the Gurbani alone, there's a constellation of meaning that's also a constellation of emotion, which expresses how our relation to and within the world can be constituted. We can trace the relationality of a language spoken or a script written by its effects. Examples such as this deepen our empathetic relation with the world. An example of what psychiatrist Daniel Siegel calls a process of becoming aware of the reciprocity and relationality fields we are a part of. We now know through quantum physics that light can function as either a particle or a wave, that how it appears depends on how we as observers, as human subjects, interact with it. Here, in its reference to forms of light as well as its formlessness, we experience a sense of this interconnection. We are encouraged towards ways of reading that are also forms of feeling, a lived embodied poetics that shifts perception, expands our sense of aliveness, shifts awareness, and deepens presence, which is then expressed as a more expansive relational self. So when we experience this deeper, more relational self, that's when we begin to experience an education that's an education of the heart, which is essentially a precondition for living in a more resilient and courageous way. When we think about the difference between imagination and creativity, imagination can be understood as the capacity to move beyond existing social and cognitive limits to conceive of new possibilities for life, while creativity can be understood as its active expression in the world. Creativity is the process of manifesting imagined possibilities into actuality. So when we think about an education that is not just deeply relational, but is also an education of the heart, then I think it becomes really, really important to return to the Sikh wisdom tradition, to also look at ways in which our Gurujis imagined new possibilities for existence into actuality. And that becomes a blueprint for not just a more relational way of living lives and our lives and teaching in educational spaces, but it also becomes a way of thinking about education as not just a multi-generational endeavor, but a transgenerational exercise, one that spans multiple lifetimes, generations into the future. Thank you. If there are any questions.
Ranveer, you mentioned about heart and mind.
Yes.
Heart is, as far as I understand, heart is just a mechanical pump that pumps blood through the whole body, and brain cannot exist without heart functioning properly. And brain is the one, mind is the one that's controlling the entire functions of the body. So what is the relationship between heart and mind or the entire body?
That's a really, really good question. And I think the reason that it becomes important to think about the distinction between the heart and the mind is that the mind is structured by language. So we speak English, we speak Punjabi, people speak lots of other languages and French, for example. So every language it has a certain kind of geography, and if we look more closely, it reflects a history of, for example, processes of colonization, power structures, the ways in which gender-based relations are constituted and explained. So when we think with the mind alone, and we are thinking just cognitively in language, we are, in a certain extent, limited because we're not paying attention to the entire body system that we live in. So an education of the heart is one that takes a more embodied view of living in our lives into account. I actually don't know where you are, so Oh, there you are. Okay, I was looking, but I couldn't figure it out. Thanks.
Hello. My question is, it will digress slightly, but I agree with you. It depends also when we talk about Gurbani. I won't go into that, but it depends whose translation it is, who is guiding, who is teaching you. One. Secondly, I will say in English and other things, whichever writer or author or philosopher you are reading, that also affects you. Suppose as Antonio Gramsci mentioned organic scholars, organic academic. Only organic academics talk about the general people, as you are mentioning. The people who are mentioned in Gurbani, suppose you may say, or who are on the ground level. So Antonio Gramsci says, if organic scholar or academic will talk about general public, while the other one, who are generally we are reading in our literature and other things, they are functional ones. Functional ones, that's sociology I'm talking about. But functional ones are generally pleading for status quo and also for the system which is prevalent at that time. So in that sense, I say our Guru Nanak is organic, leaving aside other characteristics. But we must, as Sikhs, should also go for organic intellectuals and produce such books as suppose Arjit Singh and other those scholars who are in academics. I'm a retired man. So we need to be emphasizing organic intellectuality as well. Thank you. Sorry.
Yes. Thank you for making that distinction. Other questions?
Hello. I'm up here at the back. Thank you so much for touching on the interpersonal ethics about Sikhism, but more specifically, you mentioned that Sikhi holds a vast treasury of ancient wisdom that I believe is like profoundly beneficial for anyone on any spiritual journey. As a young adult, I often find myself prioritizing other things over my faith. So my question to you is that what steps can youth take to deepen their understanding of their beliefs while navigating the challenges and freedoms of these formative and sometimes reckless years?
Thank you for that question. That actually takes me back to when I was younger and as a child, I think it really begins with, in one sense, our connection to our elders and being in spaces of safety that are also spaces of healing and spaces of spiritual growth. And when I think about my first introduction to Sikhi, it was with my Biji and Papaji, who taught me how to do Path, when I was 5 years old. And when we learn in those ways, in those spaces of, familial and social connection, that's when we, I think, begin to grow those roots. So it's not something that, if you're really busy and you're in university and you have a job, you might not have a lot of time to dedicate to the study of Sikhi. But I think integrating Sikhi as a form of living into your life begins, one, with relationship with other people in your community, and then two, with just a little bit of learning as it comes your way. A little bit of introduction to the Gurbani, a little bit of introduction to meditation, and so on and so forth. So it's really, I think it really is important to think not just about our spiritual growth as people of the Sikh faith intellectually, but I think when we actually sit down for even 5 minutes and feel the way that a passage sounds when it's read in its, in the Gurmukhi script, how does it feel? That connects us, I think, in ways to the wisdom of the past, the wisdom of past generations, more than just like an intellectual exercise. Thank you for your question.
Not of a question, but when you talk about mind, your mind, how you in mind, you frame whatever Gurbani teaches you, and you frame it in your mind, and then you have to see your heart also. I would replace heart to the soul. Instead of talking about heart as a physical entity, in your body, I would say soul. Gurbani speaks, you can frame it in your mind, but at the same time, how it affects your soul, that is what is important. Correlate the both. That's my just observation. You're talking about mind and heart.
Yes, and when I speak of the heart, I'm not just talking about the heart as an organ. I'm talking about the heart as a form of connection, a beginning point to becoming more embodied within not just our bodies, but a vast network of interrelations. And the soul is, yes, that's what we're really getting at. Thank you. Yes?
I really appreciated you talking about the limitation of language, because I know we're kind of picking apart, I guess, what words we should and should not be using, whether it's heart or whether it's soul, because there's also critiques against soul as well, right? A lot of Sikh scholars have talked about the way that the language of the soul reproduces the mind-body split. So anyways, I really appreciated the point that you brought us to, of thinking about the very limitations that what language we are speaking in capture us, and thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your observation. And I also think it's just really, really important to think about how we are defined by language, and specifically English too, because we are moving through these spaces that are structured by different kinds of power dynamics. So when we really attend to the language that we use, the terms that we're using, then I think it becomes a pathway to greater integration and to processes of healing what needs to be healed, transforming where there is a need to transform. So thank you for saying that.
Hello, I'm at the back. Yeah, thank you for this illuminating talk. I'm hearing very good words here, like soul, heart, I want to know, is there any formal study or is it a part of your research to find more deeper the connection between the feelings, how we feel, pure love and imagination, process of creativity, and above all, human intuition? Is how much of all of this is related to language? Is intuition also in some manner related to language, driven by language? And as I understand that imagination, creativity, to some extent or maybe to a large extent, they are related to language, but what about intuition?
Yeah, intuition.
And also what about feelings, how we feel?
Yes. Well, the question that you're in, thank you for your question. It's totally fascinating, and this is stuff that I've been delving into for a really, really long time. So if you are interested in getting into it a little bit more, the entire field of affect studies is very important. But I think that if we're talking about feelings and we're talking about emotions, a lot of the times a feeling would be, for example, if you touch a hot stove and it's hot, you feel pain. You feel the pain. And then there's also an emotion. So for example, if we look at the history of emotion in Western colonial science, a lot of times different segments of the population were diagnosed with different kinds of illnesses based off of the kind of emotions or symptoms that they were exhibiting. So for example, we look at hysteria and the entire range of emotional reactions or feelings that are associated with hysteria. That was actually, it's like a historical construct that was connected to the construction of what it means to be a woman. So women would get diagnosed with hysteria and then prescribed certain kinds of medications. So of course, like anytime we're talking about an emotion, we also have to think about how it's being applied to a particular group of people, because there's like an entire structure of meaning that is created in order to contain, control, regulate different bodies of people. And whether we're talking about, say, like for example, young working class girls who were Caucasian or Eastern European in the early 1900s and early parts of the 20th century in Canada were sometimes called incorrigible. But that label was also just a way of regulating and policing their bodies. So yes, like emotion is absolutely connected to language and the ways in which meaning is constructed, the ways in which different groups of people are regulated. But then to return to your question about intuition, I think intuition is really interesting because when we actually really become present, and there are moments, I think, when we meditate, for example, when we move beyond those kinds of, the language that, moves through our heads, the words that we use, the ways in which we define who we are, the narratives that we typically go through in our heads on a daily basis. When we're in conversation with people, we're talking, we're using language. So there's all of that, but then there are moments when we actually suspend talking to ourselves in words. And that's the moment when something else emerges that is a little bit beyond and precognition. So I think that intuition really plays a role in the ways in which, if we become more present, we can move through life in a more embodied, relational way. Thank you.
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਰਣਵੀਰ ਕੌਰ ਬਨਵੈਤ, ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਮੁਬਾਰਕਾਂ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ 25 ਸਾਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਂ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਛੋਟੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਤੋਂ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਪਹੁੰਚਦੇ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਤੇ ਅੱਜ ਦੇਖ ਕੇ ਬੜੀ ਖੁਸ਼ੀ ਹੈ। ਬਹੁਤ ਸ਼ਾਨਦਾਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਆ। ਇੱਕ ਸਵਾਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬੜਾ ਕਾਮਨ ਜਿਹਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਚੱਲਿਆ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰਿਲੀਜੀਅਸ ਜਾਂ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਆਈਡੈਂਟੀਟੀ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਪੁਆਇੰਟਸ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਨੇ, ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਵਰਗੇ ਯੂਥ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਣ, ਮੈਨੇਜਮੈਂਟ 'ਚ ਹੋਣ, ਕੀ ਇਹ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸੋਚਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਕੀ ਪ੍ਰੋਬਲਮ ਹੈ? ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਵਰਗੇ ਨੌਜਵਾਨ ਸਾਡੇ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ, ਇਹ ਇੱਕ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਸਪੈਸ਼ਲ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਖਾਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਹੋਣਾ ਵੀ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਇਹ ਕੰਮ ਤਾਂ ਕਰੇਗੀ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਨ। ਤੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਕ ਸਵਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਤੇ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਜਸਵਿੰਦਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਹੋਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਰਨਾ ਸੀ ਪਰ ਸਮਾਂ ਘੱਟ ਸੀ। ਡਾਕਟਰ ਗਰੇਵਾਲ ਹੋਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਜਾਂਦਿਆਂ ਲਾਸਟ ਬੇਸ਼ੱਕ ਦੱਸ ਦੇਣ, ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਚੱਲਿਆ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਫੰਡਿੰਗ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਨੇ ਦਿੱਤੀ, ਪਰ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਚੇਅਰਸ ਬਣੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਹੀ ਜੜ੍ਹਾਂ ਵੱਢਣ ਨੂੰ ਬਣੀਆਂ, ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜੋ ਕੁਝ ਕੀਤਾ ਐਂਟੀ ਸਿੱਖ ਕੀਤਾ। ਤੇ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਦੋਂ ਤੋਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਹੁਣ ਤੱਕ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਖਤਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਈ। ਹੁਣ ਵੀ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰਿਸਰਚ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। 19th ਸੈਂਚਰੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਦਾ ਆਪਣਾ ਰਾਜ ਸੀ, ਪਰ ਜਦੋਂ ਥੀਸਿਸ ਦਾ ਟਾਈਟਲ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਇੰਡੀਅਨ ਸਟੇਟ ਤੇ ਇੰਡੀਅਨ ਰੂਲਸ ਦੇ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਡਿਫਾਈਨਡ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਜਿਵੇਂ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਫੰਡ ਦੇਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਫੰਡ ਬੈਕ ਵੀ ਲੈ ਸਕਦੇ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਚੈਲੰਜ ਵੀ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਨੇ। ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਸਵਾਲ ਕਰੀਏ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਫੰਡ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਟਹਿਰੇ 'ਚ ਖੜਾ ਕੀ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ। ਦੂਜਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅੱਜ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਫੰਡ ਲੈ ਵੀ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, ਖਿਮਾ ਕਰਨਾ ਕਿ ਫੰਡ ਦੇਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਵੀ ਕਈ ਵਾਰ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇੰਨੇ ਫੰਡ ਦੇ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਆਪਰੇਟ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਰੇਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦੇ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਵਾਬ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇ ਸਕਦੇ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਫੰਡ ਲੈਣ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸੁਚੇਤ ਰਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ। ਸੋ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਗਰੇਵਾਲ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਇਹਦਾ ਆਨਸਰ ਦੇਣ ਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਵਾਲ ਹੈ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਆਨਸਰ ਦਿਓ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਵੈਰੀ ਮਚ।
Thank you, Uncle G. I agree with everything that you just said. And of course, there should be more leadership of younger generations in our gurdwaras. Thank you.
I'll just ask you.
Just really quickly, I'll answer your question. So the big problem in universities is training. So I think the one big issue you're going to find when you are one thing you're going to find it's stay up here please you're good yeah. The thing you find is a lack of training, and again the training, like I was saying, you need really strong linguistic training for one thing. Universities are backing away from languages across the world, right? So that's a big problem. Going back to, I think something that links both of our talks, language. So you need really robust training. We know I think everyone here will know there's Bani and Farsi, right? So what are you going to do with that, right? There's Banis in dialect, right? Multani, right? There's dialects, and there's Upper Brahmsha, there's the Sanskriti, right? So there's lots of things that are going on. We today, again, that's why I said you got a distinction between Punjabi and Gurbani. We've kind of, again, we think of it just as Punjabi today, and that's not really what's going on. So you have to have a robust linguistic structure. Universities will not provide that. Our institutions in Punjab, the traditional ones like the Taksals, are also really challenged linguistically. I was in Taksal and I was speaking to people there, because the traditional links to who taught us those languages was ruptured with partition. Because people, ਬੱਚੇ ਭੇਜੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਹੋਰ ਸੰਸਥਾਵਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਹੋਰ ਬੋਲੀਆਂ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਈਆਂ ਜਾਣ। ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਰੱਖੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਸੀ ਪਾਣੀ ਵਿੱਚ, ਰਾਈਟ, ਤੇ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਫਿਰ ਅੱਗੇ ਵੱਧਦੇ ਸੀ, ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਰਾਈਟ। ਤੀਜਾ ਸਵਾਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪੁੱਛਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਮਿਸਾਲ ਦੇਵਾਂਗਾ ਜਵਾਬ ਵਿੱਚ, ਜਿਹੜਾ 70ਵੇਂ ਦਹਾਕੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮਕਲਾਉਡ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਮਕਲਾਉਡ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਆ ਤੇ ਮਕਲਾਉਡ ਛਾਪ ਕੇ ਮੈਦਾਨ 'ਚ ਖੜਾ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਆ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਐਂਡ ਸਿੱਖ ਰਿਲੀਜਨ। ਆਪਣੇ ਵਿਦਵਾਨ ਤਿਆਰ ਬਰ ਤਿਆਰ ਸਨ, 10-15 ਸਾਲ ਬਹਿਸ ਚੱਲਦੀ, ਅੰਤ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮਕਲਾਉਡ ਦੇ ਐਸੇਜ਼ ਪੜ੍ਹ ਲਓ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ 92-98 ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਲਿਖੇ ਸਨ। ਉਹ ਮੰਨਦੇ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਮੇਰੀ ਹਾਰ ਹੋ ਗਈ, ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀਓਗ੍ਰਾਫੀ ਦੀ ਉਹ ਥੀਸਿਸ ਖੜਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ ਵੀ ਲੋਕ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਬੂਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦੇ। ਉਹਨੇ ਲਿਖਿਆ, ਉਹ ਚਾਹੇ ਬੋਲ 'ਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੰਨਿਆ, ਉਹ ਐਸੇ 'ਚ ਪਿਆ ਇਹ ਮੈਂ ਹਾਰ ਮੰਨਦਾ ਆ, ਹੈ ਨਾ। ਸੋ ਅੱਜ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਨੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿਦਵਾਨ, ਕਿੱਥੇ ਨੇ? ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿਦਵਾਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬਾਹਰਲੇ ਵਿਦਵਾਨ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਬਹਿਸਾਂ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਨੇ? ਤੋ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਹੈ ਵੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਹੁਣ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਹੁਣ ਉੱਧਰ ਵੀ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਹੁਣ ਗੰਡਾ ਸਿੰਘ ਦੀ ਐਗਜ਼ਾਮਪਲ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਲੈ ਸਕਦੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਸਰਕਾਰ 69 ਵਿੱਚ 500 ਸਾਲਾਨਾ ਸਮਾਗਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਗੰਡਾ ਸਿੰਘ ਉੱਥੇ ਇਤਰਾਜ਼ ਕਰਦਾ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੀ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਰਾਈਟ ਤੋ ਉਹ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਨੇ ਲੋਕ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਗੁਰਸਿੱਖ ਨੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਗੁਰੂ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਿਦਵਾਨ ਨੇ ਰਾਈਟ ਤੋ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਸਮੱਸਿਆ ਹੈ ਸੋ ਇਹ ਨਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਇਕੱਲੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਵਿਦਵਾਨ ਨੇ ਪੂਰੀ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਤੋ ਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਹਿਸ ਤੇ ਇਤਰਾਜ਼ ਚੈਲੰਜ ਹੋਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਆ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੋਬਲਮ ਆ ਖੜਦੀ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਈਡੀਓਲੋਜੀ ਥੱਲੇ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਬਾਕੀ ਖੋਜ ਕਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਹੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੱਕ ਆਈਡੀਓਲੋਜੀ ਤੇ ਖੜੇ ਹੋ ਰਾਈਟ ਤੋ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੀ ਗੱਲ ਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਢਾਲ ਆਈ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਸੰਸਥਾਵਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇੰਸਟੀਟਿਊਸ਼ਨ ਤੋ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਖੜਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਤੇ ਬੇਸ਼ੱਕ ਆਪਾਂ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਆਪਣਾ ਹੱਕ ਆ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਨੂੰ ਚੈਲੰਜ ਕਰਨਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਵਕਾਲਤ ਰਾਹੀਂ ਵੀ ਕਚਹਿਰੀਆਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਚੈਲੰਜ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਤੋ ਉਹ ਗੱਲ ਆਪਣੀ ਹਸਤੀ ਹੋਂਦ ਹਸਤੀ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਆ ਆਪਾਂ ਵੀ ਬਦਲ ਗਏ ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ 50 ਸਾਲਾਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਤੋ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਕੱਠੇ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੇ ਮੌਕਿਆਂ ਤੇ ਕਰਨੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਨੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਤੇ ਗੱਲ ਜਾਰੀ ਰੱਖੀਏ ਆਪਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਬਸ ਜਮਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਾਚਕ
It's totally okay.
All right, another applause. Thank you so much for that great presentation. So we're going to break for lunch now, and we're hoping everybody comes back for 1:45. Do take the time to look around at the Sikh National Archives. There's another table with books and meet people that you don't know. After lunch, we're going to return to a panel discussion on mentorship and its role in empowering Sikh scholars and academics. So we'll see you back at 1:45. Okay, welcome back, everyone. How was lunch? Good? Everyone's full? Yeah, thanks to Manjeet Singh Gill for lunch. That was great. Is that better? Okay. So we're ready to start off our first panel discussion, empowering Sikh scholars, academics, the role of mentorship for first generation students. Moderating this session is Dr. Taranpreet Kaur Kandola, faculty, UBC Medicine and Health Services researcher, committed to equity and patient-oriented research. And we have a few panelists. The first is Dr. Charanjit Kaur Sundar, historian, educator, storyteller, and faculty with the Guru Nanak Institute. We've also got Taranjot Kaur Dhillon, a PhD candidate at Brooke University specializing in behavior and population health. And we've also got Dr. Simranpreet Singh, public servant in intellectual property and former science policy researcher. This panel will explore mentorship models, personal narratives, and strategies to empower first generation students with addressing the institutional challenges they face.
Thank you. Sure this is working. All right. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us in this important conversation on empowering Sikh scholars and mentorship for first generation students. And I'm looking at first generation students and students currently specifically, but welcome everybody. My name is Dr. Kandola, and I'm honored to be moderating today's panel. I'd like to gratefully acknowledge that we are gathered here today on the unceded, ancestral, and traditional territories of the Coast Salish peoples, including the Katsi, Kwantlen, and Semiahmoo First Nations. We also respectfully acknowledge the many other Indigenous nations that are represented among Surrey's population. So here's a little bit about me as your moderator. As we gather here today, we acknowledge that the journey through academia is not always linear, especially for those who are first in their families to navigate it. For Sikh scholars, this journey is often layered with questions of identity, representation, and resilience. Today, we're joined by three incredible individuals who embody academic excellence, community leadership, and the spirit of mentorship. And before we proceed, I'm just going to hand it over to Dr. Sundra for a quick note here.
So as we were preparing for our panel today, we wanted to just spend 1 minute acknowledging the current pulse of the world, because we do feel like, as Dr. Banwet mentioned, education is of the heart, and what Dr. Grewal also mentioned about the human capacity and creating a little bit of relevancy. And so when I speak to young people, whatever young means, I always want to remind us of the current state of the world, because I still think that connects us, of course, to the philosophy of Guru Nanak and the Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies. So with that, we do want to acknowledge that the United Nations has finally declared that what is taking place in Palestine is a genocide. We want to acknowledge that hundreds of thousands of children have been murdered by the Israel state. We want to acknowledge the Punjab floods on both sides of Punjab and the devastation that is both climate-based but also man-made and Indian state-based made. We also want to acknowledge the rise in anti-Sikh hate, anti-Punjabi hate, anti-South Asian hate that is taking place globally, including, and trigger warning, I am going to use a triggering word, a Sikh woman who was raped in the UK, and while this sexual violent act was taking place, the white men who did this to her told her to go back home to her country. And so I think it is really important, because a lot of the things that we are talking about weave in these themes of social justice and gender-based violence and misogyny. And so we just wanted to pause and especially for the young people in the room, I'm sure you feel the weight of this. Just reflect on that before we move on.
Thank you, Dr. Sundra. So today we're going to be exploring how mentorship, cultural identity, and community support can empower the next generation of Sikh scholars and how we as a collective can build more inclusive academic spaces. So I've got with me Taranjot Dillon, a PhD candidate whose research and lived experience offer a powerful lens into the realities of first-generation students. Dr. Sharnjit Sandra, a historian whose work brings marginalized voices to the forefront, and Dr. Simarpreet Singh, a chemist whose scientific contributions are matched by his commitment to mentorship. So we'll start with Taranjot. And before we move into Taranjot's section here, I'm just going to point out that we do have a Slido for you to join. So if you can ask your questions, we're just hoping to get a little bit of a feel for who's in our audience today. And so if you can join the Slido and contribute to the conversation, that would be very much appreciated. And we'll continue to come back to the Slido throughout the conversation. And that's how we'll be taking the majority of our questions today.
Thank you, Dr. Pandola. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Before I start, Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. I'm not going to read out my bio. That's a bit too much. I sometimes don't like to talk about myself, but here we are. So I'll be briefly touching up on sponsorship and self-advocacy and how it really connects to mentorship and my journey as a Sikh academic. So my research, so I'm a PhD candidate at Brock, should be wrapping up, fingers crossed, at the end of this year. But my work really is grounded in community-based methods. Which means that I don't just study people, I work with them, for them, alongside them. It's important to take into account community conversations when we are doing research with them. So I focus on body image and health and well-being equity in South Asian populations. And this is a space, this is a research field that's critically underexplored, underrepresented. My work aims to challenge systems, so colonial systems, for a more inclusive approach to equity when we are looking at South Asian communities. So my goal is to not only generate knowledge, but to translate it into meaningful action. So for example, whether that's through community-based programming, resources, policy changes, or even conversations like we're having today, how can we uplift and support our community? So having Sikh academics is so important because we don't have, sometimes we don't have apne in these spaces. Our stories, our experiences, our needs are not represented when we don't have Sikh academics. And this journey through academia in post-grad can feel isolating, it's lonesome. Some of us might be first-generation students or first to navigate grad school as the first to go into a master's and a PhD in the family. And that was a lot of navigating with my parents, a lot of navigating with mentors on how I can go through these steps. Academic spaces and pathways aren't clear, they're not always open, doors don't open necessarily easily open for us. And I was thinking about it and talking to all the talking to the rest of the group today. I'm the only visible Sikh in our department, if not the only visible Sikh. And usually in the research space, when I'm at a conference, I'm usually the only visible Sikh that's there. So this is why mentorship and, more importantly, sponsorship is so crucial. So a mentor essentially guides you, advises you, and offers encouragement. A sponsor goes a little further. So they advocate for you in spaces you may not have access to. They offer your name in unknown and known opportunities. And I've been fortunate to have a supervisor and community partnerships who understand my goals and understand my strengths. Knowing Benji and Simmer, they asked me, but they were looking for someone to do the panel with, and having this unknown opportunity came together, and now we're here sitting together. So. I often do get tapped on other projects that are outside the scope of my current work, and these opportunities help really build and challenge my skills. But these opportunities and this type of sponsorship doesn't just happen. It's not one step, someone thinks about you and it's all of a sudden. It's really growing together with mentors and sponsors around you. But what also happens is it requires us as individuals to engage in self-advocacy. And this is not easy to do. Personally, for me, I struggle with this. Having to put myself out there, having to put myself in a space that I've never been through or in can be very, very challenging. And I did not see or see anyone like me throughout my undergrad and early graduate years. My supervisor is not a Sikh. She's non-Sikh. And having to explain my experiences, my challenges was a really difficult conversation. So self-advocacy can look different or can be different from between individuals, pardon me. It ultimately depends on you as an individual. So it's speaking about what you want to do is speak to your support circle about your goals and the steps you want to take to make those goals successful. So for me, I sit down with my supervisor, my mentor quite often to further my goals. So looking at teaching opportunities, leadership opportunities, mentoring opportunities. And another way of self-advocacy is occupying space unapologetically. So showing up as a Sikh woman in academia and refusing to fit in a predetermined mold is so important. We know that there's a push for South Asian scholars in our community, especially even Sikhs in our community, that Apne should be leading our work. Apne should be leading our research. And this is through research through anti-caste and decolonialized methodology. That's not happening. We need to push for ownership in our research. We need to be telling our stories in our words and our voices, not through white voices. So in that sense, this is why sponsorship and self-advocacy are not just professional tools, but it's acts of resistance. They allow us to push against systematic barriers, colonial systems, and to create new possibilities, not just for us, but those that are around us.
Thank you, Tharnjot. That was fantastic. Just taking a pulse of our audience here, we've got quite a diverse group. We've got volunteers, we've got mediators, participants, educators, researchers, counselors, people sharing their identity in different ways. So, being whether that's a daughter, a Sikh, a Masi, and so we've got quite a diverse group here. I'm just going to launch the second Slido as I hand the mic over to Dr. Sandra. But the second question we have is, what does empowerment mean to you? And we're hoping to use this as a prompt to launch future conversation.
Can you please flash the slide over again?
All right, over to you, Dr. Sandra.
Okay, thank you. So when we were trying to figure out how do we lay out our panel for today, we thought we wanted to do a couple of things. We wanted to, give young Sikhs hope in the academic world. We want to give you hope that, we need you, we desperately need you in academics of all sectors. We all come from different sectors. I am a historian. I am the first Sikh woman to graduate from UBC's history program with a PhD. And I don't say that as an accolade. I actually think it's an embarrassment that UBC, just in 2022, had the first Sikh woman graduate from the history program. I think it's a reminder of the work that UBC needs to do to foster, just like we've been talking this morning, how to foster belonging in that space so that Sikh women, so that Sikhs feel like they should do a PhD in the humanities. I come from the humanities. And so part of my 7 minutes, and I was supposed to time myself, I'm gonna time it now, is to talk a little bit about my journey, and I'm hoping those of you who are in high school, post-secondary, you see yourselves in that journey a little bit. Or not, I think my journey is also a little bit unique. So I began my PhD when I was 32 years old. My boys at the time were 5 and 3 years old. They're now 16 and 14. I worked a full-time job in Abbotsford, and I commuted back and forth from my full-time job to my coursework. In my first semester, can you show the second slide, actually? Because this is the happy place. In my first semester, I had a white professor call me into his classroom, and I was the oldest in my cohort, obviously, only mother in my cohort doing their PhD. But this professor called me into the office and he said, you don't belong in this department and you should consider doing your master's degree instead. Something I already had from the Asian Studies department at UBC. And in that moment, I almost quit the PhD program. But luckily, I actually had a really amazing supervisor, Dr. Henry Yu, who empathized and understood exactly where I was coming from. And he really supported me to continue. 8 saal lag gaye, aukha sokha, but I finished my PhD after 8 years. And this was just a picture from my graduation ceremony in 2022. Now, the reason why I want to share this story is because universities are not safe spaces for Sikhs. They're not safe spaces for Sikh women. And I want to talk a little bit about a couple of the reasons why. And why I'm giving you the horrible part of doing a PhD first is because we're hoping to build a little bit of a pathway to the hopeful part of doing academics and getting into graduate studies. But let's talk truthfully about some of the harmful parts of doing a PhD or being a Sikh woman academic. So one, there is white supremacy, right? The majority of the faculty that you have are white people and faculties in the humanities anyways. I'm assuming for a lot of us in the faculties we work in, it's majority whiteness. You have white leadership, you have white decision makers, you have people who don't come from our lived experiences, teaching us, making decisions about our jobs, making decisions about the courses we take, making decisions about whether we're good enough for the institution. And then we have lateral violence that takes place in our own communities. Lateral violence is exactly that. It means that we're doing it to ourselves. And whether that be through misogyny, which I have faced, including from men who are in this room because of caste-based work that I have done, whether it be through online attacks, doxing, whether it be through face-to-face violence, we face this as Sikh women academics. We face this when we enter a conference room space and only the Sikh woman is questioned and the man isn't questioned in the same way. We face these things. And I really, really think Gyan Uncle Ji motivates me so much because when I've sat in Gyan Uncle Ji's office and spoken to him about some of these things I faced, he says, "But in my family, women do everything. Women have achieved incredible bouts of careers, and I've never said to them, you can't do it." And I do believe Gyan Uncle Ji fosters this in some of the morning talks that he had. But I also think we have to do a little bit of internal reflecting on what that looks like when we are in public spaces and when we are actually wanting to support Sikh women in academia, because it's actually not safe for us most of the time. Lateral violence also comes from gatekeepers in our community who don't move aside to give space for others. Lateral violence comes when we want to take control of a lot of the narrative. We want to take control of things that are happening in community spaces, but we're not moving aside. I'm only 42 years old or 41, and I already am ready to move aside to give space for younger Sikhs. I don't need to be the one coming up and giving talks. I don't need to be the one doing the work. I want to support young Sikhs doing that in my space. And I'm only 41. And if we had people mentoring in that way, we wouldn't face lateral violence in the same way that we face it, again, across different academic disciplines. And again, I think Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies is fostering that. The way Gyan Uncle Ji talks about the young people, who are some of the most brilliant young people, by the way, in this room, the work you have done volunteering, the work you have done for the social media has been absolutely brilliant. And I really, really hope y'all stick with it and continue to do the work. But you have to be supported and you have to have space for yourselves to do that work. So I just wanted to address those couple of things, and then we have questions coming to us as well, and so hopefully we'll be able to address more. I hope that was 6, 7.
All right, over to you, Dr. Singh.
Thank you, Dr. Kandola, and Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. First, thank you, GNI, for hosting this panel, and the organizers, and especially the volunteers who made this happen. Charanjit and I have had a conversation regarding the importance of mentorship. We have been peer-to-peer mentors to each other for 5 years probably now. And we've been wanting a platform like this to share our stories so we could maybe inspire even just one person sitting in this audience. I'm just going to tell a bit about my background, my story. So I'm Simarpreet Singh. I was a first-generation student. In fact, I was the first person in my whole family to even go to university or post-secondary education. I come from a very low socioeconomic background. Fancy word of saying, but I come from a very poor family. So my journey through academia and into my career has been shaped as much by the challenges I faced, but it has also been shaped by the mentors and the friends and family that supported me. Without them, I probably wouldn't be sitting here on this day. I didn't always have a roadmap growing up for what higher education and now professional life could look like. So I've had to learn a lot by just asking questions, actively seeking guidance, and finding my own way. So I'm going to keep it short because I really want to hear questions from our Slido and the young people in the audience. So I'm really excited to be a part of this conversation today, because mentorship, especially for first-generation students like me, can really make the difference between just surviving in post-secondary education and thriving in these type of spaces. So thank you, GNI, again, and I'm looking forward for the next part of this conversation.
All right, I'm going to take it back to our Slido, so you have an opportunity to ask questions. But we're hearing a lot of themes around, you know, the challenges of being in spaces where you're the only one there that looks like you, not seeing yourself represented in the room. And that's not to say that there aren't fantastic mentors in academia. I myself was fortunate to land upon a very wonderful mentor who I continue to be in touch with even post-PhD. But that's not often the case. And as Dr. Singh alluded to, it doesn't need to be necessarily as difficult as it is to be a student, a Sikh student or a Sikh scholar or a first-generation scholar in academia. And so hearing a lot about, you know, the importance of creating those safe spaces, self-advocacy, and that real theme of lifting as we rise. And so we are all here today to, you know, we made it through the challenges of academia as we did, but we're here to hear from folks and how we can help support the next generation. And so it doesn't have to be as hard as it was for us. And so opening the floor to questions, I noticed some questions coming through Slido. We're just going to give it another minute, maybe 30 seconds. Got a question here. We'll start with, how has your Sikh identity impacted your perseverance in academia? And I don't know who wants to take that one first. All right, over to you.
Yeah, that's a very good question. Because on top of being the first generation student, you know, I also was Sikh, and that just added another layer. Wearing the star like I do with my Tata Prakash, and being one of the only person that looked like me in my department. Felt like I was carrying the weight of whole Panth in my department, and I was being a student and like a cultural ambassador. But there, you know, aside from all those challenges, one thing that kept me grounded, I can keep talking about challenges, but the one thing that kept me grounded and I guess in high spirits was Chardikla, the principle of Chardikla. It kept me resilient. So, you know, instead of the challenges weighing yourself down, if you live by that principle of Chardikla and high spirits, you can use those challenges as opportunities to educate yourself about why you're facing those challenges and how you can make it easier for yourself and the person who's coming behind you. And I probably used the challenges as opportunity to educate myself because I probably didn't have any other choice. I am my whole family's retirement plan, so I had to be very resilient. So, you know, learn to embrace the challenges, ask questions, ask for help. Don't consider it as a failure by asking for help, because it has opened a lot of doors for me, and it's still opening a lot of doors, and it only has happened by asking for help, asking for challenges, or asking for questions. The worst that can happen is the person says no or doesn't answer, but you move on to the next person and find someone who will help you.
Next, actually, can you pull up one of my slide pictures, the third slide picture, because it's related to my response. So, on the left-hand side, it's a picture of part of the many tours I give of the Sikh Heritage Museum, National Historic Site, Gurdwara, Gursikh Temple officially is what it's called. This site, as a living, breathing piece of history, heritage, Sikh itihas, has saved me, has saved my career, has saved my sense of belonging, has saved my sense of my own power that I have. And I've been blessed to do tours of this Gurdwara space for 15 years now. I've been doing tours for 15 years. So this is a group of kids I just did a tour of over the summer, the Gurmat Center kids in Abbotsford. These kids give me energy, they give me hope, they give me sustenance, and they also are so in love with their own Sikhi history. The history of Sikh Canadians here in British Columbia is what I know, it's what I teach, right? But I get to do it with this living, breathing site. For those who don't know, the Heritage Gurdwara is the oldest still standing Gurdwara in the entire Western Hemisphere. So built started construction in 1908, fully constructed in 1911. Anybody is able to visit this Gurdwara space. When you find belonging in your own history, says the history nerd, you find your own power, you find your own place, no matter where you are in life, no matter what pathways, academic fields you want to go into. This Gurdwara saved my PhD career when I was wanting to quit my PhD career because I got to give tours to young children. I got to hear like their eyes light up when I spoke about the Gadar movement, and I showed them the Nishan Sahib, where Gadarites would follow the light bulb and come to the Heritage Gurdwara space. I talked to them about revolution and poetry. And these are kids who are like 12, 13, 14, 15, lighting up about their own history. And so I continue to do this. I have a tour of 110 kids coming in a couple of weeks as well. That's where I find my joy and my Sikhi, right? Through my itihas, through my history. And I think our kids don't know their history enough. Just even history in Canada. What are our stories? What are the nuances? What are the stories beyond just Guru Nanak Jahaj, Pamagata Maru? We have other stories. We have other brilliant names and people that we can talk about. So yeah, if you haven't visited it, visit the Gurdwara. It's amazing.
Yeah, I would say my Sikh identity is so important to me, especially in the work that I do. I don't just work with Sikh communities, but I also work with South Asian communities. And it's kept me grounded. I love talking about Sikhi. I love talking about how I practice Sikhi, but the qualitative work that I do is really talking to, being not just objective, but subjectivities. My positionality really speaks to how I write, how I talk to community. Doing Save Out for Community is so important. Uplifting women, uplifting children within our community. Like they always say, if you educate a woman, educate a girl, she'll uplift the whole community. That's absolutely why I do the work that I do, and how Sikhi is so important when I'm doing the research.
Fantastic. I want to touch on a question that we're getting through our Slido, and a lot of the questions center on the theme for younger students. And so before we run out of time, I wanted to kind of allow some space for that. There's a theme, an underlying theme of, mentorship often requires connection, knowing someone and someone offering that mentorship to you. And so the question around how do you navigate not having those connections? How would you approach someone to become your mentor? And I will pose that to the group. Maybe you can speak to how you each approached a mentor or developed a mentorship relationship with someone perhaps that you're mentoring now.
I can speak to that. That's a great question, and I struggled with this. So I've known my PhD supervisor since the second year of my undergrad. I was a super shy kid when I started undergrad. Again, I'll be super transparent. My department is white. The faculty's all white, and having to relate to someone with their whiteness is pretty tricky. But the way I met her was through a community service. She has her research focuses on older adults and teaching fitness. And she needed a undergrad student for the summer to teach older adults or teach exercise classes for older adults. Love talking and love to teach exercise. And that's kind of how we connected. And over the years, our relationship was more related around exercise and older adults. But I got to the point near the end of my 4th year when, it was between, parents were saying med school, wasn't really into the med school scene. And I said, I really want to do research with our community. And she was super transparent. She goes, look, I do work with older adults. And I don't necessarily know too much about South Asian communities. If we can bridge a gap here, maybe we can, there was a gap between the community in terms of older women and menopause and body image, and she had the gap of South Asian communities, and I filled that gap. And that's kind of how our mentorship relationship kind of built with my supervisor. Now with students, undergrad students, and master's students that join our lab, the way I connect with them is just really getting to know them. Really understanding what do you want to do with your undergrad, what do you want to do with your master's project, because sometimes maybe I might not be the expert, but I can hopefully connect them to someone else, because I don't need to be everyone's mentor, but if I can make a connection to someone else that can really help them, absolutely I'm up for that, because I didn't really have that. So just finding a different way to be someone's mentor in a maybe indirect way might, again, help with that mentorship.
I actually don't have a mentor that I can call a mentor in the way I now define mentor, which is a word I take very, very seriously. But what I have learned is that all the younger people that I get to work with through some of my grassroots work, my community work, they are the most intelligent, bright, innovative thinkers I think I've ever worked with. And so I think of mentorship as quite parallel, actually. I think we think of mentorship as top-down, where it's somebody who's more established, maybe they're advanced in their careers. I've learned that mentorship is actually a bit more parallel. And the more we open up and empower young people to see themselves as mentor, it becomes a friendship and a relationship that you learn from. And you learn from them as well. So that's been kind of my biggest learning curve, is just when young people do reach out to me, I don't think I've ever said no. I'm always willing to meet for coffee, to have a conversation, to open up doors for them, to give them access and connections to whatever pathways and connections that I have. Again, it makes me sad that there aren't enough students going into history. Happy to see Mehek is there, hopefully going to go into Sikh studies. But humanities is also, I was saying to my dear colleagues, kind of a dying field, and it scares me. And so what do we do to bring the love for humanities back in Sikh spaces, to respect the humanities, to see the power in our storytelling? Because if we don't tell our stories, who's going to? It's cliche, but it's actually truth, right? So that's how I see mentorship. It's very parallel. I learn from you just as much as you learn from me.
Can you repeat the last part of that question?
Yeah, so the question was around, if you don't have pre-existing connections, how would you go about seeking out mentorship?
Yeah. Okay, so mentorship, like we've all been talking about, is extremely important, navigating academia or the job market afterwards. One thing that is important to realize is, especially in academia, your PhD supervisor shouldn't be the only mentor that you have. You should be seeking mentors from different backgrounds, different age groups, different careers. So just get as much diversity as you can. Now to start, I know that for Sikhs, WSO has a Sikh mentorship program. There might be other mentorship programs in different provinces. Different universities may have different mentorship programs. Maybe GNI one day could start a mentorship program, and that would really help the youth. And then, so that's a good way to get started. Build connections, going to those networking events. I know WSO recently had a networking event a few days ago here in Surrey. So that's a really good way to start. Another way is, cold emailing, cold messages on LinkedIn, cold calls even. The worst that the person would do is say no or don't reply, but sometimes people do reply, and then you can ask for their advice. You can ask for for them to go for coffee with, or even have, now it's just so much easier to have virtual chats. so you don't even have to leave your home or your office or your school. This is the second time that I'm meeting Sharanjit, but we've had so many virtual conversations just because the technology has allowed us. And similarly, I've had so many conversations with my mentors, mostly through Zoom calls and Teams meetings. So there are a lot of strategies, and if you still want more, an elaborate answer to that question, come see me afterwards. I can tell you more tips and tricks.
Thanks, everyone. Moving on to our next question, in the interest of time, got a question here around racism or challenges in the academy. If you're comfortable, and to whatever degree, if you're able to share perhaps an example of when you encountered a challenging circumstance and how you overcame it.
Give us some.
It's a big question.
It's a big question.
I'll start. I'll be very quick. It is, it is there. There's no denying it. I was actually telling my colleagues here earlier that I was at a chemistry, so I'm chemist by training. I was at a chemistry conference a few years ago, and I had my conference lanyard and I had my suit on and everything. I was ready to present. It was morning coffee time, and somebody came up to me and asked if I could take the garbage out because the garbage is full. Even I would try to walk into my chemistry building, and I had been there for a few years, and they would say the food delivery spot is here, even though I was a researcher in that building. So there are, and some comments here and there are always present. But again, going back to the Chardikla, just high spirits. Don't take everything personally. You have to have a thick skin, especially in academia. And there will always be ignorant people everywhere. But you are there for a specific thing, which is to get educated, research, and that's what you should be focused on. There will be different types of comments or actions by a lot of different ignorant people, and like them, you can just ignore all that and just stay in your Chardikla and you'll be fine.
Next, I think an important piece is also educating others of who you are. Again, being one of the few visible Sikhs at Brockry, at least in my department, it was a lot had to do with educating the lab and educating my supervisor, and everyone's been really supportive in that case. But just telling them about kind of who I am, what my identity is, and how this relates to me being in academia. I'm firm believer of when we have Sarde Athas Din Honde Ne Vaisakhi Bandishore, I take those days off. That's my ultimatum with the universities and any workplace that I'm in. I will work your Christmases if you give me my days off. I always tell them that. But I think it really comes down to that education piece, and that's really hard to do when you are facing racism in an academic space. I've been to conferences where, similarly, they'll just it's just in implicit comments of this work isn't really that important, or it's not necessary, or your supervisor lets you kind of have free will in terms of your research project. It's that space where it's you feel like an imposter, but having a really supportive supervisor, mentors, and people behind me in a supportive lab can make things easier. But the racism is there, is present.
Yeah, so besides the incidents I already mentioned about the professor calling me in and telling me I don't belong, I think a lot of the racism that I faced has been very systemic within institutions. And what that means is that you don't see it as a physical barrage of statements to your face or physical acts of violence. You just see it in the way you're pushed to the margin. You're not given equity or ethical due when it comes to hiring practices. there's so many different subversive ways that systems tend to exclude us, right, in these places. I think I'm the oldest on this panel, and I've reached a point of just anger. Also, Chardikla always, and like I said, you know, like I am positive, but also like I'm tired, and I am in a different place in the spectrum of the activism that I choose to be in, whether you agree with it or not. I'm not looking for people's approvals. But I do choose to be angry in these spaces. And Bell Hooks, who's an amazing Black feminist author, has this powerful saying that, you know, our power is actually in the margins. And I know everybody kind of knows this thing, but physically what I see it as is the center of power that we're always desperate for is a very small little circle. But that massive region that is outside that little circle is where our power resides. And if we actually look to each other, build solidarities with other communities, and actually speak and engage and work with each other in community, in Sangha, we are more powerful than we can ever be. And so that's kind of where I choose to be. So if, you know, UFE, which is where I've been teaching sessional for 7 years, won't hire me, I will teach happily at the GNI and make sure GNI courses get into students' faces, right? I will do everything I possibly can to make sure my Sikh ethos and social justice course overrides the non-courses that every university teaches, right? Like, I think there's ways that we can forge our own power where we don't have to keep looking out for these universities to give us spaces, because I just don't see them doing it. So my spectrum of where I'm at right now is a little bit different. Yeah.
Thanks. Fantastic conversation there. And just looking at the questions and comments that are coming in, perhaps building on that, Dr. Sundar, there's a question specific to you, and really asking, I mean, feel free anyone to answer it, but it's a question about how can we create safe environments for Sikh women, specifically at home and within universities, to serve as supportive spaces to promote higher education.
And encourage you to respond as well. I think we have to begin from a place of truth-telling. I don't think we tell the truth about when we face harm in Sikh academic spaces, whether that be at conferences or in the classroom or in public spaces, when we bravely choose to put ourselves out there and speak out about things. We tend to just talk about our pain and our sorrow amongst the people we trust, which I, of course, naturally understand why. But I feel like if we're not talking publicly about where we face harm and how we face harm in these systems as Sikh women, people don't think it's happening, right? Our Sangat doesn't think it's happening, or we have to prove somehow that it's happening. So I don't even think we've reached a phase of truth-telling yet. That's in terms of outside spaces. In the home, I think that's a much more complex issue around individual families, and every Sikh family is different. So I wouldn't even be able to begin to think about how to like unpack supporting Sikh women and academics in our homes, because that is an individual answer. It's an individual makeup of what your family is like and what you support as a family and how gender-based power works in your family, right? Those are all internalized questions. And I still see in my own family, like where girls are encouraged to be nurses and boys are encouraged to be doctors. Like that sort of like mentality of let the girls quickly get an education so they can get married, as opposed to let's try to achieve all that we can. So this still happens in a lot of home spaces as well. Sometimes I feel like I'm not answering the question properly, but yeah, like I think we do need to come from a place of truth-telling, and we're not doing that. So not a lot of people realize the violence Sikh women face in academics.
Do you mind just repeating the question?
So the question was around how do we foster safe and supportive environments, both within universities and at home, to promote higher education among Sikh women?
So I'll probably echo a little bit what Benji was saying within the home. Like every family is so different. Every family's got a unique way of raising their children and family dynamics. And obviously for my parents, it was a supportive space, but to a certain extent of like make sure whatever education you're getting, there's a job at the end of the tunnel, right? Like, and some of us, maybe you can resonate with this, but it was always the conversation of doctor, lawyer, engineer. It wasn't the doctor that they wanted, but it's a different kind of doctor. So I think they're happy with that. But I think it was really for them was they don't know these other jobs exist. They don't know what the career path is like. My dad was fortunate enough, he came when he was young to Canada. He went through the education system up to college, right? But beyond that, no idea what a master's looks like, what a PhD looks like. Now I'm telling them I'm doing a postdoc, and for them it's like more school. But really having a conversation with them and saying, these are the potential pathways, but I won't know until I get to my destination. And that can be really hard for parents to understand, but I think for them was just being supportive, being a listening ear when I was having a hard time with studying, with academia. They were there to hold, not necessarily just hold my hand, but just to hear me vent. And I think that can be really a great way to create safe space for Sikh women and just be not judged. For, if you're struggling, it's okay, you're struggling. How can we support you? How can we help you? And I think that really created safety within our home. I guess with university setting that's a tricky one with university settings, because I think sometimes it's finding safety within your friends, your classmates, but finding safety within, a department faculty member can sometimes make things a bit easier. Like for me, it was like, I don't know what I'm doing with my master's or PhD, but having a supervisor to just hear me out, saying, look, I don't know anyone else who's been through this path before, walk me through it. Like, tell me like I'm 5 years old and explain how this happens or what I need to do to become, be in a tenure track faculty position. Because I didn't know what I was doing. I was just there for the research, but now, finishing up my PhD, going into a postdoc, now I get, the politics of the university spaces and how to navigate them and how to kind of speak out. Because again, if we don't break the system, we're not going to get Sikh academics. We're not going to get Sikh academics in leadership positions. We need to start really questioning how the universities are being run.
Thank you for that. Noticing a question, kind of a recurring theme in some of what's coming through Slido, and perhaps we need to speak on this a little bit more. There's a question around why the push for more formalized mentorship approaches? Why not let the mentorship happen organically? And so I pose that to you as a group. If you can each speak to the importance of that. So why should we be having this conversation of you need to reach out to mentors, or this is how you should reach out to mentors, or what it means to be a good mentor? And why is that conversation important versus just letting it happen organically?
I love that question or the theme because I absolutely agree with it. I think when we put a label to it and make it into like a pattern system, it is part of that way of like colonizing, right? So I think within our Sikh Sangat spaces, we do mentorship naturally. We do mentorship in many different ways when we are in Gurdwara spaces, in Sangat spaces, in different cultural setting spaces, but we just don't attach the label mentorship. And that's why I am very reticent to call anybody a mentor or even call myself a mentor. I think what happens is people reach out to you, you reach out to them, you're in community, you have a conversation, you follow up with an email, you have a Zoom chat or multiple Zoom chats, and it's just a friendship. Or social media, which is adding a totally new different element. I've met everybody on this panel through Instagram, Twitter first, and then Instagram. None of us have ever met before in like real life spaces. And I think that's a new avenue of like attachment, relationships, mentorship that is taking place for the generation we are trying to speak to today. And I would say use it. Utilize social media for those positive engagements in spaces because social media can become a toxic place. But if you can find mentors and relationships through social media, absolutely use it. So I agree with the premise of the question. We don't need to formalize a mentorship structure. It could just be conversations in community. It could just be like, it could have different labels attached to it. I think the reason why we wanted to speak to mentorship is because we are seeing less and less Sikhs wanting to enter academia. And so for like Simmerpreet and I especially, we're like, why don't Sikhs want to enter master's programs, PhD programs? What is happening? What is the gap? And how can we have conversations where we slowly begin to fill that? So that's how the theme of mentorship for this panel came to be. Like there is 100% a gap. And what are we doing to cultivate young people seeing themselves in academic spaces?
I actually agree with the question. Like, I don't think we need to formalize mentorship. I think it was just creating safe space, right? Like you said, like trying, like it doesn't have to be, a mentor's on top of like more higher up. It can be on the same level. Like, you're mentoring one another, or you're having community safe spaces, safe conversations of like, this is what I'm struggling with, like, I need help with this. And just, sometimes having someone that's saying, you know what, I can actually connect you with someone else. Having those genuine connections, having a community that can, support you in whatever you need, that is so important. So I don't necessarily think we need to formalize mentorship, but I think it's just having conversations of, like, why are students not continuing further higher education? Or, what's a gap in the community? How can we support, like, our Sikh women within the community? What can we do to build women and build others up versus, like, a formalized mentorship?
I am going to disagree.
Oh, no.
And I am going to say that I think formalized mentorship and organic mentorship are both important. There are different types of people. People in sciences mostly are, have a bit of ADHD, and they really like.
I feel like everybody has a little bit of ADHD.
And they really like structured meetings, structured things. So like somebody like me, I loved having my formal mentors. So structured meeting where like half an hour every month we talked about one or two topics that I wanted to talk about. It wasn't, how's your family doing? How's that? None of that. It was like very formal meeting. And then of course there were always coffee chats and a lot of informal, like Chardikla and I, we were mentoring each other, very informal. It would usually turn into a rant session, but there was also a lot of mentoring. So yeah, I think both are beneficial. It just depends on what type of person you are. If more formal mentorship is beneficial to you, consider that path. If it's not, the informal organic mentorship is also available. Or maybe a bit of both are beneficial to you.
I think it speaks to like individual experiences,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Like what you're looking for within like a mentorship setting, or whether it's a just a community partnership setting or a friendship. Like what do you want from that mentorship? I think that really can really decide whether the formal and informal
Absolutely
works.
Fantastic conversation, and noticing we've got over nearly 25 questions, and so we won't get to all of them. I've got
Come
the
find us
10-minute
after.
mark. Absolutely. That offer, I think I speak for all of us. If you've got questions that we haven't answered at today's panel, come find us after the fact, and happy to connect offline. But maybe for closing, if we can speak to a question here. So knowing what you know now, looking back at your individual educational journeys, what sort of supports or programs would have been helpful as you were going through that, that you didn't have? Got all the big questions.
Well, I think when I was doing my master's or PhD, self-advocacy tools would have been amazing. I find even when I'm teaching students at UFB, a lot of the white students know about their accessibility rights. They can request accessibility if they have certain, barriers to learning. They can request other issues. They advocate for themselves because they know the tools within a system to advocate for themselves. I knew nothing in terms of, or there wasn't anything available for me as, the only Punjabi Sikh in the program or the only South Asian in the program. And I think our students in general don't know what their rights are, especially international students, but even just like domestic students, they don't know what their rights are. So learning self-advocacy in university spaces will translate into world spaces, into institutional spaces. And I think it's really, really important you know what are your legal rights in an institution. You are paying tuition, you are paying student fees, you're paying all these things. What are your rights? I feel like we're taught to not ask for those rights and self-advocate. It's like an internalized kind of thing. Okay, don't rock the boat. But you all are paying to be in an educational system. So you have rights, legal rights as well. You have constitutional rights. You have BC Human of Office rights. These are all rights that are owed to you as human beings. So learn those tools, and I wish I had learned those as well.
Okay. I think one barrier when approaching mentorship could be, one size fits all. which, especially for first generation, and especially Sikh students, that can't really happen. So if I could go back to my 18-year-old self and give him one advice, it would be embrace asking questions. I was always afraid of asking questions. I was very introverted. I mean, I still am. But over time, I learned that asking questions or asking for help didn't make me less capable. It actually, like as I said before, it opened a lot of doors for me. So embrace asking questions and make yourself present. If you're hiding in the background, nobody's going to see you, so make sure you represent yourself, self-advocacy, as we've been talking about. And most importantly, mentorship isn't just about giving advice or getting advice. It's about recognition, it's about belonging, it's about belief in you. So for first generation students, especially, the journey can seem and feel isolating, but the right support can really change your life trajectory and your career trajectory. So my one hope is that institutions and individuals really recognize that building inclusive mentorship isn't just an extra thing, it's an essential to really unlocking the full potential of a student. So if you have students in your classes and your institutions, this is a way that you can unlock the full potential of that student. And for the students out there, again, don't be afraid to ask questions, don't be afraid to seek those connections. Asking for help isn't a weakness.
Yeah, absolutely echoing. Ask questions and ask why, right? Like that's hard to do. You're really questioning like a professor or questioning a TA, but I think it's important, especially when you're not understanding content or you need support. A lot of us, like I teach, I love having conversations with students, even if it's not about the course that I'm taking, or the course that I'm teaching. It's always like really getting a little bit of glimpse of what's going on at home, and sometimes we just need that understanding between a faculty or a TA and a student. So for me, it was like, don't be afraid to just give them a little bit that human side of who you are. Let them know, make a connection. Like I hated doing this, but I always advocate for students. Go up to the professor. It doesn't matter if there's 150 students in that class. Talk to them. Sometimes, like they will remember you day one, day two. Like make sure they're seeing your face. They're willing to, and I don't want to say like that this is for everyone or all faculty are super friendly, but a lot of us, if we see you continuously, we know that you're in class, we know that you're working, we know that you're doing things for that course, for that department, whatever the program you're in. We're willing to have conversations with you. We're willing to support you and find, go out of our way to, find you a connection. You need that connection.
Thanks, everyone. I've just been told that we have an extra 10 minutes. So to the panel, if you had something that you weren't able to touch on or a piece of advice that you wanted to relay back that perhaps you hadn't had a chance to mention yet, now's the time. We don't have any short Slido.
Okay.
We've got all about 15, 20-minute ones. Great questions, but unfortunately, we don't have the time.
I'll add one quick thing. And I mentioned this before. You need to have different type of mentors from different stages in their careers and their life. And when you are at different stages of your life, you need different, your mentorship needs to also evolve and change. So when you're in high school, you need maybe an undergrad as a mentor who can tell you how to navigate your undergraduate studies. But when you enter undergraduate and you're thinking about graduate school, or you're thinking about going to some other professional avenue, and you need to seek out those type of mentors. mentors that can help you navigate those spaces. And learning how to navigate those spaces is important. I didn't know this until it was pretty late. So it often felt like I was, building a plane as I was flying. So and it can be exhausting, very exhausting. So learn how to build your community through mentorship and, in general, your support system to help you survive, but also thrive in these spaces.
I guess to add on, we never really touched upon this, but this kind of came to mind when we were talking about building different mentors. Sometimes you might grow out of the mentorship relationship. You might grow out of whoever you've been getting advice from or asking questions. Maybe it's time to step away, and that's absolutely okay. Or you might not agree anymore with their advice. You are absolutely allowed to, again, that's self-advocacy. You're allowed to advocate for yourself. If there's something that's not aligning research or a course or whatever advice that they're giving you is not aligning with who you are, who your identities are, your values, you're absolutely allowed to step away. And that's difficult to do. And we can have a conversation about how to do that. But I think it's important that sometimes when you do go out of that mentorship relationship, it's absolutely okay to step away and go find other relationships, other mentors, other sponsors, because your life stages or wherever you are in life are going to change. Like Simmer said, you go from undergrad to a master's, PhD, doctorate, you become a lawyer, whatever it is, your relationships with others are going to absolutely change, and that is okay.
And just a quick note as well, the power of academia and education. I think we can all agree, one beautiful thing about getting a master's, a PhD, whatever you choose to do, is also a journey of self-discovery about who you are. Like, I don't know if you all feel the same way I do, but like, finding your own identity, your power, your resiliency, your strength, I feel like nothing comes out of it the same way when you do an education, where you have an education. It is such a powerful journey. I know this sounds cheesy to like the few young people in the room. It truly is. Like doing a master's or PhD is some of the most incredible experiences I think you'll ever have, the good and the bad. But it is really about discovering who you are and your identity. And I think as young Sikhs, we go through so much of our childhood and life not knowing that fully. What are we? Who are we? Where do we want to go? What do we want to do? So please do pursue, if you're interested, graduate school. Find those people. And come reach out to us as well over the next 2 days.
All right, with that, we'll close. Thank you for that fantastic panel. So I'd like to thank each of our incredible panelists, Dr. Sharanjit Sandra, Dr. Simmerpreet Singh, and soon-to-be Dr. Tarnjot Dhillon, for sharing your journey, your insights, and your stories. They really remind us that the path to academic and personal success isn't about individual achievement. It's also about community, it's about mentorship and staying rooted in who we are. For first-generation students and emerging Sikh scholars, your voices have lit a path forward, one that's rooted and grounded in resilience, cultural pride, and the power of representation. So I want to carry this conversation beyond this room into our classrooms, our institutions, and our communities, so that we can continue to uplift and empower the next generation and those who are still finding their way. I want to specifically speak to the first generation up-and-coming students. There was a lot of questions from folks. Feel free to approach us after the fact. As you head into universities or work environments, there's no two ways about it. We work, live, and play within colonial structures, within colonial systems, but there are allies out there. And so I would encourage you to not be afraid to take up space. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Don't take things personally, as Dr. Singh was saying. And as you continue on that path forward, don't forget to lift others and be the mentor that you needed at one time. And so I hope you take that away with you. And thank you all for being part of this wonderful conversation today, and just encourage you to keep that conversation going. Don't let it stop in this room. Carry it out into the world. Thank you.
We're going to take a 20-minute break, and if everybody could come back at 3:15. Yeah, thank you. We'll take a picture. Okay, we're just about to get started. If everybody could have a seat. One of the hardest jobs of the MC is to keep everybody on track, and we're actually right at 3:25, right on time. Yeah. We'll have a different MC for tomorrow, so we'll see if they're on time. No pressure. Okay, our next session features Dr. Rosaline Dhaliwal, a scholar, educator, and inclusion practitioner with over 20 years of experience in healthcare, community, and academia. She currently teaches at Simon Fraser University and has held senior leadership roles in equity and inclusion. This presentation connects Dr. Dhaliwal's lived experience and research in DEI with Sikh faith principles, inviting reflection on how Sikhi can ground equity and inclusion in professional practice. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Start with thank you for having me today. Thank you for the opening of and to be on the traditional and unceded territories of the Coast Salish peoples with that beautiful opening this morning. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. I'm so also very thankful to be here with you today to share my PhD research. It builds on Dr. Ahluwalia's introduction this morning about how the personal is the professional. And it also connects to our last panel. I'm the first woman in my family with the credentials of PhD, and so I'm really happy to connect with all the youth here. Please reach out to me, find me on LinkedIn under my full name. And I'm also keen to connect with those who have more experience than me, because I'm still learning, even as I've entered this new phase in my career. So I'm going to share with you my path and aspects of my research where I've been tracing equity and inclusion with feminist scholarship and the Sikh faith. As I share my narratives and my links to feminist and philosophical scholarship, I'll invite you to reflect on how your role, whether it's in your job, your work as a student, a volunteer, or in the community, how do we bring forward elements of equity and inclusion from Sikhi into our practice? So I'm going to share with you a bunch of my own lived experiences, and this was the foundation of my PhD research. So let me begin with my arrival to school. It brings me back many years when I was a kindergarten student at Prince Charles Elementary School. I can still picture the vast gravel schoolyard, the pastel yellow paint of the wooden school exterior, the door under the stairs that was the closest to my classroom, and approaching it with my older sister, hand in hand. "Hindu, go back to your country!" The aggressive words met us midway to the door. My body heard the words. We paused momentarily. I don't remember either of us saying anything. We couldn't see the voice of the face that accompanied the assault. It sounded like a boy much older than we were, and we went in. My sister walked me in, and I took my spot in the classroom. This memory is one of many that frame what my body remembers. My lived experience as a Punjabi Sikh woman, educated in BC and employed in various health settings and at a local university. In my study, I described the challenges I encountered while working to advance equity and inclusion, and do so phenomenologically, describing the lived space, lived relation, lived time. I transcribed these encounters originally in my journal or within the margins of my notebook, and I ascribed meaning to these challenges while examining them through critical feminist and philosophical lenses, and then tracing back to the embodied knowledge of the Sikh faith. My faith represented itself to me in my study, and it was here where I uncovered the inequities of equity, the impressions of oppression, inhospitality, silences, and invisibility. I totally forgot to ask about the clicker and how I advance the slides. Oh, it might be right here. Okay, bear with me. One moment. Yay. Okay, here we go. So let me share, my body remembers also the early lessons of the faith that I learned primarily from my mother. And through writing my study, my body also remembers that my faith, Sikhi, has been with me all along. So let me share a little bit about me and my family. I'm the granddaughter of late Nashatar Singh and Mohinder Kaur Taliwal of Soholi, and Harsevik Singh and Surjit Kaur and Mohinder Kaur Tur of Javadi. I'm the second daughter of Baldev Singh and Parmjit Kaur Taliwal. My real name is Rosaline, not Rosepreet or Rosinder. I get that question a lot. My dad immigrated to Canada in the early 1970s, and my mom shortly after they got married. My mom completed her bachelor's degree at Government College in Ludhiana, and my dad had to leave his undergraduate studies to help on the family farm. So with my undergraduate degree in science, I started my career in health as a food service supervisor in a hospital. And then I returned to academia to pursue my designation as a registered dietitian. I worked in health promotion for years at the university and then formally in the Equity, Diversity and Inclusion, or EDI, portfolio. Currently, I work at a mental health nonprofit as their Director of Equity and Inclusion, and at SFU I teach a course as my introduction includes. But regardless of my roles, I always work towards advancing equity and inclusion, even if it wasn't in my title. But what I felt in all of my career path is that I was the one, or one of few, racialized team members, reporting predominantly to white leaders. My work has been challenging. I experienced the inequities of trying to advance equity and feeling excluded. And how I come to live, feel, interpret, and address these inequities and exclusions has been personally reflective and a deepening of my faith. Like I said, kindled in early lessons from my mom. My body remembers. My body remembers speaking and repeating words I didn't understand. I knew they were important because mom wanted us to learn them. Every night before bed, she would warm us milk on the stove. And while we eagerly waited our bedtime beverage, she taught my sister and I the Belli Bori or Mool Mantar. The words felt powerful, but were not in the Punjabi I understood. Less a few words such as ik, such, and nanak. As a child, I would recite the words from time to time when mom asked us to, and when we visited the Gurdwara. As I grew older, my body remembers listening to my mom, and I felt those same familiar words wrap themselves around me, instilling a sense of calm and reminding me of my faith. And as I described in this narrative, the way I know Sikhi is through oral traditions passed on by my mother. And as a child, she told us many stories from the Guru Granth Sahib and the lessons from the scripture in her translations. I started looking up some of those translations as an adult, especially during my master's degree in education. At the time, I was writing about my work as a dietitian, and that cultural competence was required of dietitians, but it wasn't included in the curriculum. I was working as a consulting dietitian, trying to enhance healthy eating in the Punjabi community. You can all appreciate maybe that's a challenging task to take on. And we were doing this project in local Gurdwara here in Surrey. So I was at the kitchen in the Gurdwara one summer afternoon, stirring that gigantic pot of dal, and I was there in my jeans and t-shirt, and of course my head was covered. I had my chunni. Out of nowhere, a man came up to me to criticize my attire. I surprised myself at my immediate response to him. Rab nu meri pant nahi disdi, meri seva disdi a. I asserted my embodied faith, and I think I surprised myself in that moment. But I shared that encounter with my mom shortly after, and we discussed the Sikh faith and principles of equality. She turned me to page 1349 of the Guru Granth Sahib. Awal Allah Nur Upaya Kudrat Ke Sab Bande. You can see the translation here for those who don't read the Gurmukhi script, and the translation comes from srigranth.org. I used this source for most of the translations that I included in my dissertation. However, I can read the Gurmukhi script even though it's at an elementary level. And so my interactions with the Guru Granth Sahib is not only through translations, but directly as well. And so as I continued on my career path, I completed my master's and I was dedicated to my work at the university. And in 2018, I was applying for a promotion. I was the senior most candidate competing with a junior white-bodied woman. The process was so long and drawn out, and I knew I had the skills to be the associate director, but I didn't get it. I describe this as the unpromotion. And part of making it through that time was planning my next move. If I didn't get promoted, I planned to file a complaint. But interestingly, I was seconded into another role in human resources at the university. And I was in the position to receive complaints from staff with respect to equity and inclusion. I didn't complain. And it was in that position that I was tasked with advancing employment equity. So I changed my plan. While I wasn't filing a formal complaint for myself, I thought I would advance employment equity for everyone who deserved equity at the university. So months of sorting through files, trying to find evidence of plans, and progress on those plans led me nowhere. Until one day, my colleague and I are logged into this government website where the university had been reporting its progress, and we thought we had the golden ticket. An agreement between the federal government and the university that was supposed to be in place to advance employment equity had never been signed. It was listed as draft. So I prepared a detailed summary of all of this, all of my findings, to give to my boss, the associate vice president. And this was pre-COVID, of course, ran after them in the hallway to see if they had read my message. And when I asked, they responded, "Let's let sleeping dogs lie." And I'm really bad with those idioms. I'm not sure it's just the literal nature in how I understand, but let's let sleeping dogs lie? I was so confused. The university has a policy on employment equity, and this was the inequity of equity. I found, thanks to Ahmed's scholarship, that statements of commitment can then be described as non-performative. They don't bring into effect that which they name. And Sara Ahmed, a feminist independent scholar, also writes that the policy can be made and authorized and should have force, but individuals within the organization act as if it had not been made. Let sleeping dogs lie. Let's ignore the problem. Employment equity is perceived as a problem? My boss's stance reflected what I call the institutional habitual ignorance. I attempted to make connections from these circumstances to Sikhi, and I searched through the srigranth.org website, but I was also reminded of the lessons on equality that I learned from my mom. The ignorance I observed was contrary to the principles that my body remembered, learning from her and all of the scriptural verses. One of which calls on us to recognize humanity as only one caste, knowing that we're all of the same body and the same light. Dr. Nikki Ganinder Kaur Singh's scholarship also influenced my study really deeply, and she shares that the Guru did not want his contemporaries to be afraid of one another. He did not want people with different colored eyes or complexions or accents to merely tolerate one another. Rather, he imposed a moral obligation that people must actively learn about others and recognize their fundamental humanity. So as I reflected on the inequities of equity, my body remembered all the years that I had worked at the university. It was over 11 at this time. And if they didn't want me in that job as associate director, then why did they want me in all of those photos? It was for what I call the intended ideal institutional impression. Stand behind the president, Rosaline, for this picture. Oh, let's use your photo to promote the nutrition blog. oh, by the way, Federal Minister on Diversity and Inclusion is here. Can you make the meeting and the photo opportunity and the lunch afterwards? Diversity, I learned, was for consumption, for adding value without being valued at all. And I felt all those moments again. I was left feeling the impressions of oppressions that contributed to that institutional impression, which was contrary to my understandings of Sikhi. In the translated words of Guru Nanak, if a powerful person were to attack another powerful person, there shall be no cause for grievance. But if a ferocious lion were to attack a herd of cattle, the master of the herd should take responsibility for its protection. In creating that ideal impression, there was a lack of truth, which contrasted to my very first lessons of Sikhi. And in all the images I was part of, they didn't reflect the truth of the environment where I was working. The Sikh gurus are similar to liberation theologians who claim that truth is something that is done. The goal of truth becomes the path itself. Reflecting on impressions led me to hospitality, or actually the lack thereof, while I worked in various roles at the university. In French Algerian philosopher Jacques Derrida's words, only the one that endures the experience of being deprived a home can offer hospitality. I envision the university as host. The bodies the university is created for are at home. They don't look like mine. The title I was given guided my actions within the university. I was an EDI specialist, reporting to a vice president. They hold a title that's most aligned with the senior-most figure at the university, yet I'm a specialist and everyone I work with is called director. I watch and observe another instance. A white-bodied colleague is promoted to associate director based on the success of our shared work. If you haven't experienced being in an equity-deserving group or being deprived of a home, what you offer is inhospitality. Ahmed reminds me that whiteness can be reproduced in spaces where it is supposedly questioned. And in another instance, when we were speaking up to give feedback on the president's statement for the Black Lives Matter movement, it didn't shift those inhospitable structures. Instead, the attention shifted to me. Ahmed helps to highlight, oh, sorry, I might be off on my slides. Oh, wait. Just a moment. Oh, here we go. Ahmed helps to highlight that in speaking up, in acknowledging the emotional labor of this task, you draw attention. You draw attention to the inequities, the power situations that are present, that you know people should see, but the minute you draw attention to them, you draw attention to yourself. The structures don't come into view, you do. I'm trying to make the invisible visible. And recalling in these inhospitable structures, these were contrasting with the egalitarian principles that my body knows from Sikhi. Recalling that verse I was just sharing earlier about one light being reflected through all beings. Kaur Singh's interpretation also says that a thoroughly egalitarian and liberating structure emerges out of the transcendence light being the spirit in us all. All of my encounters with inhospitality were contrary to what I know about Sikhi and the principles of equality embedded within me. I started thinking about leaving my role at the university, but while I pondered my next move, I kept witnessing. I was activated. My bodily memories of racism from childhood were activated, but I remained silent. I witnessed at one time a discussion of microaggressions. A complaint received from a senior executive came from a black-bodied student based on their interaction with a white professor. But the corresponding discussion in that meeting did not favor the black-bodied student. I witnessed senior leadership. They spoke about black as if I was not brown. There was invisibility of proximity. And reflecting on inhospitality and all of these challenges, I wondered, when am I at home? I'm writing the chapters of my dissertation. going through the narratives, critical feminist theory, and philosophical interpretations with the Sikh faith, I visit the Gurdwara. The shabd resonated through my body even after I left. Gar sukh vasya, bahar sukh paya. And you see the literal translation here on the screen again from srigranth.org. Listening to Kirtan fosters a harmony within me, a harmony at home in my body. And this line is one that I interpret as having a continuum of having that peace within me so that I can continue to spread peace and love. And that's what's got me through the difficult encounters of my life and the challenges of my work. And now I ground myself in my Sikh identity. And if I could, I'd say back to that boy on the schoolyard, I'm Sikh, not Hindu, and Canada is my country too. What I've been doing, making meaning of these challenges with and through Sikhi, has been my research study, but it's also my life practice. It's not over. The challenges will continue, but I have hope. I have hope in sharing my narratives, connecting with youth, and I hope you will too, and the activation of tracing back to what my body remembers. In her article, Remembering Culture, Bearing Witness to the Spirit of Identity in Research, Dillard reminds me that we must learn to remember the things we learn to forget. I have hope in new translations and the work of Guru Nanak Institute that eliminate the colonial, Christian, or patriarchal frames on the words of the Gurus. And I agree with Dr. Nikki Ganinder Kaur Singh that everyone must interact directly with the Guru Granth Sahib. She says, everyone needs to read and understand the text from their individual perspective. There's been no disclosure of feminist possibilities because it has only been male elites who have served as intermediaries. I have hope in education and new research that's happening and the future with Guru Nanak University. And I have hope too in continuing to serve, advancing equity and inclusion with the principle of seva, continuing my own growth with and within Sikhi. And so as I close, I invite your reflections on how do principles of equity and inclusion from Sikhi remain present in ourselves, our work, and within institutions such as the Academy. Dhanwad, thank you. Any questions, please feel free.
Rosaline, whatever you have described is a déjà vu. In French, we say it's everywhere. From where we come, from India, there is a high caste and low caste. Bhagat Kabir wrote in Guru Granth Sahib, "O Brahman, everybody come. How come you are high caste Brahman and I am Shudra? Did you come through another door when you were born? Everybody is born through one door. So why didn't you take your birth from the mouth or some other door?" So Gurbani is full of examples of these things. And British people thought everybody in India is a Hindu. And when I came in back in '69 here, they were saying Hindu here in British Columbia. I was wondering, they don't know? Are they ignorant? And the other thing is, my father, he was as a commissioner working in Toronto, waiting for the bus to go to his duty, and a drunk white man came in, and he thought, because with turban, they thought they are Muslims. He said, "Where are your camels?" And my father answered, "Where your mother left the sheep." There is he wrote when Justice Trudeau brought in the Charter of Rights and all these provincial premiers, they are opposing him. And my father wrote a letter to the Toronto Star and they published it. It's a very few words. It says, the Canadian Constitution with its Charter of Rights and I need some light. Charter of Rights, amending formulas in a is a masterpiece and constitutional document and is a unique event in the history, in the country's history. We Canadians and any future generation shall remain indebted to Prime Minister Pierre Justice Trudeau, Pierre Trudeau, who is undoubtedly a generation of the country's super statesman, a great scholar of political science, and a great leader of men internationally accepted as such. We shall all feel proud of him. No one can deny the fact that the effectiveness of the country on the fundamental international scene is measured by the strength of the government and not on its components. As a being, this is a constitutional package to any international thinker. Therefore, the 8 dissenting premiers in Canada, 8 dissenting premiers, they are gangsters. That's what he wrote. They are gangsters. This gang, supported by the information media, have formed an alliance and formed an alliance and are doing very serious damage to the interests of Canada and Canadians, enhancing their personal popularity. It is more a matter of misfortune than piety that the country's entire information media has been indulging in an utterly, it's almost at the end now. If the premiers try to spread their unholy activities in connection to British, they will become the laughing stock of the whole world. And this was published in the Toronto Star under the heading Moral Paralysis of the Media. And just a couple of days later when it was published, a university from Waterloo asked my father to give him permission so that they can use this letter in their journalism course that says few words, says something big in few words. So that's what it is.
Thank you for sharing. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate the history that's in the room. And I also encourage all of our youth to connect with your elders to make sure we're archiving that history. I'm very inspired by Dr. Sandra's good work in history, so thank you. Is there questions for anything I've shared or comments? I welcome them.
Okay. Hi, so first of all, thank you so much. I think in your experience, and this is something that you would agree with, but also in talking with other people, I find that as people of color and then as women of color, sometimes when we advocate for too much change, when we push for too much, we're no longer given a space on those tables and in those rooms that actually have the power to implement change, because we seem to be asking for too much. So how do you find that balance between pushing for change, but at the same time, not too much so that you're excluded from those rooms and those spaces?
It's a really great question. Thank you for that. I think what I find now, and this is years of practice and years of reflection after working in a university setting where it was really difficult, is that I'll keep pushing irrespective of the outcome. And so that means too that I'll often bring forward voices that are not my own. So sometimes it sounds different to senior leaders when it's not the same old voice that they keep hearing. So it's bringing forward voices of my colleagues or the communities we serve in some of the work I do in mental health. Part of it too is being okay with making the contribution that I can. And I appreciate some of my colleagues who are First Nations, Inuit or Métis, who talk about what is the legacy we'll leave behind for the next 7 generations. And that makes me think about too, how am I contributing to a bigger change? I might not be able to see that change in my before I move on to another path or another life world, if you will, but how do I contribute to something that's bigger? So it's just like kind of taking it piece by piece, if you will. Sorry, what was the second part of your question? I totally lost my frame.
It was just about finding that balance and I guess with being content with yourself with what you're doing.
I have to say that part of this work is like I can deliver it today because I wrote about it and I defended it, and I was really nervous to bring this forward, but I haven't always been content. It's been like tears and talking through the difficulties with my loved ones or my bana at work. I had like a group of bana, and so that is the reality of finding support for yourself, and the support I found too from within the faith. So thank you for that question.
Last question.
Hi, thank you again for your talk. I'm wondering what it was like to do a dissertation or to do research with so much of your own voice in it. What that process was like.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Eluwalia. That's a great question. It's intimidating for sure, because my research is like I said, it's my life's work. It's me. It's not something abstract. So I think that for years I barely talked about it when I was writing because I needed the space to reflect. So when I was out and about and social outings, or even my colleagues, I kind of just quietly did my PhD research and I wasn't sharing a lot about it. And now that I still probably have a little bit of imposter syndrome because it is really your heart's work and your life's experiences. So I'd say it's hard, but now I'm coming into the space to feel better about sharing it and encouraging others to share from their lived experience and to show that your lived experience can be a site of academic knowledge as well. So it's been ups and downs is what I can say, and now I'm trying to kind of own it a little bit more now. Still working on that, I think. Thank you.
Can I comment? Can I say a few words? Okay, sure.
All of you will be thinking that I'm asking all the time these questions. I agree with you 100%. But Baba Nanak also says, Rajeshi Mukaddam Kutte, Jai Jagavan Bete Sutte, means the system which is running all this show is corrupt or is anti-people, you could say in a different way. So I think we also need, that's why I agree. You are talking about the system, it doesn't change. It's a lot of problems. I have been fighting in the university and other places as well. I know the system. The system is not what we see. Hey, who runs this system? I know we are living in Canada, and here is a young man, he was saying all is fine. What's wrong in it? The wrong is, as you have mentioned, the system, the way it works, who runs it, for whose interests it is run. So we need to understand and then also contribute to change it for the sake of other people, so that they may benefit as well, as Baba Nanak said.
Absolutely. I really encourage everyone when thinking about part of the challenges I wrote about in the system is that I'm also empowered to make change within the system. And I encourage all of the youth and everyone who's here to continue to advocate and change, because the system is not an arbitrary thing. It's not, it's operated by beings such as ourselves. And so I see Sikhi as an opportunity to learn, but also a way of being in these institutions and systems. Thank you.
Okay, so we'd like to conclude the day with inviting Dr. Bhavir Garn to help with some closing remarks. She's a scholar, consultant, and a respected leader in healthcare and education. She is also the executive director of the Network to Eliminate Violence in Relationships. Dr. Garn will offer a thoughtful summary of today's themes and insights, grounding us in equity, cultural awareness, and action. Please welcome.
Thank you. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Distinguished scholars, honored guests, and beloved members of our Sangat, what a day it has been. Today was not simply a gathering of minds, it was a convergence of spirit, scholarship, and shared purpose. We came together not to just exchange ideas, but to honor our past, interrogate our present, and imagine a future. We began with Dr. Maninder Kaur Ahluwalia, whose keynote reminded us that the personal is profoundly professional. Her story interwoven with identity, family, and resistance. It challenged us to reflect on our own positionality. She showed us that scholarship is not just about citation and theory, which we all do in academia. It's about courage, community, and care. Her S-Quad model offered a framework for action, but more importantly, her presence offered a mirror, asking each of us, what is it that we are fighting for? What does the future look like, and where do we want to be? In her work, we saw seva, selfless service through scholarship that uplifts and empowers. Then came Uncle Ji Gyan Singh Sandhu, whose vision of building that first Sikh university was not merely an institutional dream. It was a call to reclaim space. His decades of service, strategic brilliance, and unwavering commitment to the Sikh community, which I've witnessed over decades, and his belief in relentless collaboration. His vision embodies Sadbat Tapala. He explained the vision for GNI and also for Guru Nanak University. And he asked each of us to think about what we can do to contribute. Dr. Harjit Singh Grewal took us deeper into the philosophical terrain of Sikh subjectivity. Through his analysis of Bhai Veer Singh's editorial interventions, we saw how colonial encounters reshaped our epistemologies. We were reminded that the way we read, interpret, and internalize our text is not neutral, but it is political. It is meant to be transformative, and it's ours. We need to decolonize and reclaim. His work called us to approach our intellectual traditions with nimrata, humility in the face of complexity, and reverence for the wisdom and the affect that's embedded in our text. And sometimes in academia, we forget about the affect. Dr. Ranbir Kaur Banwat then invited us into the poetic wisdom of Sikhi. She asked us to consider what it means to become and learn. What is the roadway or the roadmap to being an ethical human being? Her call to reframe narratives and embrace relational ethics was a powerful reminder that our tradition is not only revolutionary, it is expressive and deeply human. Her scholarship reminded us that to learn through the mind and heart and of interrelationships, to make sure that we take on embodied learning. The mentorship panel, led by Dr. Tamanpreet Kaur Kandola, brought us back to the ground through the voices of Dr. Sharnjeet Kaur Sundar, Dr. Simarpreet Singh, and almost Dr. Tanjeet Kaur Dhillon. We heard stories of resilience, of navigating institutions for places that were never built for us. And how do we create those bridges for those who come next? Their insights on mentorship were practical, and they really wanted us to think about how do we decolonize these places and uplift everyone. They reminded us that to guide another is an act of seva, and that mentorship is a sacred responsibility. And with that, I think one of them had said that GNI is not doing mentorship, so Dr. Kamaljeet Sidhu and I will offer that we are willing to mentor any students and help you connect with whatever community members you might need to connect with. And finally, Dr. Roslyn Taliwal closed our day with a keynote, which I hope you still remember, that braided together equity, inclusion, and Sikhi. Her phenomenological approach to the inequities within equity work was both sobering and inspiring. She reminded us that our faith is not just a private refuge. It is a public force, but sometimes it's hard to tell our stories in public. Her work calls us to embody the principles of Sikhi in every boardroom, classroom, and community space when we enter. And she said, think about how the principles of Sikhi are remaining in our work. So how are we carrying them into our work? So what did we learn from all of this today? We take the understanding that Sikh scholarship is not monolithic, it's expansive. It's diasporic, it is interdisciplinary, it is rooted in history, and it's radically oriented towards justice. And social justice is what I spent most of my life on and my work career. We take the reminder that our ancestors were not only warriors, they were poets, philosophers, educators, and visionaries. And we need to bring that legacy forward. We take the challenge to build, not just institutions, but it's great we want to build institutions, but relationships. Not just theories, but movements. Not just knowledge, but wisdom. So let us carry forward the energy of today into tomorrow. Let us continue to honor the past, not as nostalgia, but as foundation. And let us empower the future, not as a distant dream, but as a daily practice. So what do I mean by that? We want to be practicing seva in our scholarship, not just extracting knowledge, but serving communities and doing no harm. We want to embrace humility or nimrata in our dialogues, especially across disciplines and generations. We want to be standing for justice, sarbat napala, not just in theory, but in institutional practice. And that's what Rosaline was talking about, is the institutional practice piece of it. So I wish that our scholarship be brave, our communities be nourished, our hearts remain open, and our actions
Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3.
Hello.
Are we testing?
Yeah.
We're testing if this works.
Test 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. How's the energy today? Good, good. My name is Amarpreet Singh Handal. I will be the MC for today. And we welcome you to day one of the International Sikh Research Summit presented by the Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies. We are honored to gather here today on these sacred and unceded lands and begin the summit with gratitude, reflection, and knowledge sharing that will inspire us over the next 2 days. It's our honor to invite Kevin Kelly of the Kwalin First Nations to provide the Indigenous welcome and ground us in the lands and the traditions that host us today.
I won't use the mic. I'm honored to be here. I see the boss. He calls me every year to come and do the welcome for him. My wife's traditional name is Dakwasan. It's a female version of her late father, who was Grand Chief Joe Gabriel, hereditary chief before her. My wife has been the leader, hereditary, for her community 35 years. My Indian name is Salasultan. My name, like your name, I'm talking to my friend here, I know your names have meanings in your culture. I always ask when I meet somebody what your name means, because I know they have beautiful meanings like our names. I'm from Swally First Nation, still a member of my tribe up in Cultus Lake. But because I married a hereditary chief, I had to leave my people, and I've been here 30 years. I gave my house to my 36-year-old son, Kevin Jr., who is in politics for my community. I thank Brenda Locke for being here. I thank my friend Sinner. I know her name, but I battled names, but I know she's the Minister of Education. And I thank you for being here, out of your schedules, Brenda too. I think it's really important when we come to these gatherings, but we have our mayor here and our politicians that come and walk with us and support us. When I was in politics in the 80s, somebody said when we have our mayors and our members of parliament here, when they don't come, they always say, we see you when you're here, but we also know when you're not here. And it's important that you're here, and I always thank you. I know you're busy, Brenda, both I've seen her in Chimanis on the news last week with our First Nations for housing. And this is how important stuff like this is. Keeping your cultures alive like ours. Ours is coming back. Making a better future for your children, but also your grandchildren. This is why I know why you're here. And I want to, I've seen him in the crowd. I always thank you for respecting the land you're on. I always tell my wife as a leader when they invite me, I have to go because he wants me there to do the welcome. And I thank you for respecting the Kwalin First Nation territory, brother. So what I'm going to do is song. I know you have a busy day. MC, thank you, and battle names, but thank you. I see you all over. I'm honored to be here, and welcome to the land. This is how the chief, if you came to our lawn house in Kwalin, this is how the people would welcome you into our home. I don't know if you can all do this. When we do this, we are calling you the respected one. When you come into our feast, our family would all do this till the last person came in, calling you the respected one, but also thanking you for taking time out of your schedules to witness the work they have to share with you today and tomorrow. So I hope you have a beautiful day, but most of all, good health to each and every one of you. Awesome. I just want to say to each and every one of you, what our songs represent, I was told by our elders, is the drum to us, like to you, is a beat of our heart, but it's also the beat of your heart. I say to the people when I come and do this kind of work, when you got up this morning, maybe your heart was heavy. Or maybe when you left home, you have a loved one at home not doing well. Maybe when you left home, you have a loved one in the hospital. Or maybe you just laid a loved one to rest. What I say to you is, first of all, you pray for yourself. And you pray for your family. I look around this room, see the young girls here nodding their heads, enjoying the song. I thank you for that. When I look around the room, I teach my 8 children. I look at each and every one of you like you're looking at me. The respect that you give me, I give it right back to you. This is how I play. And this is what you deserve as human beings. We have to get along and work together. And I thank Brenda as a mayor for, I love coming to Surrey because they do stuff for every race there is. That's why Surrey is a beautiful city to live in. I was here when they welcomed the Muslims into Surrey. But you do a wonderful job by including everybody in the city, and this is what it's all about. And I thank you for what you're doing for all people, for education, for housing. It's really important, the job you do. They don't get the thanks they deserve. They work their butts off. She's always on the road, they're always busy. My wife's the same way as a leader. I barely see her, right? And this is okay. That's why I have to do a lot of this work for her. But I thank you, brother, for allowing me to come and be a little part of your beautiful day. we talk all the time, and he always tells me I got people from all over the world that come and support me and walk with me. This is because the human being you are, this is what you do. They draw to you, man. You're a cool guy. Have a beautiful day. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. We will now move into the Ardas led by Gurmit Singh Taliwal. Gurmit Singh is a business management student at SFU with a strong passion for financial literacy, Sikh history, government relations. His unique journey includes serving as non-partisan staff at the House of Commons, where he gained first-hand insight into Canadian democracy. May I ask everyone to also just turn your phones on mute?
I am so grateful to have this opportunity to do Ardas in first Punjabi, then English, and then I'll be ending with French. I humbly request that everyone to stand up, fold their hands, and close your eyes. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Ek Omkar Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh, Sri Bhagavati Ji Sahaye, Var Sri Bhagavati Ji Ki Paatsahi Dasmi, Pratham Bhagavati Simir Ka Guru Nanak Leit Aaye, Fir Angad Gurte Amardas Ramdase Hoye Sahaye, Arjan Har Gobind No, Simro Sri Har Raye, Sri Har Krishna Tyaya, Jis Dithe Sab Dukh Jaye, Teg Bahadur Simriya, Karnaun Rave Thaye, Sab Thai Hoye Sahaye, Dasवें पासा श्री गुरु गोबिंद सिंह साहिब जी सब थाई होए सहाय दसां पासाहियां दी जोत श्री गुरु ग्रंथ साहिब जी दे पाठ दीदार दा ध्यान करके बोलो जी वाहिगुरु। हे अकाल पुरख जीओ, आप जी दी किरपा नाल गुरु नानक इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ ग्लोबल स्टडीज ਵੱਲੋਂ 2 ਦਿਨਾਂ ਚੌਥਾ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਸਿੱਖ ਰਿਸਰਚ ਸਮਿਟ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ। ਆਪ ਜੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਨੀ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਦੀ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਤੇ ਚੱਲ ਸਕੀਏ। हे सतगुरु जीओ, आप आगे बख्शो। नानक नाम चढ़दी कला तेरे पाने सरबत्ता भला। वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा, वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह। बोले सोनिहाल। O Almighty Vaheguru Ji, grant us the grace to serve you with unwavering faith. We honor the internal teachings of truth, compassion, and humility passed down through our gurus and enlightened souls. May we be inspired by their strength, wisdom, and selflessness, embodying love and courage in our actions. Through your grace, we gather for the 4th International Sikh Research Summit, a global congregation of scholars, academics, professionals, and the broader community. We are united by shared commitment to learn and growth. Each of us a vital part of this collective journey. May this gathering be blessed with success, and may we all uphold the values of integrity and service. May all who come seeking guidance find peace and fulfillment. Let the spirit of resilience and optimism uplift us, and may your will bring harmony and well-being to collective. May your harmony and well-being to all of humanity. May we as individuals and as a collective be instruments of positive change, guided by your wisdom and compassion. Let us strive to create a world filled with understanding and unity. Each of us has a vital role to play, and together we can make a significant difference. Ô tout puissant Vaheguru Ji, accorde-nous la grâce de te servir avec une foi inébranlable. Nous honorons les enseignants en temps de vérité, de compassion et d'humilité transmis par nos gurus. Puissons-nous être inspirés par leur force, leur sagesse et leur altruisme, incarner l'amour et la courage dans nos actions. Par ta grâce, nous nous réunissons pour le 4e sommet international de recherche sikh, un ensemble mondial de chercheurs, professionnels et de la communauté, unis par un engagement envers l'apprentissage et la croissance. Que ce sommet soit béni du succès et préservant les valeurs d'intégrité et de service. Que tous ceux qui viennent chercher des conseils trouvent paix. que l'esprit de résilience et d'optimisme nous élève et que ta volonté apporte harmonie et bien-être à l'humanité. Puissons-nous individuellement et collectivement être des instruments de changement positif, guidés par ta sagesse et ta compassion. Créons un monde de compréhension et d'unité. Sachant qu'ensemble, nous pouvons faire une différence significative. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Bole Sonihal. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Thank you. We will now hear messages from our leaders, beginning with a message from the Prime Minister of Canada. It is with great honor I send my warmest greetings to everyone at the Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies International Sikh Research Summit 2025. Sikh Canadians make a significant contribution to Canada from coast to coast to coast. They create more vibrancy in our diversity, enrich our cultural fabric, and truly form a valued part of our nation. This event is an opportunity to appreciate your remarkable community and to honor your past. It is a storied past, the past that stretches since your first arrivals in 1897 and continues until today, where you seek here to build inclusive and knowledge-driven institutions for future generations. This is indeed an important effort and reflects the Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies' overall work to promote a cross-cultural cooperation, understanding, and acceptance. I would like to thank today the organizers for their efforts to put this important event together, and in each and every one of you here for your participation. In addition to your presence, promoting inclusivity, it also helps celebrate and strengthen the incredible Sikh spirit, traditions, and community we have here in Canada. Please accept my very best wishes for a memorable event. Okay, with that, we'd like to move on and introduce our next speaker. It's my pleasure to welcome the Honourable Mayor Brenda Locke of the City of Surrey.
Well, good morning, everyone. It is truly a pleasure for me to be here today. That's what you're going to do. It's something that happens every single time I'm at a mic. It's truly a pleasure for me to be here today to welcome you, first of all, to Surrey City Hall. This is the people's place, so this is the right place for you all to be. But it's truly a pleasure to welcome again the International Sikh Research Summit to be here in Surrey. You know, this conference brings together scholars, researchers, community leaders, and students from all around the world. And events like this remind us that inclusion, diversity, and knowledge are the foundation of a very healthy and vibrant city. Almost 4 decades ago, the then Prime Minister Trudeau said that Canada will be a mosaic of cultures, one where we share in those amazing gifts of music, of dance, history, of tradition. That is the gift of Canada. And in Surrey, our diversity is our strength, there's no doubt about that. And our future depends on working together to build a community where everyone belongs. Our city is a much better place because of the kindness and the generosity of the Sikh community in Surrey. Maybe today this whole world could use a little more Surrey right now. Nearly 45% of our residents were born outside of Canada, making our city a living example of diversity in action. I really want to recognize the Guru Nanak Institute for the leadership that you have taken in education and research. This gathering shows we can achieve what we can achieve when we share in that knowledge. Diversity in Surrey is really something, when we say it is something that is our strength, we truly do mean it. It has made such a difference to Surrey. And I want to tell you that from the very bottom of my heart, the Sikh community has made Surrey an amazingly better place. Your gift of seva alone, which has been amazing to Surrey and continues to, has lifted this city like nothing else. So I personally want to thank the Sikh community for that. And I want to thank you all. I want to certainly thank the organizers today. I want to thank Jen. We have known each other for way too long. We won't count the days. It's got to be 3 decades, Jen. I want to thank you all for everything you do. I want to thank you for continuing to bring your traditions, your history, everything about the Sikh community, and remind your children about it. It's so, so very important that we all live our truth. So with that, I just want to tell you to have a really great day. I wish I had some jokes for you, because it's always better to start the morning with a couple of laughs. But I know you're going to have a wonderful time and just absorb the day. Have a great day, everybody.
Okay, thank you, Brenda. It's our pleasure now to invite and hear from the Honorable Jessie Sunner, Minister of Post-Secondary Education and Future Skills.
Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to start by acknowledging that today we are gathered on the traditional, unceded territories of the Coast Salish peoples, including the Kwantlen, Katsi, Samiamu, and Tawasin First Nations. And I want to thank Kevin Kelly for starting us off in such a good way this morning. It's really important to ground ourselves in where we are as we start this day off today. I want to thank the Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies in Gyanji for bringing together scholars, students, and researchers from around, not just the province, but the country and the world, for today's 4th Annual International Sikh Research Summit. This year's theme is Honoring the Past, Empowering the Future. And it reflects exactly what we are doing in BC, respecting the foundations of our communities while making sure that the next generation can thrive in a rapidly changing world. Sikh history teaches us that education is not merely about acquiring knowledge, but about cultivating wisdom, service, and resilience. It is about taking in the lessons of our Gurujis and envisioning a society that is rooted in justice, courage, and learning, while understanding that knowledge is never static and it has the power to transfer individuals and our larger communities. Empowering the future means carrying those lessons forward, and that is something that we endeavor to do in our ministry every single day. As this means that ensuring that we are making post-secondary education more accessible and more affordable by eliminating interest on BC student loans, introducing access grants, and doubling student loan maximums so more students can access education throughout our province. It also means investing in internships, graduate scholarships, and work-integrated learning programs, and expanding student housing across the province. Just recently, we launched a new student housing at BCIT of 469 new student housing spaces. And just yesterday, I was in Courtenay, where we opened 217 new student housing beds at North Island College. And it's so important that we're doing this because we know that housing is a big part of the student experience. When you know that you have safe, on-campus, secure on-campus housing, parents can be more comfortable leaving their students knowing they're off and going off to school, and students can get the educational experience that they need without worrying about where they're going to live and how they're going to afford that. To us, this also means increasing training opportunities for high-demand areas, like recent expansions in our nurse practitioner program, which here at UBC in Surrey, at UVic, as well as UNBC, as well as investing over $480 million in skills training as we make strategic investments to support workforce development, remove barriers, and make more inclusive opportunities for people of all backgrounds, no matter where they come from, to have a good life here and get the education that they need. We know that there are so many opportunities, especially as we look at the world around us. There's so much going on and the world is ever changing. And it's important for institutions across our province, including the Guru Nanak Institute, to make sure that we are preparing our students for the future that we are going into. And I really do commend GNI for doing that work, along with post-secondary institutions around our province, to make sure we are well placed to face the challenges that will come and the opportunities that will come with the ever-changing landscape. Before I close, Premier David Eby also sent his message, and I want to share that message with all of you as well. From Premier Eby: as Premier of British Columbia, I am pleased to extend my warmest greetings to everyone attending the 4th International Sikh Research Summit, hosted by the Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies. This 2-day summit provides a platform for scholars, students, and community leaders to explore the richness of Sikh identity, faith, and philosophy. This is an invaluable opportunity for attendees to network with global peers, exchange ideas, and learn about the latest academic research from Sikh experts in a variety of fields. This year's theme, Honoring the Past and Empowering the Future, reflects the enduring legacy of Sikh Canadians. Since Canada's first Gurdwara opened in Vancouver more than a century ago, Sikh community has helped shape the province we know and love. BC is now home to one of the world's largest Sikh populations outside of Punjab, and Sikh Canadians continue to lead and innovate across so many sectors. Guided by the Sikh values of justice, equality, and service to others, I know Sikhs will play a vital role in building a better, more inclusive future for generations to come. Thank you to the Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies for supporting the next generation of Sikh leaders. With a diverse lineup of thought-provoking topics, I have no doubt that attendees will leave feeling empowered and inspired. Please accept my best wishes for a productive summit. I just want to, on behalf of myself, say thank you again for inviting me. It's wonderful to be here. I've attended in the past, and it's so wonderful to be back. So let us honor the past by remembering the sacrifices and visions that brought us here today, and let us empower the future by giving today's learners skills and training that they need to lead and succeed in a changing world. By investing in education and workforce training, we will continue to build a stronger British Columbia together. Thank you. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
You're wondering what we're giving instead of. Thank you.
To set the academic stage for our summit, we now invite Dr. Satpal Singh, Summit Academic Co-Chair. Dr. Singh is a Professor Emeritus at the Medicine and Biomedical Sciences at the State University of New York at Buffalo. His research has also focused on neurodegenerative diseases and has long been a global leader in the interfaith harmony, including developing a prayer alongside Pope Francis. Dr. Singh is a survivor of the 1984 Sikh genocide and a dedicated advocate for peace, scholarship, and community.
Thank you very much. Good morning and Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਮੇਰਾ ਖਿਆਲ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇੱਥੇ 50 ਬੰਦੇ ਤੇ ਹੋਣੇ ਆ ਤੇ 50 ਟਾਈਮਸ 1.25 ਲੱਖ ਆਵਾਜ਼ ਜ਼ਰਾ ਬੁਲੰਦ ਹੋਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। I would like to welcome all of you on behalf of Guru Nanak Institute for coming here and sharing this your time for this important two-day summit that we have here. And before we start, I have a few thanks to give. And first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Baljit Singh, a co-chair, an academic co-chair of this summit, Aman Singh Hundal, who is here, our MC, and Nisha Hodi, who, despite being buried deep beyond her head into her own communication business, spent a lot of time in steering and guiding and actually conducting all the logistics for this program. We would, in these 2 days, discuss a lot of things about our rich past heritage and also discuss pathways for shaping our future. And as you can imagine, these things don't happen overnight and they take a lot of effort from a lot of dedicated people. And these things need leadership and guidance. And I would like to extend very heartfelt thanks to Sir Gyan Singh Sandhu, Dr. Kamaljeet Kaur Sidhu, for their leadership and guidance, not only during these few months of organizing this summit, but beyond that for many years in envisioning and setting up Guru Nanak Institute and all that is done by here. Before I leave, I would also like to thank the real engine of progress and everything that happens here. That is our youth. And that's what we have to invest everything that we do for shaping our future. So thanks to all of them and also to everybody else who has been participating in guiding these things. Sir Gyan Singh has often said that we have made a lot of progress since the days of Guru Nanak Jahaz. No doubt we have, and we have to venture onto newer frontiers, and Guru Nanak Institute and other institutions like this are going to play a very seminal role in all these things. So thank you very much. Particular thanks to all of you, both who are present here in person and those who are joining us online. And we look forward to these 2 days in great excitement, and let us begin the journey. Thank you very much. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Yeah, we want to recognize also those that are participating online from across Canada, the US, and overseas. So thank you so much for joining us. We will start now with our first presentation. Our first keynote speaker is Dr. Maninder Kaur Aluwala, Professor and Chair of the Department of Counseling at Mount St. Clair University. She is an award-winning scholar and a leader who work bridges intersecting identities, anti-racism, and social justice. She is also the co-author of foundational books on social action for counselors and helping professionals. This keynote presentation will trace her journey of owning her Sikhi, her scholarship in mental health and social justice, and her call for us all to reflect on our values, our people, and our life's work.
Yeah, I think we can take the picture off. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. For me, this keynote is an opportunity to share the ways in which the personal has informed the professional. As many of us grew up hearing stories of Sikh history in our families, we realize stories play such an important role in our culture. I'm going to share a story of my journey to owning my Sikhi and becoming a scholar who studies and works towards the promotion of mental health, anti-racism, and social justice. Though I'll try to tell this story in a chronological way, some of it might be circular sometimes. Everything I tell you, even the things that may seem random and unconnected, played an important role in the person that I've become and the scholar I've become. I invite you to listen for aspects that you think have shaped my work. Each time one tells a story, it will be different. That's the power behind therapy and counseling. Even how I understand my own story has changed at each age and stage. Life teaches us lessons along the way, and if we're lucky, we learn them. In sharing my own narrative, my goal is to get us all to reflect further on what our core values are, who our core people are, and how we see our life's work. So as I take you on a journey of my life's work, I will begin by sharing my positionality, who I am and why that matters. More specifically, I'll speak about the formation and ever-changing nature of my intersecting identities through the addressing model by Pamela Hayes, and discuss how cultural context has shaped my understanding of these identities. I will share how my personal roles have shaped my professional journey, as the personal is professional. I'm a daughter, a sibling, an aunt, a fiancée, and a community member. Alongside this, I'll share my path to become a counselor, a psychologist, a professor, and finally, the chair of my department. I'll touch on the importance of elders, ancestors, and history in shaping me and my commitment to fighting injustice. And I'll end the presentation with an outline of the S-Squad model, which guides me to continue to engage in social action and provides a framework for others to do the same. In 2007, some colleagues and I wrote an article entitled, "The Pond You Fish In Determines the Fish You Catch," exploring strategies for qualitative data collection. In this article, we suggest that the identities and context of a situation shapes the outcome. While today we don't think of this as a particularly profound idea, when we wrote it for an academic audience, it was novel. I was raised thinking a great researcher was one who was objective. What I learned in my training and my life is that objectivity is actually impossible for humans to achieve. We are subjective creatures. For me, this proverb has shaped my way of thinking in every area of my life. So first, I'll discuss my identities and context at some length. Though I use it for research and community engagement, the addressing framework is a practitioner-oriented approach to therapy that conceptualizes multicultural work in two broad categories. The first category of personal work involves introspection, self-exploration, and understanding of cultural influences on one's own belief and worldview. The second category of interpersonal work focuses on learning from and about other cultures, which usually involves interaction with people. It asks the practitioner to consider ways in which one's identities are dominant and privileged, or non-dominant and oppressed. And the reason this is important is often our oppressed identities are the ones that are most visible to us, whereas our dominant or privileged identities are the ones that are invisible. We don't even see them. So I'm in a dominant age bracket of 54. I have disabilities, I have migraines and vertigo, but I also have disabilities that I can kind of live with pretty easily. I'm Sikh as my religion. My ethnicity is Indian, South Asian, Asian. My socioeconomic status is upper middle class. My sexual orientation is heterosexual. My indigenous heritage, I don't have any indigenous heritage to the United States. And my national origin is the US, born and raised. Finally, my gender is cisgender, daughter, sister, partner, auntie. So in addition to these identities, it's important to think about the interplay with context. My context has predominantly been the United States. So context includes interactions with individuals from Pearl River, New York City, Berkeley, California, India, at school, home, Gurdwara, work, the salsa scene in New York City. You can see some of those identities emerge as I tell my story. As I like to tell the tale, I was born the fourth child and the only daughter to my Sikh Indian immigrant parents, Daljit Singh and Devinder Kaur Ahluwalia. I was born in New York City and my mom prayed that she'd have a girl, so my dad nicknamed me as Jackpot. I was spoiled in a way one is when they're loved and cared for. I was their princess warrior core. As also the last kid, I was the beneficiary of my middle-class Indian immigrant parents being a little bit more settled and a little bit more financially secure by the time I came along. My dad was a math professor, my mom an artist. We lived in Pearl River. Pearl River is a beautiful suburb of New York City with a large Irish Catholic and Italian Catholic community. I, however, found it stifling. When I went to New York City to work with my dad, I felt like I could breathe. My dad taught me how to be good in schools and always do your best. Our joke in the family, and some of you might identify, is when you come home with a 97, he would ask, what happened to the other 3 points? So I learned to do well in school. I learned to do especially well in math. I wanted to get a job at the mall like my friends, but my dad said, you can only work or volunteer in an academically rooted area. So I was really good at math, so I tutored math. I loved psychology, so I volunteered at the Children's Psychiatric Center. I learned my social skills from my dad. In those days, he had a personality that was larger than life and always the life of the party. He was clear that to succeed, we needed to only speak English really well. My mom was having none of it. My mom was strict, like Indian immigrant mom strict. But in my case, it paid off. My mom taught me you have to have a love of reading, of the arts, of Shabad, of Gurbani. You have to be empathic and caring. Her phrase was Punjabi Bolo Ji. She wrote it on little strips of cardboard that separated the big boxes of tea bags. I don't know if some of you remember those. And she would hang them all over the kitchen. So we spoke both Punjabi at home and English at home. She would do a version of Sikh camp every summer in the mornings for us 4 kids, where we had to do 5 Shabads with harmonium. At least one had to be new. A number of pages of Path from a Poti, and a page of diary in Punjabi, where I would mostly complain about my brothers. Then we could do whatever we wanted with the rest of the day. I learned so much from her that it's almost invisible to me. As the only 2 girls in the family, we were close in a way I still have a hard time of describing. My mom was super brave. There are so many stories I could tell you. I remember when she wrote in an American baby book that asked, who's my godfather? She wrote Guru Gobind Singh. And I asked her why. I said, that's not my godfather. Like, Catholics have godfathers. She said, we don't have godfathers in Sikhis, but we are all daughters of our gurus, and you are a daughter of Guru Gobind Singh Ji. And from that, along with the stories of the men and women in Sikh history, I learned I needed to care for others and fight for others. Our Dadaji and Dadiji, Papaji and Paboji, lived with us when I was a child, and I exposed her to mental health issues early. My grandmother was diagnosed with mania in India, and my grandfather, Alzheimer's. My older brother in particular was a caregiver to my grandfather, though he himself was about a child of 14. I, on the other hand, grew up in a really carefree way. I played violin from the age of 8 to 18, going to music school all Saturday. We went to Gurdwara on Sundays, and I learned lots of Shabads and learned to do Path from my mom. My dad would do Prakash in the morning, my mom would do Sukhasan at night. I grew up around my aunties and cousins and uncles. We were rooted in family and community. I had a quote-unquote Indian identity, I guess, but in reality it was Sikhism that created the foundation. What I learned later is I really didn't know much at all about being Indian. I was exposed to racism, ethnocentrism, and religious discrimination in Pearl River. Think for a minute of 1980s and Iran. No one knew who Sikhs were in our town, and terrorism was in the air. I was the brown girl with the long hair and the foreign name and the brothers who wore turbans. In elementary school, I was popular, playing ball on the blacktop with the boys and defending some of my meeker friends who happened to be girls. In middle school, in a game of dodgeball, I hit a very popular white girl. And the next day, no one spoke to me. And this went on for an entire school year. Middle school was kind of the worst years of my life, where I would come home and cry myself to sleep every night. I wished I was white. I would sometimes even be surprised when I was looking in the mirror and didn't see a white girl looking back. My parents didn't know any of this was happening at the time. So I thrived in school. I learned Spanish. I loved teaching math. I focused on psychology. I read lots and lots of books, academic books, autobiography books, novels, trashy novels. I had one goal, to leave Pearl River and never come back. I headed to New York City. My dad was a professor at NYU and then left for NJIT when I went to NYU for college. I felt at home in the city, but I first learned that maybe not so much. I learned at the first Indian club event that I wasn't the New York NYU Indian club type of Indian. I loved a good party, but I didn't drink, smoke, or use substances. Watching a young Sikh man tumble down the stairs drunk is still seared in my mind. And the Sikhs who weren't drunk always saw me as not Indian or Sikh enough. I was light-skinned and born in the US. I felt like an outsider to my own people. I was fortunate to have gone to college with my sensible, loving older cousin Avneet. Her friends became my friends, and alongside, I made friends of my own. She helped me hold on to my Sikhi while the world around me was not. My friends were Greek, Italian, Korean, Dominican, Puerto Rican. I went dancing, had fun, but studied hard to find my calling. Everyone thought it was law school because I loved to argue all the time, but it was my first love, psychology, that I ended up pursuing. I continued at NYU for a counseling master's and then a counseling psychology doctorate. During that time, I worked in substance abuse rehabilitation centers, college counseling centers, and Bellevue Hospital. I did my pre-doc counseling internship at UC Berkeley's Counseling Center, and that was my first foray into considering the relationship between mental health and social justice. I was trained to engage in individual and group therapy, of course, but soon realized that it wasn't enough. I learned from my mentor, Clady Davis III, that we had to get out of the office and had to be in the communities that we serve, and that we had to work on systems. I learned that counseling and therapy often helps people to cope with and adjust to sick systems, rather than what we needed to do, which is interrupt and overhaul these systems. I also met a fellow pre-doc intern, Rebecca Toporek, a white woman who always had social justice and sustainability on her mind. She's one of my closest and dearest friends, and we've worked together throughout the years. During my 20s, I put my focus on seva and mental health. I did my dissertation on Indian American women in their 20s and their self-ways. Yes, I was one of those people who did their dissertation on themselves. I dated in my college and graduate school years, secretly, as most Indians who date outside their faith and culture do. And then I met many Sikhs for matrimonial purposes, not services. I still felt like an outsider in the Sikh community. I felt like I knew nothing about what it meant to be Indian. I am what's termed racially ambiguous, and people almost never think I'm Indian when they see me. So I identified as a strong woman of color and surrounded myself with people of color. That felt right at the moment. I remember on a trip to India to meet a boy, my mom and I were sitting on a train together, and she told me about her experience of partition. She was 13 years old in 1947, and her family left her home in a hurry at night, knowing they would not return. There were her parents and her siblings and her. They could only take what they carry, and the Guru Granth Sahib was the most important object they took with them. This image stayed with me and explained everything about my parents' commitment to faith above all else. The one thing Sikh or Indianish I did when I moved to Berkeley was to go by my full name, Maninder Kaur Ahluwalia. Until then, for 30 years, I was Meena. Being Maninder changed how I saw the world because people treated me differently, maybe even foreign. But it was the first time, for me, I owned my Sikhi in a small way. I moved back to New York, and a week later, 9/11 happened. I was with my dad in his office as we watched the towers fall. We tried to call my mom to let her know we were okay, but the lines were jammed. In my gut, I felt sick, repeatedly thinking alternately, I can't believe this is happening to my New York. And oh my God, please don't let whoever did this wear a turban. Well, we all know how that went. I was a Sikh woman who was racially ambiguous, but all the men in my family wore turbans. There was no ambiguity there. There was a lot of misidentification, and I watched again and again as they were physically, psychologically targeted over and over again in very dangerous ways. I know Sikh women also experienced oppression at the time, but I did not. What I did know was that in my life, no man was left untouched. This was when my academic coming of age began. I became a professor in this climate. I was fortunate to have a former professor, mentor, and best friend help me become the academic I am today. Lisa Suzuki helped me reflect on my identity, my context, and expand my worldview. She taught me to lead with kindness and care and study what I'm most passionate about. When I felt paralyzed by the attacks on Sikhs, she encouraged me to study this issue. And study I did. I learned that I could help my community by informing the US mental health communities about Sikhs, our practices, our cultural ways of healing, and our experiences of oppression. I was able to start to manifest what I learned from my parents and the gurus about how to live in a time of injustice and fight for justice. I became a sort of expert, I guess, in multicultural counseling, and I consulted working on systems advocating to make them more just. I was tenured and promoted to associate professor. At my parents' place, I spoke Punjabi and English. Amongst my friends and work, I spoke English and Spanish. I danced bachata, salsa, merengue, bhangra every chance I got. In my 30s, I also had a major car accident. My parents cared for me as I recovered. My dad had a knee replacement, then a hip replacement. My mom had significant health issues, and I stayed with them as they recovered. I always knew I'd care for my parents when I got older, but mostly I knew it theoretically. In my 30s, I was transitioning into caring for them in bits and spurts, and it split my time. But the gift of knowing your parents when you're an adult is a different kind of incredible. My dad was a guide to my academic life, and I reconnected to Sikhi and understood myself more deeply through my mom. Did I mention dating? Yes, I was dating. I really enjoyed dating, and I felt terrible about it. How could I be a good Sikh when I was dating non-Sikhs? My sister-in-law, her Soinakor, helped me negotiate this time and never judged. I remember she told me no one decided what type of Sikh I was. Only I got to do that. My Sikhi was between me and my God. I'm imperfect, and that's okay. That gave me a kind of peace. So my 40s were a time of identity negotiation and context and expansion again. As my parents got older and illnesses arrived with a bang, I rushed to achieve all the milestones that I thought they would be proud of. Full professor, becoming a fellow of the American Psychological Association, co-authoring a book, writing about Sikhs, doing seva in the Sikh community. I entered my 40s happily single. I never wanted children of my own. I was ambitious and focused on my work and family. My nieces and nephews filled that gap and were growing up, and I was helping to raise them to varying degrees. Most people don't understand a woman's choice not to have children, but most women know the sacrifices and decision points that they have to make, whether they do or not. I met Henry when I was 42. He was the opposite of me in every way. Male, Dominican, immigrant, Christian raised, and working class. He was a father to 3 beautiful children. He's the calm to my explosiveness, the patience to my hurried nature, the kind to my brashness, the quiet to my loudness, the serious to my fun-loving, and observational to my action orientation. My parents knew from the first meeting that he was a good man, but they were also devastated that I was not going to marry a Sikh, and they didn't approve. They wanted me to end it. They tried to do the forced choice that happens so often in our community, him or them. Their fear was I would lose my Sikhi, and to them, Sikhi was everything. I understood their fear, and I was smart enough to know this was a life-changing decision for me, for my family, and especially for my parents. But I refused the ultimatum. I told them I wanted both, and that to ask me to choose was inhumane. I wanted them to have him join our family of 3, as my dad often called us. At the same time, my mom started to forget things. She got lost driving at night from art school where she taught. My dad and I started filling in her sentences and reminding her of things. I was so attuned to her needs that I could predict them. I became a part-time family caregiver, and I never framed it that way. But then I was living 5, 4, 3 days a week at my own apartment, and then 2, 3, 4 days a week staying at my parents' home. For the first time in my life, I was second to another's big needs. Sikhi was the grounding agent for my mom and my connection to my mom. And so it became a grounding agent for me. My parents started to see my commitment to Sikhi was unwavering and in fact might be growing during my relationship with Henry. In the year after meeting him, they slowly saw what I saw in him and came to love him. I was at my parents' home more and more, and he would frequently come to visit, falling into the rhythm of the household. My book got published, I was a solid professor, I did leadership in professional associations. My parents were loving and beloved, I had a solid partner. Life was good and there was nothing more I could ask for. But what I didn't mention, in my 40s, I also experienced depression and saw a therapist for 2 years. That depression lifted pretty quickly, but I also had a lot to process. It was super helpful. I mention this to remind us that just because life is good and we know it, doesn't mean that the clouds don't come. But as I said, life was good. And then COVID-19 hit. Watching the news, I remember hearing how elders were dying from exposure and should be protected. And so that March, I moved back in with them, thinking it might be a long month or 2 for them to be alone. We were going to celebrate my parents' 60th anniversary at the end of March. And along with everything else, that came to a screeching halt. Someone in the family had the idea that maybe we should have a weekly kirtan on Zoom with the 14 of us. And so it began, week after week, and lasted for 3 years. I believe it sustained us through this isolating time. We did Baath, Shabads, and there was some, off-the-fly katha from my sister-in-law and my niece Kiran. And then my dad chatted with his grandkids for another hour. During the pandemic, I had a lot of time to think critically. What stayed on my mind was that race matters, social class matters, and access to resources matter. And this kept me working on social justice matters, and kept me writing too. A month after the pandemic hit, I watched my mom have a mini stroke. So I called my doctor siblings. We were at that choice point. Do we take her to the hospital during the pandemic, or do we keep her at home and observe? We stayed home. I remember sleeping on the floor near their room for weeks after to hear if she stirred. I was terrified of something happening to her, of something happening to them. That first month, no one else came. I created Fort Knox around them. I shopped in the wee hours of the morning. The first month, so no one in or out without a mask. Everyone took a COVID test before they came over. The house was filled with shabads and bhat and old movies, Western and Indian. My mediocre Indian food, spaghetti and cookies. We took lots of walks and sat on the porch. My mom said, however, it reminded her of partition, that eerie quiet with a sense of foreboding. Schools closed, rationing of food. So I did my best to make it silly and fun for them. Henry would come to the house once a week, fix my car or something in the house, remain masked the entire time. He'd sit in another room, but close enough to see and interact with my parents. And I would make him food to take home. As months went by, he would sit with my mom and me during Rara Sahib. He didn't understand Punjabi. And then watch the news and politics with my dad. My parents enjoyed his easy company. He'd bring flowers for my mom and pineapples for my dad. He brought mangoes once, and my dad said, don't ever do that again. You know Indians and mangoes. They'd have to be just right. For the next 4 years, Henry and I barely saw each other alone, but we forged an unbreakable bond. He was with me and my parents in the hardest times. And though it took a toll on us, it was the greatest gift he could ever give me. I turned 50 during the pandemic on my 50th birthday. It was at home. It was Henry, Harsoina, my brother Jasjeet, and my parents and I. Henry proposed in front of my parents. He got on one knee and the whole thing. He asked my dad and mom for permission, I heard, which both infuriated me and comforted me. You know, I am a feminist, but I also know how things are done in my culture and his. We wanted and needed their blessings, and they gave them. My sister-in-law took us all up to Babaji's room, and we did ardas. It was, in a way, roka. I got in a rhythm during the pandemic, working remotely for a year or so. My dad would make me and my mom lunch, and at nights when I taught, he would bring dinner to my room, or otherwise known as my office. I made fun foods to keep their spirits up: aloo tikki, French fries, cake, pasta, saag paneer, and makki roti. My dad, who is surprisingly social, thrived in a way. He loved having me and Ma home. We would discuss everything and do everything together. And then a year into the pandemic, Dad started to have trouble sleeping. Everyone thought it was the isolation of the pandemic that was catching up with them. So Dad did what he always did. He would wake up Mom. I had to explain to him that he couldn't do that anymore. He should wake me up instead. And so he did. 3 times a night, I'd wake up with him with what was later diagnosed as anxiety and depression. I would do the same shabad again and again. So Satguru Pyara mere naal hai. He saw a therapist and a Sikh psychiatrist. It seemed to help initially because the psychiatrist integrated culturally relevant interventions, Paat and shabads, and a schedule for the day that started with Prakash. But then all of a sudden it stopped working. Even with the meds, something has changed. He was forgetting things. But that could be with depression, right? He became moody and volatile and refusing to come to dinner. I knew something else was going on, and the neurologist confirmed my worst fear. He too had dementia. I was now a caregiver for 2 parents with 2 different types of dementia. I needed help, and my brothers and sister-in-law were always there. They all lived far away, California, Rhode Island, New Jersey, but they were there. I started to go to university twice a week, and I was the co-director of our master's program, and I was treading water. When I was first back at school, my dad would make lunch for my mom. Within a month, I was making lunch in the morning, packing it in the fridge with a Post-it with instructions. Then my dad would get frustrated and angry because he couldn't figure out how to heat it up. Then I knew we had to hire someone. So we hired a white American woman who was kind, but a little bit limited in her ability and her knowledge of Sikhi, of course. My mom didn't fully trust her either. Though it was only 2 or 3 days a week, this was not going to work. We found a Ukrainian woman who was good, and she's still with us. But soon enough, we needed even more help, and we needed something different. My mom was losing her English, as happens with dementia, and my Tutti Paji Punjabi with my American accent was not good enough anymore. She didn't always understand me. After a few other attempts, I understood we need Punjabi Sikhs in the house. We founded these amazing women, Jyoti and Rita, bottom left, who did seva in Gurdwara and were recent immigrants from Patiala and Gurdaspur. They cared for our parents the way they cared for their children, their parents, and their grandparents. Though they didn't have medical knowledge, their cultural caregiving knowledge was invaluable. Shabads, Gurbani, Makki Roti, Saag. I know I talk about Makki Roti and Saag a lot. Parantas, Punjabi, everything. Though this was and is a job for them, it was also clearly seva. My mom entered end-stage dementia, and when my mom became nonverbal, the Punjabi that flowed from Jyoti and Rita kept my mom's voice alive. My dad's dementia progressed as he watched his voti get sicker. My brothers and sister-in-laws and I were always just ahead of the curve, but it was catching up with us. At this point, we now have 2 professional caregivers at the time and 1 family member present. They say dementia is the long goodbye, and I realized what was coming. I needed to enter grief counseling, and that had helped me navigate what had been a very isolating road. My mom passed away October 19th, 2024, and as in life, she was surrounded by her children and grandchildren, singing Shabads and doing Bhat. I know she's at peace, but she left me behind. Who am I without my mom? I'm still struggling with an answer. I initially turned away from Sikhi for a time, and I grieved because it was just too painful to think about it. My dad, who was now without his wife, spiraled quickly into advanced dementia, and I needed my Sikhi to help him. So I returned to embracing it and being embraced by it. The day before my mom passed away, I had to make a decision whether to put my name up for department chair. Like I said, I was treading water at work, and it seemed unfathomable to take on something new. But my dad was a department chair before, and he taught me that service and leadership was important. It is what he would want me to do. So now my siblings and nieces and nephews all take care of my dad as a team. I'm the chair of an academic department, and I oversee a community clinic that is focusing on counseling individuals from under-resourced communities and engaging Black and Brown communities in the community. At 54, I'm still grieving the loss of my mom and caring for my dad, as I grieve the loss of aspects or versions of him that I had before. But this time with him is priceless. So when I'm with him, I stay with him in the moment. I'm finding my way back to my career, relationship, and my calling. You might still wondering why I'm telling you this long and winding and sometimes boring story. I would argue I would not be the professional I am today had I not been on this particular journey. I encourage each of you to consider the small and big ways your journey shaped you. I am finding myself, including what Sikhi means to me, and I am focused on social justice and community service. So this is the model that Rebecca and I came up with. It's called the S-Quad model for social action. And it's got 4 components: strengths, assets, and resources, sustainability, solidarity, and strategy. Wow, I cannot read it from here. So, can you all hear me okay? Yes. You're going to be able to read that? Accessibility? Thank you so much. So we came up with this model of the S-Quad because at the time, people wanted to do something. This was about 4 years ago or so, or 5 years ago. People wanted to do something and they often didn't know how to do it. They didn't know how to start engagement with social justice action. And so first we said, hey, why don't you think about your strengths? What we hold and bring in terms of skills, knowledge, resources, as well as the access we have to those assets. So if you think about me, for example, if you heard my story, you could heard I could kind of sort of cook Indian food. That's a strength and asset. I can make really good cupcakes. I speak Spanish, I speak Punjabi, I have a PhD in counseling psychology. I have some knowledge about the subway system in New York City. I know how to get around, and I can tell you the best restaurant. Those are strengths and assets. Resources, I'm middle, upper middle class, that's a resource. I don't have to think about money when I do things. So what are the strengths of your ancestors and elders that can flow through you? What strengths, assets, and resources can be of service and needed in social action? And then strategy. So you have all these strengths and resources, but now how do you put them into action? Strategy is actions at individual, organizational, and structural levels, public displays of resistance, communicating with power holders, community organizing, communicating through media, creative displays of resistance. Oftentimes you think about things like protests, that's the most obvious one, but people writing an op-ed, people holding a conference such as this. What have you learned from your ancestors and elders about strategies for change? What are the possible benefits and consequences of different strategies for you, for the community most affected? And then solidarity. Solidarity is honoring relationships and sustaining community, respecting, supporting, and understanding others, finding strength in numbers, seeking support and camaraderie to help sustain you. We can't do this alone, and I think this room is a testament to that. If you want change, if you want development, progress, betterment of society, you have to join with others to do it. Others like yourself, and those maybe not so much like yourself. What have you learned from your ancestors and elders about being in the community? What does solidarity look like for the community or communities most directly connected with your social action? And then finally, sustainability, which is super important. Sustainability is your well-being, your head, your heart, your mind, your body, your spirit, and collective well-being. So when you think of sustainability, you want to think of how do you take care of yourself? You know, get enough sleep, make sure you're eating 3 meals a day, that whole thing, exercise. So that's a part of sustainability, but sustainability also has to be sustainability of community. For example, here in Surrey, you think about how do we take care of each other? And that helps to take care of ourselves. Because when I'm having a hard time, maybe you'll take care of me. And when you're having a hard time, maybe I'll take care of you. So sustainability is super important. And then the third piece of sustainability is sustainability of the cause. What are you fighting for? And I think sometimes we can think that we're the only ones who can do it. I can definitely buy into that. I'm the only person that can do X. Well, no, actually, that's dangerous. I'm not God. It's also, I'm gonna burn out. So sustainability is how do we keep that social action going forward? So training the next generation, working side by side, working with each other's strengths and having good strategy in place. That's sustainability. So what practices and traditions have helped maintain wellness or healing for your ancestors and elders? What have you learned about sustainability from your ancestors and elders? So that was the model. So what are my key takeaways? You're supposed to have those in keynotes, right? The personal is professional. Our work is shaped by our personal lives, and our personal lives are most definitely shaped by our work. Mental health challenges are normal and a part of all of our lives, and social justice is a Sikh way of life. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Finally, please maaf kar deo if I did anything that was offensive or disrespectful. That's my family up there, the way.
Excellent. Excellent, thank you. We've got time for question and answer, and we've got some mic runners as well, so.
I'll start. I can really resonate with the idea that you are the person. Like, you are the person that everyone goes to. So in family, in life, and finding ways to be able to say, like, yes, I can do that, and I also am sure you can do that. And trying to be okay with saying, like, someone else can do it and letting it go. But I really, maybe this isn't a question, but what I'll say is that when I got married and moved out of the house, and I'd lived alone. I'd lived out of the house for many years and come back. But when I left, I really had to let go, and I had to get my parents to let go, that I wouldn't be the first phone call, that I wouldn't always be. You know, my brother lives 2 minutes away, I'm 40 minutes away, it's different. I'm like, I'm sure that Raymond can help you. I'm sure that this can happen. And slowly getting everyone to shift, and also allowing myself to let go and have trust and faith in them, that my siblings are grown adults and very capable and have the same intentions I do, and that I can let that go. But it is a process, that is.
It is, and sometimes we think setting boundaries is a rude thing or disrespectful thing. It's actually respectful because we don't have to be the one to do everything. One is you'll burn out, right? But the second piece is that it includes everybody in the process, and it becomes more loving in the end, I hope.
Absolutely, I think our families and the way that we structure our families, we often tend to put a lot of, stereotypical roles on different people, and then have a difficult time letting that go and having to change that structure. And it is a healthy thing to allow that to change here.
Dr. Maninder Kaur, my name is Ajit Singh Sahota from Brampton, Ontario. It's a beautiful story you have related, and we liked it very much. Very encouraging and educational for all of us, really. And it'll be really nice if you can put that thing in. You have already written stuff. It should be shared with us. We remember, share it with our children also. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the comments. I think all of our stories are beautiful, even with all the flaws and the challenges. And I think you're right. I think we need to hold on to these stories of this generation and the next.
Thank you very much for sharing your story. Most of us have story of one kind or the other, but we are inhibited by fears. How will the others react? And we keep very valuable lessons of our life to ourselves without being able to participate or contribute for the, call it, a wider betterment, and as well as wider learning, because unless we open up, we can't expect other people to open up. What would you say on that? Please, I'd like to hear your comments.
I agree with you 100%. I will be honest, I didn't sleep last night. And I think in part because this is the most personal speech I've ever given in front of Sikhs about my life. And so, I think about what would my mom say about this speech? What would my dad say? I read him parts of it before I came. But there's so much, I think, sharm we carry. There's a good part of sharm, which is, I think that sometimes I joke that my niece and nephews haven't learned this concept, which is respect for elders and things like that I think is sharm. But I think there's so much shame that we have about things that are actually normal parts of life, healthy parts of life. And some of them are even mistakes, but some of them are triumphs. But we hold that shame and then we don't share them. And then we self-isolate, and other people then isolate us. So I do think it becomes this vicious circle. I think there's a room in the Sikh community and in Sikhi for all of us. And I think the more expansive we are, the more loving and the more true we are to what the gurus really wanted for us. I don't know if that answered your question.
Dr. Aluwalia? Way at the back here.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you for your vulnerability. We have a lot of professional women in this group who may be single, mothers, daughters, and a lot of other relationships that are really valuable. And often it's really difficult to navigate all of those different relationships, and I think the keynote that you've given has really highlighted for us that it can be done. So thank you for that. We also have a lot of young people here today who are high school and university students. What guidance would you give them with regard to how they can navigate all of this as they see their future ahead of themselves? Thank you.
I think that's a great question. I don't have great answers. I'm sure the next generation actually has more answers than I do. But as I watch them and learn them, I watch a strength in them that maybe we didn't have growing up. I watch this next generation. So I'm a children of immigrants. I watch the children of me who are living now, right? I'm not a mother, but our children. And there's a kind of strength and a force inside of them. And I think if they harness that force, if they allow themselves to own it, that'll be a really profound thing, because they have an important voice. They see things we don't see, and they experience things that we don't experience. I also think that one of the most important things is to give yourself grace. And that's what I would say also to the young people is give yourself grace, give your parents grace, give your grandparents grace, give the community grace. Because grace is where true humanity lives, right? So if we allow ourselves to be imperfect, to make mistakes, I think that's the best answer I can give.
Hello. Can I ask? मेरा क्वेश्चन सीगा इकोनॉमिक सस्टेनेबिलिटी का भी ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਡਿਫਰੈਂਟ ਚੈਲੰਜਸ ਸੀ ਹੁਣ ਡਿਫਰੈਂਟ ਚੈਲੰਜਸ ਆ ਹੁਣ AI AGI ASI ਆ ਰਿਹਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਮਨ ਕਰੋਗੇ? ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਕਨੋਮਿਕ ਸਸਟੇਨੇਬਿਲਿਟੀ ਨਾ ਹੋਣ ਕਰਕੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਤੋਂ ਲੋਕ ਮੂਵ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀਗੇ, ਹੁਣ ਵੀ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਬਾਹਰ ਵੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਦੇਸ਼ਾਂ 'ਚ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਇੱਥੇ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਯੰਗ ਜਨਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਉਹ AI, AGI, ASI ਤੋਂ ਘਬਰਾ ਰਹੀ ਆ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਡਿਸਕ੍ਰਾਈਬ ਕਰੋਗੇ ਵੀ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਉਹ ਬਿਹਤਰ ਆਪਣਾ ਜੀਵਨ ਕਰ ਲੈਣ ਇਕਨੋਮਿਕ ਸਸਟੇਨੇਬਿਲਿਟੀ ਦਾ?
I wish I had a great answer for that. But what I will say is Sikhs have always been very adaptive. That's our strength, right? So if you keep the core of Sikhi inside of you, I think you'll adapt. So what does that mean? Like, I'm a professor, 54, I'm pretty old school now. Like, you know, I'm the person that, like, my students have to help me with technology. But what I'm also learning is that AI can replace my job in some ways. And that's scary. Right? So I can either be like, okay, so AI is gonna, you know, my students are gonna write their papers using AI. If I pretend that's not gonna happen, then I'm living in a hole and I'm not doing anybody any help. But if I understand that my students are going to use AI, then I'm going to get them to learn how to critically think while they're also using AI, right? Like my generation, we grew up critically thinking, then used technology. This generation is using AI at times in absence of critical thinking. And so I think that's our job, is to really have our next generation and even ourselves to critically think about how AI, how technology and sustainability issues, how all that fits in our lives and our work. So I know that's not a great answer, but I could do.
Dr. Aluwalia, thank you so much for your talk. It's so inspiring. I'll be speaking later this afternoon, and there's so much resonance that I can sense already, so big thanks to you. I'm really curious how Sikhi shows up for you in your teaching in the academy and how you speak of it, say, with your colleagues or students and beyond in your day-to-day.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sikhi is a huge part of who I am as an academic, so it does come in the room all the time. I have been very fortunate to have Sikh students. So I had a Sikh doctoral student who has graduated a few years ago, Dr. Raman Mohabir. She'll be speaking tomorrow, I believe. And so for me, even when they're not Sikh students, right, you're bringing Sikhi in the room through the lessons of Sikhi, right, through the humanity, through the empathy, through the respect of all people, through the desire to fully understand people, but also to teach people not to follow things blindly, right? Like that's how Sikhi shows up. And of course, in social justice, like I don't think I would be so rooted in the desire to do justice if I was not a Sikh. That doesn't mean people who are not Sikhs don't do it better than me, but I think that's where I got it from. And I think I bring that to the room as much as possible. Yeah.
Big thanks. So shifting over to our next presentation, from lived experience to institutional vision, our next presentation is from Gyan Singh, President and CEO of Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies. He is a respected author, strategist, and a leader recognized with the Order of British Columbia for his contributions to business and community life. In this talk, Mr. Sandhu will share the transformative journey of the Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies as it advances towards becoming the first Sikh university in Canada. Welcome.
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ ਜੀ। ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਚਾਹਨਾ ਕਿ ਮਨਿੰਦਰ ਕੌਰ ਲਈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਪਰਸਨਲ ਹਿਸਟਰੀ ਦੇ ਥਰੂ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਗਈ, ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਫਿਰ ਤਾੜੀਆਂ ਨਾਲ ਸਵਾਗਤ ਕਰੀਏ। ਮੈਂ ਨੋਟ ਲਿਖਣੇ ਭੁੱਲ ਜਾਣਾ, ਤੇ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ ਕਿ ਬਗੈਰ ਨੋਟ ਤੇ ਬੋਲਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ। ਟਾਈਟਲ ਦੇਖ ਲਾਂਗਾ ਜੇ ਮੈਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਿਆ ਤਾਂ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ। ਸਿਆਣਾ ਬੰਦਾ ਯਾਰ ਉੱਤੇ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਨੂੰ ਸਾਹ ਚੜ੍ਹ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਸਮਾਂ। ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਇੰਸਟੀਚਿਊਟ ਆਫ ਗਲੋਬਲ ਸਟੱਡੀਜ਼ ਕੀ ਬੁਲਾਇਆ, ਇਹ ਮੈਂ ਅੱਜ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ। ਪਿਛਲੇ 4 ਸਾਲਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਵਿਦਵਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਆ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ। We've been listening to all the scholars for the past 4 years now. So I thought this time we'll probably give you some oversight who we are, what Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies is, what we have been doing for the past 3.5 years, and where we can take you, how you can participate actually to be part of Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies. ਆਪਾਂ ਸੁਭਾਵਿਕ ਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਸ ਧਰਤੀ ਤੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਹਾਂ ਆਦੀਵਾਸੀ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਕਰੀਏ ਤੇ as much as we thank them actually for giving us this opportunity to be on this land. ਮੈਂ ਕਦੇ ਕਲਾਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾਣਾ ਇੱਕ ਚੀਜ਼ ਤੇ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਜ਼ੋਰ ਦੇ ਦਿੰਦਾ, ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਹੀ ਇੱਕ ਦੇਸ਼ ਹੈ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦਾ ਸਤਿਕਾਰ ਇੰਨਾ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ. Every event starts actually thanking our indigenous folks, and thank you. And so I would like to convey my gratitude as well on behalf of Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies. Oh, I better move a little bit down here if it's okay with you guys. Yeah, because I don't have the notes. From vision to the to institution to the Guru Nanak University ਦੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਵਾਂਗਾ. ਔਰ ਸਾਡਾ vision ਬੜਾ simple ਹੈ ਜੀ. It's not that hard to understand. We founded it actually in 2021. So our vision is to establish a globally respected actually Sikh university grounded in Guru Nanak's values. We are a college approved by the province of British Columbia. So in that context, actually, we'll take you up to the next level when the time comes in. And I think you'll be able to see it actually through the work that we've been doing here. Our mission is very clear. As I said, we'll provide a service actually based upon Guru Nanak's actually philosophies and the education route are really in Sikhi. And don't ever confuse us that we are a Sikh institute as if we are only delivering the Sikhi courses. We do provide actually education in academia, most of academic courses, and I'll also take you through that part of it. Normally अपना ये process ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਜੀ ਤਕਰੀਬਨ 2 ਘੰਟੇ ਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ, ਪਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਟਾਈਮ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈਗਾ 25 ਮਿੰਟ ਦਾ. ਸੋ ਆਪਾਂ 25 ਮਿੰਟਾਂ 'ਚ ਫਿਨਿਸ਼ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ. So who we are, I'll take you through that. And why GNI was founded, I'll take you through that aspect of it as well. And the need for Sikh-centered academic institutions in the world and why there was a need. So I think when I look at it, we were inspired by Guru Nanak Sahib's message, no question about it. ਆਪਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਤਿੰਨ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਹਿ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਨਾਮ ਜਪਣਾ, ਵੰਡ ਛਕਣਾ ਤੇ ਕਿਰਤ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਆਪਾਂ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਪਰ ਕਿਰਤ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਓਕੇ, ਫਿਰ ਬਾਅਦ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਤੋਂ ਹੀ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਨਾਮ ਜਪਣਾ ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਤੋਂ ਫਿਰ ਵੰਡਣਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੁੰਦਾ. ਜਦ ਵੰਡਣਾ ਇਕੱਲੇ it's not only sharing your material wealth, it's also sharing your knowledge, sharing everything that you have it. And operates as if we're a non-profit. That's our distinctiveness actually. ਵਿਲੱਖਣਤਾ ਸਾਡੀ ਇਹ ਹੈ, ਅਸੀਂ ਗੈਰ ਮੁਨਾਫਾ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਉਸ ਗੈਰ ਮੁਨਾਫਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਘੱਟ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਦੇ ਨੇ. We are an approved charity as well within Canada. So our community driven ਹੈਗੀ and student focused ਹੈਗੀ. Our focus is not making money, our focus is education, education and education. About Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies ਮੈਂ step by step ਥੋੜਾ ਛੇਤੀ ਕਰ ਦਾਂਗਾ. ਅਸੀਂ ਰਜਿਸਟਰਡ ਚੈਰਿਟੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸੀ ਚੁੱਕਾ, ਸਰੀ ਵੇਸਟ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ. ਸਾਡਾ ਆਫਿਸ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ 76 ਤੇ 132 ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਆ. I think I asked you to visit us and see actually how professionally we try to run that institute. Okay, we are an academic teaching led by 27 professors we have actually working with us right now. And every professor that's teaching with us has to have a minimum PhD degree and 3 years expertise teaching actually in the given subject that they're teaching. So we're approved by the PTIV. PTIV is a branch of the Ministry of Post-Secondary Education that looks after the colleges and diplomas and certificate programs. When you move on to the degree program, it's actually another branch actually of the ministry that takes over, which looks at the degree granting, quality granting process actually that takes place. So our programs are both academics as well as cultural. So research is a big part of it. I'll take you through that part as well when I move on. This is our board, small board actually of 5 people. You can see that. So with me having the broom actually and cleaning the office every morning when I walk in, that's part of my job. And of course, Gurjeet Kaur is a lawyer based out of Toronto. Our PC Dardi is in the media, based out of both Canada and India. And of course, Jaswinder Singh Parmar, he couldn't make it here for some other circumstances. So he's a real insurance company, thought somebody run Kardane, Seri Devi Chatano company in the market. And Dr. Sidhu, she's a psychologist. Okay, here's my academic board. Many of you may have met some of them. Of course, you can see Dr. Baljeet Singh, who's Vice President of Research actually out of Saskatoon University. So he's the chairperson actually for the academic board. Dr. Jaswant Singh Ji, Dean and Professor out of Saskatchewan as well. And Satinder Kaur Barad actually, Professor York University, Toronto. Pulvinder Singh, the Prince George, business professor. Dr. Jaswinder Singh Ji, Associate Professor McGill, is here with us. Welcome again, Dr. Jaswinder Singh Ji, so he's with us as well. And Dr. Karamjit Kaur, Associate Professor from Chapman, and Dr. Satvir Singh from Texas, and Gurpreet Kaur, again, from Saskatchewan. So this is my board. Again, let me emphasize, my board does not charge me a penny. They are my pro bono board, but do all the academic work for me. I mean, that's what the Sikh is, because Guru Nanak's name really attracts them to do the seva. Here's a small board of management actually group that you can see. Many of you may have met them, and my upcoming team as well here. You can see that. So with Dr. Bedi and Dr. Gill and Satvir Kaur and myself, of course, and Mandeep Singh and Sukhmani. Dr. Bedi actually has a law degree, has a PhD actually in English literature, and also a business degree. So I think it's a combination of number of degrees, and he does teach actually business and a few other courses with us as well. Dr. McGill is actually London trained, actually sharp PhD is from London actually in economics. And of course, Satvir Kaur actually is just finishing. She's our first student, I can say, as an office manager, finishing her PhD in artificial intelligence. And of course, I'm just Joe out of the street here doing my own things. Mandeep is our IT manager. And Sukhmani is again has a very experienced actually person actually running the administration aspect of it. Here's my future leaders, folks. A lot of time actually within our Sikh community, we run into a lot of challenges actually, not recognizing the youngsters and not giving them an opportunity. इन्होंने मौका नहीं देंगे यार मेरे नाम बैठे जान देने बच्चियां बैठियां ने मेरी ऐसे when they really come on board with me. Every year I take on new interns as well, but don't let the old ones go either. So you can see that these were the 5 current ones actually with us serving, and Karan of course is Simon Fraser University business students, and Krishlin Kaur of course is doing criminology aspect of it out of SFU. Roop, of course, you've been meeting actually most of the youngsters I met. Roop is a BCom student out of University of British Columbia. Jasmine will be a doctor one day, pretty good. She's out of UBC and she's here as well. And Mayor actually is out of Western Universities in Ontario. So this is the group actually that's been working with us, and I consider them my future leaders actually in this institute. Here are my advisors. You might wonder, why am I showing that? A lot of you don't know actually who people in the background are. And this is the team that really helps me actually all the times. Okay, you're looking at actually Nisha, of course. Nisha, thank you so much actually for everything she does. This is a pro bono work that you don't find that many dedicated people in the world. In addition to running her own professional business, actually in the time she spends is unimaginable. Thank you very much. Of course, Jazz Battaglia is my old friend actually, is the finance advisors again. दुनिया भर की टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट के कोल किसी ने जाना तो जैस बटालिया लभना पेगा तुहानू बिकॉज ही एडवाइजेस द गवर्नमेंट सो ही एडवाइजेस सानू भी करता है सो इस करके साडा ये सारे आज जिन्ने एडवाइजर ने ना तुसीं वेखोगे आपो अपने खित्तियां दे मारने मेजर जसवीर सिंह मेरा पुराना दोस्त है इंटलैक्चुअल है तो इन्होंने सवाल भी थे मैं दी आज मैंने पिछों दिखाई दे रही सी पूछ रहे सन सो आई थिंक ही इज़ बीन माई एडवाइजर एक्चुअली फॉर the past 40 years. So it's not only Guru Nanak Institute, but even when I ran the World Sikh organizations, he was one person that I could rely upon him actually for getting. Thank you very much for being here with us today as well. And Remy Pandey is a lawyer, so looks after the legal aspect of it. Ravi is the original designer of my website, Pro Bono. मैं किसी ने खुद थे पूछा सीगा कि मेरी वेबसाइट डिज़ाइन कर दो किसी ने 10,000 मंगया किसी ने 40,000 मंगया किसी ने 50,000 मंगया तो रवि मेरे को आ गया रवि कहना नहीं यार मैं तो थोड़ा अंकल उदा ही करना जे ये सिक्खी का काम है मैं थोड़ा उदा ही करना है so these are kind of people that I'm blessed to be associated with. So Brinder of course तुसी सारे जानते हो Brinder former chief of staff रहे अपनी सरकार दे विच premier दा advisor रह चुका है आजकल अपनी consulting business run करता he would have been here but he's caught up actually doing the work in Dubai right now he's a world traveler as well. Chris Campbell is a professor out of one of the universities. He is looking after the academic programs for me. And Michelle Rhodes is also a professor actually out of Fraser Valley Universities, and she is also working with me actually looking at our submissions actually on the degree programs. Dave Bing is a former Deputy Minister, Education side ਤੋਂ so ਮੈਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੱਕ ਚੀਜ਼ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਦੇਖ ਲੈਣੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਤੇ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਗੁਰੂ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਹੱਥ ਲਾ ਲੈਣਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਂਦਾ so it becomes such a magnetic force actually we actually draw people in it doesn't matter what their background has been so of course ਅਮਨ ਤਾਂ ਬਚਪਨ ਮੈਂ ਛੋਟੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੂੰ grow up ਹੁੰਦੇ ਵੀ ਵੇਖਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਲੇਕੇ ਜੇ ਪਿੰਡ ਤੋਂ ਤੇ ਇਹਦੀ ਲਾਈਫ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰੈਸ ਕਰਦੇ ਸਾਡੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬ੍ਰਿਟਿਸ਼ ਕੋਲੰਬੀਆ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੀਨੀਅਰ ਮੈਨੇਜਰ ਹੈਗਾ ਫਾਈਨੈਂਸ ਸਾਈਡ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਆ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਜਿਹਨੇ 600 ਡਾਕਟਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਮੈਨੇਜ ਕਰਦਾ ਸੋ ਹੁਣ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਕਰ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਅਮਨ ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਵੈਰੀ ਮਚ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਫॉर ਐਮਸੀਇੰਗ ਅਸ ਆਲ ਟੁਡੇ ਮੈਂ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਸਮੇਂ ਤੇ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਤਦ ਲਾਤਾ ਤਾਂ ਜੋ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਹਿਚਾਣ ਹੋ ਜਾਵੇ ਸਰ ਕਿਹੋ ਜਿਹੀ ਟੀਮ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਵਰਕ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਸਾਡੀ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ 'ਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਵੱਡੀ ਲੋੜ ਸੀ ਇਹ ਲੋੜ ਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਮਹਿਸੂਸ ਕੀਤਾ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਹ ਆਪਣੀ ਇੰਸਟੀਚਿਊਟ ਬਣਾਉਣੀ ਪੈ ਗਈ ਸਾਡੇ ਗੈਪਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੈਂ ਨੋਟਿਸ ਕੀਤੇ ਸੀ ਨਾ ਆਈ ਆਲਵੇਜ਼ ਵਰਕ ਲੁੱਕ ਮੈਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਬੈਕਗ੍ਰਾਉਂਡ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਮੈਂ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸਮੈਨ ਹਾਂ ਸਾਰੀ ਮੇਰੀ ਲਾਈਫ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 50 ਸਾਲ ਤੋਂ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਗੁਜ਼ਰੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਂ ਕੁਛ 5 ਮਹੀਨੇ ਮੈਂ ਝਾੜੂ ਫੇਰਿਆ ਜੀ 5 ਮਹੀਨੇ ਮੈਂ ਲੇਬਰ ਦਾ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ I grew up actually to be a supervisor, to be a superintendent, to be a manager, to be a controller, to be running my own company. So you all understand कि मेरी life का cycle ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ it's all business. So I understand everything from that aspect of it. So मैं कदा भी कोई चीज़ छड़दा नहीं उन्होंने gaps ਨੂੰ identify ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ. What are the gaps that exist actually that we can really fill in? What is GNI going to do? So you folks have, by the time I was making my statement, you read it all. So I'm not going to repeat it. ਵੱਡਾ gap ਸਾਡੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਦੇ ਸੋਚਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਹਰ ਚੀਜ਼ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਜੂਇਸ਼ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਈ ਸਾਧਨ ਬਣਾਏ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ ਐਜੂਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਮੁਸਲਿਮ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਕੀਤੇ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ ਯਾਰ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੀ ਕੀਤਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਾਰ-ਬਾਰ ਗਿਣਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ 1897 ਤੋਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੀ ਧਰਤੀ ਤੇ ਬੈਠੇ what have we done actually to the past 125 years in with respect to the education ਮੈਂ ਡੈਫੀਨਿਟਲੀ ਐਕਨੋਲੇਜ ਕਰਦਾ ਐਲੀਮੈਂਟਰੀ ਸਕੂਲਸ ਵਧੀਆ ਨੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਬਣਾਈ ਰੱਖੋ ਚੱਲਣੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਨੇ ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਐਕਨੋਲੇਜ ਕਰਦਾ 5-6 ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ 6 ਨੇ ਮੇਰਾ ਖਿਆਲ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹਾਈ ਸਕੂਲ ਬਣ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਨੇ and I acknowledge that it's good we need them as well. We have to compete in the world through the university education. Dr. Ahluwalia actually stressed actually through our personal life and the growth. Actually, my God, my head bows to her actually for that. You know, any brave young woman who अपनी personal history with चीज़ों को लेके गई है These are the challenges. Our community the challenges ਨੂੰ ਦੂਰ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ university education only ਲਾਜ਼ਮੀ ਹੈ. And that's what was working through my mind. And these were kind of gaps that I was noticing that we need to really establish. Then there's a gap actually in the social science gaps as well. Policy the social science ਦੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਕਮੀਆਂ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਵਿਜ਼ੀਬਲ ਮਾਈਨੋਰਿਟੀ ਸੈਕਸ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਮੈਂ ਹੁਣ ਕੀ ਦੱਸਾਂ ਮਨਿੰਦਰ ਕੌਰ ਦੱਸੀ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਨੇ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਮੁਸ਼ਕਿਲ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਆਈਡੈਂਟੀਫਾਈ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਯੂਥ ਦੀ ਆਈਡੈਂਟਿਟੀ ਦੀ ਬਿਗ ਇਸ਼ੂਜ਼ ਹੈਗਾ ਸਾਡੇ ਵਿੱਚ so we need to really fill that gap as well. So mental health and trauma is a big issue. ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਸਬਜੈਕਟ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਸਮਝਦਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਾਪੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਮੈਂ ਫਿਰ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ ਸੋਚ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਹੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਾਪੀ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈਗਾ so I've read her book by the way Taking Action okay so I understand exactly what she was talking about so ਸਾਡੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਖੋਜ ਤੇ ਸਕਾਲਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਬਹੁਤ ਕਮੀਆਂ ਨੇ how many times do you really see in the world our women scholars are being acknowledged you don't. And this is the platform. That's why actually, when I requested Maninder last year that you have to come actually, I think, thank you very much again, Maninder, for coming. I appreciate that. Yeah, so ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਲੜਕੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਯਾਰ ਬਰਾਬਰ ਦੇ ਹੱਕ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਬਰਾਬਰ ਉਠਾਉਣਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਉੱਪਰ ਉਠਾਉਣ ਦੀ ਫਰਜ਼ ਬਣਦਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਕੋਲਰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ men and women alike. We need to really provide a platform for them and GNI is that platform that you can remember that will always be there. ਮੈਂ historical actually archival ਕਮੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਨੇ ਹੁਣ ਅੱਜ ਅਸੀਂ ਸੋਚਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਯਾਰ 84 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਡਾ ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਲੁੱਟਿਆ ਗਿਆ where do we find that history so we have to maintain that as well and I like to thank Ajit Singh Sodha ji ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਨੇ Sikh National Archives of Canada ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੇ records maintain ਕਰਦੇ this is one institute Sikh National Archives of Canada ਮੈਂ ਸੁਭਾਗਾ ਸਮਝਦਾ ਕਿ I'm also associated with that from the time it was founded ਉਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਬਾਹਰੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਿਲਣਗੀਆਂ ਅੱਜ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਮਿਲਣਗੀਆਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ Institute will be the source actually for you to really go to at all times. Pedagogy and of course outreach gaps ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ I mean I think Dr. Ahluwalia highlighted that and alluded to those and as well as these were the gaps that I found as well that existed within us that's why we felt the need for establishing that global gaps ਵੀ ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ so global gaps ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ South Asia focus ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਰਹਿੰਦਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਚੇਅਰਾਂ ਬਣਾ ਲਈਆਂ UBC ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ $7.5 ਲੱਖ ਉਦੋਂ ਖਰਚਿਆ ਸੀ $7.5 ਲੱਖ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਤਾਂ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਮੀਟ ਕੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬਹਿ ਗਏ ਹੋ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 8-9 ਚੇਅਰਾਂ ਚੱਲਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ, ਪਰਿਵਾਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਬਣਾ ਲਈਆਂ ਨੇ, ਇੱਕ ਕੋਰਸ ਬਣਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ, one course on Sikhi, that's all, then they change on to actually ਬਾਕੀ ਸਭ ਕੁਛ. I mean, what are we doing? I would have not started Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies if one of the other universities had actually accepted my proposal. What I did, ਮੈਂ ਫਿਰ SFU ਕੋਲ ਗਿਆ ਸਾਂ, ਮੈਂ ਤੇ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਗੁਰਨਾਮ ਸਿੰਘ ਹੁਣੀ ਤੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ ਦੋਨੇ, ਅਸੀਂ ਇਨਫੈਕਟ ਫਸਟ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਸਾਡੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੋਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ. ਉਹ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ 5 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਡਾਲਰ ਦੇ ਦਿਓ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਚੇਅਰ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਬਣਾ ਦਿੰਦੇ. ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਉਹੀ ਚੇਅਰ ਬਣਾਓਗੇ. ਜਦ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਗਿਣਾਉਣੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕੀਤੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਐਡਵਾਈਜ਼ਰ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ, ਮੈਂ ਲੀਕਾਂ ਮਾਰਨੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰਤੇ, ਕਾਟਾ ਮਾਰਨੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰਤੇ. that started crossing off. I said, I'm not going to spend $5 million with you. We'd rather spend that $5 million for ourselves. And that's where we'll get the institute actually started. So ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕਮੀਆਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਗਲੋਬਲ ਸਿੱਖ ਪੋਲਿਟਿਕਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ ਨੇ, ਇੰਟਰਫੇਥ ਕੰਪੈਰੇਟਿਵ ਸਟੱਡੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈਗੀ, ਸਿੱਖੀ ਆਫਟਨ ਲੈਫਟ ਆਊਟ ਆਫ ਕੰਪੈਰੇਟਿਵ ਰਿਲੀਜਨ ਕੋਰਸਸ. ਬਹੁਤੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਦੱਸਦਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਬਾਰੇ. ਆ ਮੇਰੀਆਂ ਬੱਚੀਆਂ ਗਰੋ ਅਪ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਥੇ. I see Dr. Gurmekli from the days actually when she was at SFU along with Kamalji. I mean, I've seen you all go through those challenges. And thank you very much actually. ਤੁਸੀਂ understand ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ ਇਸ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੂੰ. ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਸਾਡੇ gaps in. That's what forced me to bring out some of the courses that we're teaching my friends. These are the courses that you can see there. Okay, we're not, okay, cybersecurity is in demand. We got IT network management, operations, supply chain management, business administration. You can see the list of them, 6 studies. Of course, it's part of us. We are a Sikh institute. We will be teaching that. Someone wants to complete a cybersecurity diploma through us, they better be actually doing one course on Sikhi, minimum one course. So that's a requirement. Otherwise, that diploma is not complete for them. So I think that's the kind of focus we see that on healthcare. Also global management, entrepreneurship, actually music, music. As Sham dinner the other side of students graduate we only you will be able to see that graduates actually. So certificate programs like frontline management, really popular actually program that we have actually with the industry. Global counseling, of course, foundations and theories and practice. Actually, this was set up to meet requirement. Those students actually that are sitting here want to get into your master's program in psychology. UBC and SFU has a 2-year wait for you. You have to finish certain prerequisite courses. And these courses were developed actually to meet that. I think what this program is right in the final stages. Last December, it's currently being reviewed by PTIB, so I think it will be approved for January classes actually if anyone wishes to start that as well. Of course, we got micro-credential certificates program, you can see that. So I won't go through the list. This list is already given actually in your package when you really look at that. So that tells you that we're not just only a Sikhi institute, we are an academic institute as well. Of course, GNI's focus, you can see that our focus on education or profit, Sikh-centered curriculum, inclusive pedagogy and community accountability, integration principles, and modern discipline. That's who we are as an organization, and that's how we function. Okay? Let me give you the research aspect of when we start. ਤੁਸੀਂ ਹੈਰਾਨ ਹੋਵੋਗੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਹਿੱਸੇ ਉਹ ਕੰਮ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਨੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ. I can guarantee you that you will not find any university in the world the projects that we have done or are doing right now. And that's what our focus is. We pick up the projects that need to be done, are the need and the necessity and the requirement of this community. And that's what we do it. I have 33 scholars working actually on phase 1 of Gurbani Arthmalan. 15 ਟੀਕੇ ਲੈ ਸੀ ਨਾ ਸੀ 15 ਟੀਕਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੱਲੇ ਅੱਖਰ ਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੰਪੇਅਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ, ਕੱਲੇ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਨੂੰ ਕੰਪੇਅਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ. What are these scholars talking about? Everybody that keeps translating and putting it up actually on Google, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਲੱਭੋ ਜੀ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਲੱਭਦਾ ਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਦਾ ਵੱਖਰਾ ਮਿਲਦਾ ਹੈ. ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਸਿੰਘ ਵੱਖਰਾ ਲਿਖਦਾ ਹੈ, ਡਾਕਟਰ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵੱਖਰਾ ਲਿਖਦਾ ਹੈ, ਡਾਕਟਰ ਥਿੰਦ ਵੱਖਰਾ ਲਿਖਦਾ ਹੈ. ਐਂਡ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ they are all influenced by the wording ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਗੋਰਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਸਿਖਾਈਆਂ ਨੇ. ਓਕੇ, ਮੈਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਯਾਰ ਸਾਡੀ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਦੀ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਵੱਖਰੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਰੱਖੋਗੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਡੀ ਰਿਸਰਚ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋਗੇ. ਐਂਡ ਸੈਕੰਡ ਫੇਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ 7 ਸਕੋਲਰਸ ਵਰਕ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ. ਉਸ ਫੇਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 7 ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਡਿਊਟੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਕੱਲਾ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ if I ask you what is Latu, you tell me what is Latu. See, here you are. That's a classic example. So out of the Gurbani 1430 ਅੰਗਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੇ ਨੇ we don't know that our students growing up here or even in Punjab do not understand that. So what we have done actually, I put 7 scholars, 7 professors actually working on this one here, trying to identify each shabd and give a history. So when you are now looking at actually GNI website, click on it. You'll be able to see it. Pictorial and the historical aspect of it. 1,000 years from now, you will be able to go and relate to it. And that's what Guru Nanak Institute is doing actually on that subject. ਨਾਨਕ ਲਿਪੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪੋਂ ਤਿਆਰ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ. ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਫੌਂਟਸ ਬਹੁਤ ਨੇ, ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਫੌਂਟਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਿਗ ਪ੍ਰੋਬਲਮ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਸੀ 6 ਸ਼ਬਦ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੇ 6 ਲੱਭੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਿਆ nobody in the world was able to do that ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਜਦ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ ਉਹਦੇ ਥੱਲੇ ਔਂਕੜ ਵੀ ਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਲਾਮ ਵੀ ਆ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਦੋ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣੇ nobody could do that so we solved that with 7 scholars working on it for about 2 years ਉਹ ਅਸੀਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਰਲ ਕੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਰਿਸਰਚ ਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਫੰਡ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ ਸੋ ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਦੇ ਡਿਡ ਐਨ ਐਕਸਲੈਂਟ ਜੌਬ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਫੌਂਟ ਸਾਡਾ ਨਾਨਕ ਲਿਪੀ ਫੌਂਟ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਵੈਬਸਾਈਟ ਤੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਤੇ ਹੈਗਾ ਹੁਣ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੁਸ਼ਕਲਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਟ੍ਰਾਂਸਫਰ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗੇ PDF ਕਰਕੇ ਹੀ ਕਰਨਾ ਉੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਘੱਲੋਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਸਭ ਸਾਡੇ ਅੱਖਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਰ ਸਕੋਗੇ ਸੋ ਨਿੱਕੀਆਂ ਜਿੰਦਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਸਾਕਾ ਇਹ ਮੈਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਵੀ ਹੈ ਛੋਟਾ ਵੀ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੈ ਅਸੀਂ ਸ਼ਿਕਾਇਤੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਲੋਕ ਹਾਂ we complain a lot and then walk away after a week we don't even remember what we said about a week ago and that's exactly what Shromani Gurdwara Prabandhak Committee was saying actually when Modi ne announced kar dita ball de vich but nobody wants to do anything what we did actually we took a booklet translated it into English and 11 other Indian languages okay and then distributed actually through India it's on our website you can go to Gujarati Marathi Malayalam Telugu Kannada you name it Bengali whatever you can find it actually on those languages nobody else does that not even Shromani Committee ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸੇਵਾਦਾਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੋ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ ਅਨਸੰਗ ਹੀਰੋਜ਼ ਅਸੀਂ 30 ਸਕਾਲਰਸ ਪਿਕਅਪ ਕੀਤੇ ਸਨ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਦੇ ਬਾਕੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਨੇ ਰੈਕਗਨਾਈਜ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰਿੰਸੀਪਲ ਸੀ ਜਿਹਨੇ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਦੂਜੇ ਘੱਲੂਘਾਰੇ ਦੇ ਟਾਈਮ ਤੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹੱਡੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਲੈਕਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ DNA ਕੱਢ ਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਪਛਾਣ ਕਰ ਸਕਣ ਕਿ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਦਾ ਪਿਛੋਕੜ ਕੀ ਆ what family backgrounds they come from ਇਹਨਾਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਰੈਕਗਨਾਈਜ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ we recognized those 30 scholars I saw Dr. Jasveer Kaur among them crying that day when we were making the awards presentation actually at Punjabi University ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ ਉਹ function so anyway so we're working in that kind of a scenario ਜਾਤੋਂ ਦੇ ਮੋਰਚੇ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਤਿੰਨ ਕਿਤਾਬਾਂ ਮਿਲ ਚੁੱਕੀਆਂ international student challenges with UVic we have done that project actually University of Victoria ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਰਲ ਕੇ digitization project ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਹੈਰਾਨ ਹੋਵੋਗੇ if you get an opportunity to go to Goindwal Sahib so somebody has to keep telling me if I go past my time ਸਵਾਲ ਜਵਾਬ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਾਅਦ ਚ ਕਰ ਲਿਓ ਜੇ ਮੇਰਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਵੀ ਥੋੜਾ ਬੋਲਦੇ ਦਾ ਲੱਗ ਗਿਆ ਸੋ ਐਟਲੀਸਟ ਆਈ ਲਾਈਕ ਟੂ ਗਿਵ ਯੂ ਹਿਸਟਰੀ ਸੋ ਯੂ ਅੰਡਰਸਟੈਂਡ ਗੋਇੰਦਵਾਲ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜਾਓ ਨਾ ਨੈਕਸਟ ਟਾਈਮ ਉੱਥੇ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਸੰਸਕਾਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਲਿਟਰੇਚਰ ਦਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਟਰੱਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਟਰੱਕ ਭਰ ਕੇ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਹਰ ਹਫਤੇ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੇਅਰ ਕਰਦਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰਸ ਗਏ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਦਾ ਸਰੂਪ ਲਿਆਂਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸੀ ਗੁਜਰਾਤੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਕੱਢਿਆ ਉਦਣ ਤੇ ਕਿਤਾਬਾਂ ਪਿਕਅਪ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਬਾਬਾ ਬੰਦਾ ਸਿੰਘ ਬਹਾਦਰ ਦੇ ਟਾਈਮ ਦੀਆਂ then they called me they said this is what's happening ਮੈਂ ਕੋ ਸਰ ਨੂੰ ਛੱਟੋ ਖੂਜ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਦੱਸੋ ਹੋ ਕੀ ਕਰਨਾ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ I called the Shromani Committee to their credit they agreed to give me the authority to start digitizing that so but I don't do things actually on my own I have to have it in writing I have to have a resolution from the SGPC so I'm working with them very closely to get the work done right now ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਸੀ ਆਪਣਾ ਹੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਆਫਿਸ ਬਣਾ ਲਿਆ ਜੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗ ਤਿਆਰ ਕਰ ਲਈ ਉੱਥੇ ਗੋਇੰਦਵਾਲ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਉਹਦੇ ਮਗਰ ਲਿਖੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਇੰਸਟੀਚਿਊਟ ਆਫ ਗਲੋਬਲ ਸਟੱਡੀ ਦੀ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗ ਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਸਾਡਾ ਡਿਜੀਟਾਈਜੇਸ਼ਨ ਪ੍ਰੋਸੈਸ ਸਾਡਾ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਦੇ 3 ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਹਰ ਹਫਤੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਡਿਜੀਟਾਈਜ਼ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੱਢ ਕੇ ਮਟੀਰੀਅਲ ਰੱਖ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਐਕਸਲੈਂਟ ਇਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਬੰਦ ਕਰ ਦਿਓ ਜੀ ਚਲੋ ਵਧੀਆ ਤੇ I'll go to move on ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਯਾਰ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਅੱਜ ਦੇ ਫਲੱਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਪਹੁੰਚਿਆ ਮੇਰਾ ਸਤਿਕਾਰ ਹੈ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਸੱਚੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਛੱਡ ਗਏ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਮੌਕੇ ਦੇ ਦੌਰਾਨ ਸਾਡੀ ਮੈਂ ਵਰਕ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਆ ਇੰਸਟੀਚਿਊਟ ਸਾਡੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਦੀਵਾਨ ਟੋਡਰਮਲ ਵਿਰਾਸਤੀ ਫਾਊਂਡੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਮੇਰੀ ਸੇਵਾ ਉਹਦੀ ਚੇਅਰਪਰਸਨ ਦੇ ਰੂਪ 'ਚ ਲੱਗੀ ਹੋਈ ਆ ਸੋ ਇਹ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ 7-8 ਪਿੰਡ ਅਡਾਪਟ ਕੀਤੇ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ ਸੋ ਇਹ 8 ਪਿੰਡਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੇਵਾ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਮੈਂ ਸਵਾਲਾਂ ਦਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ 2 ਸੈਕਿੰਡ ਅੱਗੇ ਲੈ ਜਾਵਾਂਗਾ ਪਬਲਿਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਕਾਫੀ ਨੇ Can I have a couple more minutes please I have to listen to my bosses ਆਹ ਕਿਤਾਬਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਢੇਰ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਇੰਸਟੀਚਿਊਟ ਦੇ ਥਰੂ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੁਝ ਆਪ ਪਬਲਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਕੁਝ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਸੋ ਆਹ ਸਾਡੇ ਕਲਾਸ ਦਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸੈਂਪਲ ਦਿਖਾਈ ਦੇ ਸਕਦਾ ਸਾਡੇ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਉਣ ਦਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਆਨਲਾਈਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੀ ਚੱਲਦਾ ਜੀ ਆਹ ਬੱਚੀਆਂ ਮੱਝਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਦੇਖਦਾ ਨਾ ਇਹ ਬੱਚੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਨੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਜੰਮਦੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਸੁੱਟ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਪਾਲਿਆ ਜੇ ਉਸ ਇਹ ਖਰੜ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈਗਾ ਜੀ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਸਕਾਲਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਤੇ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਸੋ ਮੈਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਆਹ ਸਾਡਾ ਕਲਾਸ ਦਾ ਸੈਂਪਲ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਆਹ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੁਝ ਗ੍ਰੈਜੂਏਟਸ ਦਾ ਸੈਂਪਲ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਆਹ ਸਾਡੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਫੈਕਲਟੀ ਦੇ ਆਰਟਸ ਦੇ ਮੈਂਬਰਸ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਫਿਰ ਕੁਸਤਾਈਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਆਹ ਸਾਡੀ ਫੈਕਲਟੀ ਆਫ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਦੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਆਹ ਸਾਡੀ ਫੈਕਲਟੀ ਆਫ ਕੰਪਿਊਟਰ ਸਾਇੰਸ ਦੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਆਹ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਓਕੇ 7 ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀਆਂ ਸਾਡੀ MOU ਆ ਤੇ 39 ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਡੇ ਕਾਲਜਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ 400 ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਸੱਜਣੋਂ ਪੜ੍ਹਦਾ ਜੀ ਸਕਾਲਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ 400 students we have on scholarship. Some of them actually, most of them actually would be on full scholarship. So you can imagine that that's about $387,000 per quarter, per semester ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਖਰਚੇ ਨੇ। ਆਹ ਸਾਡਾ ਆਫਿਸ ਹੈਗਾ ਜੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਫਤਿਹਗੜ੍ਹ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਉਹਦਾ ਉਦਘਾਟਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਫਰਵਰੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ ਜਾ ਕੇ। ਆਹ ਸਾਡਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਡਿਜੀਟਾਈਜੇਸ਼ਨ ਸੈਂਟਰ ਗੋਇੰਦਵਾਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈਗਾ। ਨਿਸ਼ਾ, I'm going to take few seconds to go through the slides please. ਐਂਡ ਆਹ ਸਾਡਾ ਉਦਘਾਟਨ ਉਦੋਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੋਮਣੀ ਕਮੇਟੀ ਨੇ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਸਾਨੂੰ, ਅਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗ ਬਣਾਈ ਆ, ਅਤੇ ਸ਼੍ਰੋਮਣੀ ਕਮੇਟੀ ਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਉਦਘਾਟਨ ਕਰਾਉਣਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਫਰਜ਼ ਵੀ ਬਣਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ, ਸਾਡੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਵੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗ ਦੀ ਸੇਵਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਭਰਾ ਨੇ ਜੀ, ਸਾਡੇ ਪਿੰਡ ਤੋਂ ਹੀ ਸਤਨਾਮ ਸਿੰਘ ਅਤੇ ਕਰਨੈਲ ਸਿੰਘ ਹੋਣੀ ਟਰੇਸੀ ਦੇ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਫੰਡਿੰਗ ਉਹ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੋਈ ਮੈਂ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਾਉਣਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਅਤੇ ਉਹ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਮੇਰਾ ਕਾਫੀ ਸਾਥ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਜੀ। So obviously becoming a university, these are the processes that are taking place right now. You can see that BA in Sikh Studies, BA in Gurbaanitv, साढ़े 4 डिग्रियां ਤਿਆਰ ਨੇ ਲਿਖੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਨੇ, evaluate ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਫਸਟ ਡਿਗਰੀ Sikh Studies ਦੀ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਹੋਵਾਂਗੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਭਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, BA in Sikh Studies ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰੋਵਾਈਡ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। Once that approved, that's how it goes through the process of actually the next phase ਜਦ ਪਹੁੰਚੇਗੀ। Okay, community engagement actually with GNI, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੀ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਯਾਰ, ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਲਿਜਾਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ, ਮੈਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਲੰਬਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦਾ। ਹਾਊ ਕੈਨ ਯੂ ਹੈਲਪ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੇਖ ਹੀ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ, ਫੰਡਿੰਗ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ, ਕੰਟਰੀਬਿਊਟ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ, ਇਨਕਰੇਜ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ, ਨੈਟਵਰਕਿੰਗ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ, ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ, ਇਨਫਲੂਐਂਸ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਡੂ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਆਲ ਥਰੂ ਦਿਸ ਸਟੈਪ। ਸੋਚੋਗੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਯਾਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਕਾਲਰਸ਼ਿਪ 'ਤੇ ਪੜ੍ਹੇ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੜ੍ਹਾ ਸਕਦੇ? ਵਾਈ ਡੋਂਟ ਯੂ ਟੇਕ ਓਵਰ? ਮੈਂ 5 ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਵਾਂਗਾ, 10 ਨੂੰ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਵਾਂਗਾ, 20 ਨੂੰ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਵਾਂਗਾ। ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਈਜ਼ਲੀ ਡੂ ਦੈਟ। ਵੀ ਡੋਂਟ ਨੀਡ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ, ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪੈਸੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੰਗਦੇ, ਅਸੀਂ ਪੈਸੇ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਰਹਿੰਦੀ ਆ ਵੈਸੇ, ਪਰ ਮੰਗਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਨੂੰ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਓ ਜਾ। Okay, support those students financially actually, and that ultimately indirectly actually helps the GNI as well. Okay, so मैं ਇਹਦੀ summary version ਹੈਗਾ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਕਾਲੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ join us actually in building the first Sikh university for my friends. Together we can create a world-class university rooted in Sikh values, academic excellence. ਨਿਸ਼ਾ ਮੇਰੀ ਬਿਟੀਆ ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਆ, ਨਿਸ਼ਾ ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਤੂੰ ਗਾਂ ਹੀ ਨਾ ਜਾਈਏ, ਇੱਥੇ ਰਹਿ ਜਾ, ਭਾਵੇਂ 2 ਘੰਟੇ ਲਾ ਲਈ।
Very important that if Uncle G spent all this time talking about the university, that we can talk about how we can all collaborate. So let's give him 2 minutes.
ਦੇਖੋ ਫਿਲੈਂਥਰੋਪੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ, ਦੇਖੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਸਪਾਂਸਰਸ ਇੱਥੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਹੋ, ਜਿਹਨਾਂ ਮੇਜਬਾਨ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਵੇਖ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈਗਾ, ਮੈਂ ਦੇਖ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਿਹਾ ਇੱਥੇ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸਮੈਨ ਤਕੜੇ ਹੋ। ਬਾਕੀ ਵਾਟ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਮੈਂ, ਆਪਣੇ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਜੀ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਬਲਦੇਵ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਐਂਡ ਭੈਣ ਜੀ ਰੇਸ਼ਮ ਕੌਰ ਦਾ, ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਆਉਣ ਦਾ ਮਿਹਰਬਾਨੀ, ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਅਪਰੀਸ਼ੀਏਟ ਦਾ। ਇਹ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਪਾਂਸਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਾ ਹੋਰ ਸਪਾਂਸਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਲਿਸਟ ਸਾਰੀ ਦੇਖੀ ਹੋਈ ਆ। ਸੋ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਰਿਆ ਕਰੋ ਯਾਰ, ਕੰਟਰੀਬਿਊਟ ਐਕੈਡੈਮਿਕ ਅਤੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸ਼ਨਲੀ ਵੀ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਸੋ ਫੰਡ ਕਰੋ ਯਾਰ, ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਫੰਡ ਕਰੋ। ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਹਰ ਪਿੰਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਾਲਜ ਨੇ, ਹਰ ਪਿੰਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਕੂਲ ਹੈ। 5 7 10 ਬੱਚੇ ਸੰਭਾਲਣਾ ਹੋਵੇ, ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਵਾਂਗੇ। ਗਰੀਬ ਬੱਚੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਨੇ ਯਾਰ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਬੱਚੇ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਗਰੀਬ ਹੀ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ। ਮੈਂ ਬੱਚੇ ਉਹ ਲੈਣੇ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੜ੍ਹਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ। ਆਈ ਐਮ ਨਾਟ ਐਨ ਇਮੀਗ੍ਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਸੈਂਟਰ ਹੀਅਰ, I do not sponsor people to come here to Canada. I tell them no, take ਮੇਰਾ ਮਾਡਲ ਵੱਖਰਾ ਜੇ। ਸਾਡਾ ਮਾਡਲ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਪੜ੍ਹਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟਸ ਨੇ, they are either doing BCom, MCom, MBA, PhD or science degree. Less than 12% ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ grade 12 ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਜੇ। All my students are actually university students. And they all come through 7 universities that I have MOU with. They all come from those 39 colleges that I have MOU with. So I don't go to any agents for hiring. ਇੱਥੇ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀਆਂ ਪੈਸੇ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟਸ ਆਉਂਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ, 3 ਤੋਂ $5,000 ਪੇ ਕਰਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਹਰ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਦਾ। ਸਾਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਇਹਦਾ ਫੀਸ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਯਾਰ $5,000 ਚਾਰਜ ਕਰਦੇ। ਮੇਰਾ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਡਿਪਲੋਮਾ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੋਵੇ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ 3,000 'ਚ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਮੇਰਾ ਸਾਈਬਰ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਡਿਪਲੋਮਾ ਕਰਨਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ 14,000 'ਚ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹ 'ਤੇ 70,000 ਖਰਚਣ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ। ਸੋ ਐਨੀਵੇ ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਵੇਅਰ ਆਈ ਕੈਨ ਸੀ ਮੇਰੀ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮਦਦ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ, ਫੈਕਲਟੀ ਪਾਸੋਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਪੜ੍ਹੇ ਲਿਖੇ ਸੱਜਣ ਨੇ, ਪੜ੍ਹਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਨੇ। ਆਓ ਯਾਰ ਅੱਗੇ ਆਓ, ਅਸੀਂ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਉਣ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਪੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਮੁਫਤ ਨਹੀਂ ਜੀ। We pay all our professors, trust me. So we're not asking you to do pro bono service actually for us, actually for teaching. You know, okay, encourage ਕਰੋ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਇੰਗੇਜਮੈਂਟਸ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਲਿਆਓ, ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਨੂੰ ਇਨਰੋਲ ਕਰੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਨੈਟਵਰਕਿੰਗ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਵਰਕ ਕਰੋ ਜਾਂ ਪਾਰਟਨਰਸ਼ਿਪ। ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਸੱਜਣ, ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਸਾਥੀ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ ਇੱਥੇ। ਯਾਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਫਰਜ਼ ਬਣਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ। ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰੇ ਦੀ ਬਿਗੇਸਟ ਜੌਬ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਐਜੂਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ। ਲੀਵ ਅਸਾਈਡ ਐਵਰੀਥਿੰਗ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਕੱਲੇ ਬਾਕੀ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਚਲਾਉਣਾ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੁਬਾਰਕਾਂ, ਚਲਾਓ। They're part of you. Education is what we need actually. 250 ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ ਜੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਮੈਂ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਬਿਲਡ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦਾ ਜੇ। 250 ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣਾ ਸਕਦੇ? ਤਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਟਾਈਮ ਮੰਗਣਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਬੋਲਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਵੀ ਜਾ ਕੇ। ਹੈਂਡਫੁੱਲ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਛੱਡੋ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਜਾਂ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਬੋਲੇ, ਕਈਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਟਾਈਮ ਮੰਗਣਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ, ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਟਾਈਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਿਲਦਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਬੋਲਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ। And that's the kind of situation we're running through. We're talking about big man. ਪਰ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਕਰਦੇ ਜੀ, ਕਿੱਥੇ ਕਰਨੇ ਆ ਯਾਰ? We're not doing actually our share actually even as ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ। ਮਾਫ ਕਰਨਾ, ਮੈਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਸਾਥੀ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਰਦੇ, ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ, ਮਿਹਰਬਾਨੀ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੌਕਾ ਵੀ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਬੋਲਣ ਦਾ, ਜਿੰਨੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬੈਠੇ ਹੋ ਇੱਥੇ, ਇਹਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬੈਠੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਾਥੀ ਹੋ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਬੈਠੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਆ ਕੇ ਇਨਵੀਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਸੁਣਨਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ, they don't want to listen actually what we want to say. So anyway, ਕਲਚਰਲੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰੋ ਆਪਣੀ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਦੀ ਨੌਲੇਜ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਵਾਂਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਲੈ ਜਾਵਾਂ। ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਚੜਾਉਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਜੀ। ਮੈਂ ਟੇਕਿੰਗ ਐਕਸ਼ਨ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਮਨਿੰਦਰ ਕੌਰ ਜੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਕਿਤਾਬ ਦਾ ਬੇਸ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਸੀਗਾ। ਦੇਖੋ ਨਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਕਿਤਾਬ ਮੈਂ ਪੜ੍ਹ ਕੇ ਨਾ ਜਦ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਕਿਤਾਬ ਨਿਕਲੀ ਮੈਂ ਉਦੋਂ ਪੜ੍ਹੀ ਸੀਗੀ। And that's what impressed me actually. You've done a super good job. ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਿਸ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਤੇ ਰਬੈਕਾ ਦੋਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਸੀ। ਮੈਂ ਰਿਕਮੈਂਡ ਕਰਦਾ ਰਹਿੰਦਾ ਹਰ ਕਲਾਸ 'ਚ ਜਾ ਕੇ, ਜਦ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਕਲਾਸ ਜਾਣਾ ਮੈਂ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਜੇ ਪੜ੍ਹਨੀ ਤਾਂ ਟੇਕਿੰਗ ਐਕਸ਼ਨ ਪੜ੍ਹੋ। ਇਹ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸੇਗਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਬੇਟੀਆਂ ਜਿਹਨੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੈਗਾ। ਸੋ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, ਆਰ ਵੀ ਆਲ ਰੈਡੀ? ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਬੋਲਿਆ? Yes, we are. Absolutely. If you are, then this is what my vision is. This is what I like to see my university look like. ਯਾਰ ਹਾਈਵੇ ਨੰਬਰ 1 ਤੇ ਟਰੈਵਲ ਕਰਦਾ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੋਵੇ, if you can't see actually what my university looks like, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੀ ਵਿਲੱਖਣਤਾ ਕੀ ਹੈਗੀ? ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਭੈਣ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਸੀਗਾ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪੁੱਛਣਾ ਭੈਣ ਜੀ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਨੂੰ? ਇਹ ਆਈ ਭੈਣ, ਮੈਂ ਚੈਟ ਕੋਲ ਚਲਾ ਗਿਆ। ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਬੀਬਾ ਜੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਕ੍ਰੀਏਟ ਕਰਕੇ ਦਿਓ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਰਦੇ, ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਆਈਡੀਆ ਪਾਉਂਦਾ ਰਿਹਾ 3 4 5 7 10 ਵਾਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਦੀ ਕ੍ਰੀਏਟ ਕਰਵਾ ਲਈ। ਫਿਰ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਯਾਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਪਸੰਦ ਨਹੀਂ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਹੋਪ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾ। ਮੇਰਾ ਹੋਪ ਦਾ ਸੈਂਪਲ ਦਿਖਾ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਏਗਾ। ਚੀਜ਼ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਹੋਪ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੈ ਜਾਣੀ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ? ਜੇ ਉਹ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਹੋਪ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲਿਆ ਕੇ ਉਹਨੇ ਤਿਆਰ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ। ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜੀ ਮੇਰੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਤਸੱਲੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ, ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਹੀ ਨਾ ਦੇਣ ਲੋਕੀ ਹੋਪ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਮੈਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਸਰੀ ਜਾਂ ਲੈਂਗੁਏਜ ਬਣਾਉਣੀ ਪੈ ਜਾ, ਮੈਨੂੰ 5 6 7 ਏਕੜਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਣਾਉਣੀ ਪੈ ਜਾ, ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਮੈਂ ਕੀ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ? ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ, ਜੇ 5 7 ਏਕੜ ਹੀ ਬਣਾਉਣੀ ਫਿਰ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਬਣਾ ਦਾਂਗੇ, 6 ਮੰਜ਼ਲੀ ਸਟੋਰੀ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਤਿਆਰ ਕਰ ਦਾਂਗੇ, ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ, ਫਿਰ ਵੀ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਜੀ। ਅਤੇ ਜੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਮਨ 'ਚ ਕਈ ਵਾਰੀ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਆ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੂੰ ਓਰੀਜਨਲ ਸ਼ੇਪ ਵਿੱਚ ਲਿਆਵਾਂਗਾ ਮੈਂ, ਜੇ ਕਿਤੇ ਹੋਇਆ ਤਾਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸੋਭਾ ਸਿੰਘ ਦੀ ਪਿਕਚਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਮਿਲੇਗੀ, ਓਰੀਜਨਲ ਪਿਕਚਰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਵਾਂਗਾ ਮੈਂ when we do that. And ਮੇਰਾ ਬੋਰਡ ਰੂਮ ਸੀ। ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਦੱਸ ਵੀ ਦਿਓ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਮੇਰਾ ਲਾਰਜ ਸਟਾਫ ਹੋਏਗਾ, ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਮੀਟ ਕਰਿਆ ਕਰਨਗੇ। ਸੋ ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਆਲ ਅੰਡਰਸਟੈਂਡ ਵੀ ਪਾਰਟ ਆਫ ਦਿਸ ਵਨ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀਗਾ। ਅਤੇ ਮੇਰਾ ਇਹ ਲੈਬ ਹੈਗੀ ਜੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੰਪਿਊਟਰ ਦੀ ਕਲਾਸ ਹੈਗੀ। ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਸਰਦਾਰ ਲੱਭਦੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ, ਅਤੇ ਉਹਨੇ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਲੱਭ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਸਰਦਾਰ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਨੂੰ ਲੱਭਦਾ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ। ਸੋ ਮੇਰਾ ਜੀ ਹੈਗਾ ਆਡੀਟੋਰੀਅਮ। ਸਿੱਖ ਯਾਰ ਰਲ ਕੇ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰੇ ਇੱਕ ਆਡੀਟੋਰੀਅਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣਾ ਸਕੇ ਅੱਜ ਤੱਕ। ਮਾਫ਼ ਕਰਨਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਯਾਰ, ਮੈਂ ਮਾਫ਼ੀ ਮੰਗ ਲੈਣਾ ਤੁਹਾਤੋਂ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ। ਅਸੀਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਮਿੰਨਤਾਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਇੱਥੇ ਕਰਦੇ। ਪਤਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੁਸ਼ਕਿਲਾਂ ਕੀ ਕਰਨੀਆਂ ਪੈ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਐਂਟਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ, ਮੇਰੇ ਤੋਂ ਚਾਰਜ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਗਿਣਤੀ ਦੇ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ 3 ਡਾਲੇ 25 ਸੈਂਟ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਤੋਂ ਚਾਰਜ ਕਰਨੀ ਜੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਵੜ ਗਿਆ ਬੰਦਾ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ। ਉਹ ਐਡੀਸ਼ਨਲ ਟੂ ਮਾਈ ਆਲ ਐਕਸਪੈਂਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੈਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪੇ ਕਰਨੇ ਹੀ ਨੇ। ਸਾਡੇ ਟੈਕਸ 'ਚੋਂ ਬਣੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੇ। Sikhs can't even build one of their own auditorium. Why can't they? Guru Nanak Institute will have it. ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਨੋਟ ਕਰ ਲਓ, ਵੀ will have an auditorium ਜਿੱਥੇ ਲੋਕੀ ਆ ਕੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਰਨਗੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸਿਸ ਇੱਥੇ ਕਰਨੀਆਂ ਨੇ। And that's the kind of vision I have. And Guru Nanak Institute ਦਾ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਤੇ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ। ਇਹ ਡਿਪੈਂਡ ਕਰਦਾ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਦੇ ਚੜ੍ਹਨਾ ਜੀ। ਓਕੇ ਜੀ, ਸੋ ਫਲਾਈਟ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਚੜ੍ਹੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਕੁਝ ਸੱਜਣ ਤਿਆਰੀਆਂ 'ਚ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ। ਸੋ ਜੇ ਚੜ੍ਹ ਜਾਓਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਵਧੀਆ, ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਰਹਿ ਜਾਓਗੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ, ਉੱਥੇ ਹੀ ਬੈਠੇ ਰਹੋਗੇ। ਮੈਂ ਗਰੰਟੀ ਕਰਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਉਹ ਚੜ੍ਹ ਹੋਣਾ ਤੁਹਾਤੋਂ। ਜੇ ਕਦੇ ਸੋਚ ਲਿਓ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਨ ਚੜ੍ਹ ਕੇ ਵੇਖਿਓ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਵੇਖੇ ਹਜ਼ਾਰ ਨਜ਼ਾਰਾ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਇੰਸਟੀਚਿਊਟ ਦੇ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ। ਜਿੱਦਣ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, the flight is taking off, my friends from GNI to Guru Nanak universities. Thank you very much. Actually. ਹੁਣ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸੋਚ ਲਓ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਤੇ ਚੜ੍ਹਨਾ ਤੇ ਕਦ ਚੜ੍ਹਨਾ ਜੀ। ਹਾਂਜੀ, ਸਵਾਲ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਸਵਾਲ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਮੁੱਕਣੇ ਨਹੀਂ। ਮੈਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਤਿਆਰ ਹਾਂ, ਦੱਸੋ ਜੀ।
ਓਕੇ, ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਤਾੜੀਆਂ ਮਾਰੋ। ਅੰਕਲ ਜੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ
ਹੁਣ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਉੱਪਰ ਵੀ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ।
ਮੇਰੇ 'ਚ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਕੋਈ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਣਦੀ, ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਉਮਰ ਦੇ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਨਾਲ, that has this much enthusiasm, excitement around a project. ਤੁਹਾਡੀ enthusiasm ਕਰਕੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਵੱਜ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ।
Thank you so much, Nisha. Thank you. ਯਾਰ ਮੈਂ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਯੰਗ ਮੈਂ ਆਇਆ ਇਸ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। 83 ਮੈਂ ਬੜਾ ਟੱਪ ਚੁੱਕਾ, 84 ਮੈਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਐਂਟਰ ਹੋਇਆ। ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਨੌਜਵਾਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਧ ਉਮਰ ਦਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲਾ ਰੂਪ ਖੜਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਯਾਰ ਬੇਟਾ ਆ ਰੂਪ ਮੇਰੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਬੇਟੀਆਂ 18 ਸਾਲ ਦੀ ਆ ਇਹ ਸਾਡੀ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡੀ ਉਮਰ ਦੀ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਹ ਫਰਕ ਹੈ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਇੰਸਟੀਚਿਊਟ ਤੇ ਬਾਕੀ ਇੰਸਟੀਚਿਊਟਸ ਦਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਡੈਲੀਗੇਟਰਸ ਹਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਪ੍ਰਪੇਅਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟਸ ਨੂੰ ਫਿਊਚਰ ਨੂੰ ਟੇਕ ਓਵਰ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ 3 ਜਨਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਇਕੱਠੀਆਂ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਐਂਡ ਦੈਟਸ ਵਾਟ ਆਈ ਡੂ ਮੇਰੀ ਤੇ ਜੌਬ ਹੀ ਇਹ ਆ ਯਾਰ ਹਾਊ ਡੂ ਆਈ ਬ੍ਰਿੰਗ ਅਲੋਂਗ ਬਾਕੀ ਦੇ ਦੂਸਰੇ ਅਗਲੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਜੀ ਜਵਾਬ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੇ ਹੋਣਗੇ ਹੁਣ ਪੁੱਛ ਲਾਂਗੇ ਬਾਬੇ ਨੂੰ ਦੇ ਬਾਬਾ ਜਵਾਬ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਕੋਈ ਸਵਾਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿਦਾਂ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ
ਨਹੀਂ okay so
ਹਾਂਜੀ
I would like so we have a question over there but as you guys ask your questions as you guys ask your questions I want you to think about how can we get to GNU and how can you help but we'll send the mic to you
I can help you can give me 50 students at Patiala in Punjab free no fees will be charged and government of India will give the certificate and that will be valid throughout the world
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And ਸੁਖਬੀਰ ਕੌਰ ਤੇ ਬਾਕੀ ਮੇਰਾ ਸਟਾਫ ਬੈਠਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਲਿਖ ਲੈਣਾ ਜੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸੇਵਾ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਜੀ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਤਹਿ ਦਿਲ ਤੋਂ ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮਚ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਫਰਮ ਦ ਬੋਟਮ ਆਫ ਮਾਈ ਹਾਰਟ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਕੀ ਕਹਿ ਮੇਰਾ ਛੋਟਾ ਵੀ ਦਲਵੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਖੜਿਆ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਮਾਈਕ ਲਾ ਲਓ ਵੀਰ ਜੀ ਮੈਂ ਬੜੇ ਪੇਵਿੰਟਸ ਉੱਚੀ ਸੁਣਨ ਲੱਗ ਪਿਆ ਮੈਨੂੰ
Turn the mic on please
ਮਾਈਕ
ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੈਂ ਉੱਚੀ ਬੋਲਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਇਹਦੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਕੁ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ
ਨਹੀਂ ਜੀ ਪੈਸੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਸੇਵਾ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਸੇਵਾ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਬਣਨੀ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਆਪਣੀ ਇਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਮੇਰਾ ਬਜਟ ਹੈਗਾ 100 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਦਾ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਜੀ ਹੁਣ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸੋਚਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੈ ਜਾਵੇ 100 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਆਏਗਾ ਸਿੱਖ ਬਹੁਤ ਧਨੀ ਨੇ ਯਾਰ ਬੈਠੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਕੋਈ ਚੇਅਰ ਲੈ ਲੈਣੀ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਦੀ ਚੇਅਰ ਜੇ UBC ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆ ਕੇ ਬਿਲ 20 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਚੇਅਰ ਸਥਾਪਿਤ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ ਤੇ BT ਫੈਮਿਲੀ SOUs 20 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੱਥੇ KPUs ਚੇਅਰਾਂ ਸਥਾਪਿਤ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਚੇਅਰਾਂ ਸਥਾਪਿਤ ਹੋਣਗੀਆਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੀਆਂ ਹੀ ਹੋਣਗੀਆਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਚੇਅਰ ਲੈਣੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਦੱਸੋ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਛੋਟੇ ਵੀਰ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਚੇਅਰ ਤਿਆਰ ਕਰ ਦਾਂਗੇ ਦੱਸੋ ਸਹੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਬਜ਼ੁਰਗਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਰਨੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਮਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਪਿਓ ਦੇ ਕਰਨੀ ਭੈਣ ਦੇ ਕਰਨੀ ਭਰਾ ਦੇ ਕਰਨੀ ਵਾਈਫ ਦੇ ਕਰਨੀ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਿਆ ਉਹ ਮੌਕਾ ਆਏਗਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਸਰਵਿਸ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਦੈਟਸ ਵਾਟ ਆਮ ਲੁਕਿੰਗ ਫॉर ਯੂ نو ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਹੋਵਾਂ ਨਾ ਹੋਵਾਂ ਇਟਸ immaterial the process is in place already the management that's already being actually trained to run the show will be there for you to assist you ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਆਉਣ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਹੈ ਯਾਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਗਾਈਡ ਕਰੋ ਬੋਰਡ ਦੇ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਬਣਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਜਾਂ ਬਿਕਮ ਦਾ ਬੋਰਡ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬੋਰਡ ਦਾ ਬਿਗ ਇੱਕ ਇਸ਼ੂ ਬੋਰਡ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਫੰਡ ਰੇਜ਼ਿੰਗ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਕਰਨੀ ਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫੰਡ ਰੇਜ਼ਿੰਗ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਆ ਕੇ ਬੋਰਡ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਸਵੇਰ ਨੂੰ ਆ ਜਾਓ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਕੋਈ ਬੰਦਿਸ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਹੋਰ ਕੁਝ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਜੀ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਵੀਰ ਜੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਰਾਤੀ ਵੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਆਫਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਆਫਰ ਨੂੰ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਪੱਲੇ ਬੰਨ੍ਹ ਲਿਆ ਜੇ ਤੇ ਜੇਬ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਾ ਛੱਡਿਆ ਜੇ ਸੋ ਆਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਕੈਸ਼ ਇਟ ਐਗਰੀ ਵਨ ਆਈ ਵਾਕ ਓਵਰ ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਜੀ ਹੋਰ ਕੋਈ ਸਵਾਲ ਜੀ ਐਨੀ
ਸੰਧੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਸਮੇਂ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਦਰਸ਼ਨ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਪਰ ਅਮੇਜ਼ਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਐਨਰਜੀ ਆ ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਕਹੂੰਗਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਐਂਡਲੈਸ ਜਰਨੀ ਨੈਵਰ ਡਾਈ ਯੂ ਵਿਲ ਨੈਵਰ ਡਾਈ ਸੋ ਇੰਨਾ ਉਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਦੇ ਆ ਇੰਨੀ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ ਤੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਆ ਇਹ ਤੇ ਮਾਲਕ ਨੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਹੱਥ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਆਪੇ ਕਰਵਾ ਲੈਣੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਆਡੀਅנס ਵੀ ਹੈ ਇੰਨੇ ਇੰਟੈਲੈਕਚੁਅਲ ਤੇ ਵਿਦਵਾਨ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸੁਣ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਕਾਸ਼ ਕਿ ਹਰੇਕ ਸ਼ਖਸ ਦੀ ਸੋਚ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਹੋਵੇ 83 years ਤੇ ਜੋ ਸਪਿਰਿਟ ਜੋ ਨੌਲੇਜ ਉਸ ਮਾਲਕ ਨੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਬਖਸ਼ੀ ਆ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਸਮਾਜ ਦੇ ਝੋਲੀ ਪਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਪ੍ਰਾਊਡ ਆਫ ਯੂ ਯਾਰ ਕੁਛ ਸਿੱਖਣਾ ਪੈਣਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਤੋਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਕੁਛ ਸਿੱਖਣਾ ਪੈਣਾ ਲਵ ਯੂ
ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮਚ ਤਹਿ ਦਿਲ ਤੋਂ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਆਪ ਜੀ How? No question from youth. How come? ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ ਸਿੱਖ ਲਿਆ ਜਾਂ ਜਾਣ ਲਿਆ ਜੋ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਵੀ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਅਮਰਿੰਦਰ ਕੌਰ ਜੀ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਝਿਜਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਝਿਜਕੋ ਨਾ ਯਾਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਰਸਤਾ ਅੱਜ ਦਿਖਾਇਆ ਬੇਟੀਆਂ ਨੇ I really tell you it's such a different way of actually presenting on a life ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੰਨੀ ਮੁਸ਼ਕਿਲ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਸਮਝ ਸਕਦਾ ਤੋਂ ਰਾਤੀ ਨੀਂਦ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਈ I can understand that I like to have a question from the youth
question
ਅੱਗੇ ਜੀ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਰ ਲਓ ਫਿਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ
ਓਕੇ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ ਜੀ ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਇਹੀ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਮੈਂ 84 ਤੋਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦਾ ਆਇਆ ਹੈਗਾ ਜੀ, ਅਤੇ ਜੇ ਮੈਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਇੱਥੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡਾ ਐਕਸੈਸ਼ਨ ਪਲੈਨਰ ਹੈਗਾ ਨਾ, ਉਹ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਬਾਹਰ ਹੋਰ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ। ਅਤੇ ਐਕਸੈਸ਼ਨ ਪਲੈਨਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਆ, ਅਤੇ ਉਹ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ। ਅਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਹੀ ਸਿੱਖ ਕੇ ਆ ਸਿੱਖ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਆਰਕਾਈਵ ਦਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ ਕੰਮ, ਅਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹ 'ਚ ਹੈਲਪ ਬੜੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈਗੀ, ਕਰੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ। ਅਤੇ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਹਿਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਸੰਭਾਲਣਾ ਇਹ ਬੜੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ, ਅਤੇ ਇਹ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਸਾਰੇ। ਅਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਇਹ 'ਚ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਕੁ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਪਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਪਾਈ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ। ਅਤੇ ਬਸ ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਹੈ। ਇੱਕ ਸਰ ਮੈਂ ਬਹੁਤੇ ਗੋਰੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪੁੱਛਦੇ ਆ, ਉਹ ਸਤਿ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਸਤਿ ਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਕੀ ਹੋਇਆ? ਜਿਹਨੇ ਨੂੰ ਕਹੀਦਾ ਕਿ ਸਤਿ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਮੀਨਸ ਜਸਟ 3 words, truth is eternal। ਤੋ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ।
ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਜੀ ਅਜੀਤ ਸਿੰਘ, ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਮਿਹਰਬਾਨੀ। ਇਹ ਸਾਥੀ ਮੇਰਾ ਹੀ ਹੈ, ਮੇਰੇ ਤੋਂ ਛੋਟਾ ਉਹਦਾ 1 ਸਾਲ, ਅਤੇ ਪਰ ਫਿਰ ਵੀ ਉਹ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੱਧ ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰਦਾ ਨਾ, ਸੱਚੀ ਗੱਲ ਦੱਸਦਾ। ਸਿੱਖ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਆਰਕਾਈਵ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ, ਇਹ ਚਲਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ, ਔਰ ਇਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈਡ ਸੀਗੇ ਐਗਰੀਕਲਚਰ ਡਿਪਾਰਟਮੈਂਟ ਦੇ। ਸੋ ਕਾਫੀ ਸਮਾਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਫੈਡਰਲ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨੌਕਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਹੁਣ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ ਮੌਜਾਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਸਰ ਇਹਦਾ ਚਲਾਉਣਾ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਕੰਮ ਹੈ, ਕੋਈ ਵੱਡਾ ਕੰਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਯਾਰ, ਆਰਕਾਈਵ ਚਲਾਉਣਾ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ 'ਚ ਰਹਿ। ਹਾਂਜੀ।
Hi, Mr. Sandhu. Okay, so Mr. Sandhu ne jiਵੇਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਵੀ they're the youngest ones in the office and me and the other interns are the oldest. ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਰੇ oldest ਬੈਠੇ ਆ room ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, all the high schoolers and university students, what's your biggest piece of advice to them?
ਸੋਚਾਂ 'ਚ ਪਾ ਲੈਣਾ ਜੀ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੈ ਨੌਜਵਾਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਬੜੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਨੇ।
That's my job.
ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਸਵਾਲ ਫਿਰ ਰਿਪੀਟ ਕਰੋ।
Your biggest piece of advice for all the high schoolers and university students in the room today?
Perfect, very ਵਧੀਆ। ਬੱਚੋ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਹਾਈ ਸਕੂਲ ਦੀ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਹੋ, ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਲਾਈਫ ਨੂੰ ਇੰਡੀਪੈਂਡੈਂਟ ਬਣਾਉਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰੋ, ਸਬ ਸਰਵੀਐਂਟ ਨਾ ਬਣੋ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਮਾਪੇ ਕਈਆਂ ਦੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਰੋਕਦੇ ਨੇ। ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਗਰੋਥ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੋਣੀ ਆ ਨਾ, ਉਹ ਇੰਡੀਵਿਜੂਅਲਿਸਟਿਕ ਗਰੋਥ ਹੋਣੀ। ਜਿਸ ਦੇਸ਼ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵਸਦੇ ਹੋ, ਇਸ ਦੇਸ਼ ਨੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪੂਰੇ ਅਖਤਿਆਰ ਬਰਾਬਰ ਦੇ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ। And nobody's going to give you. You got to demand and take it even from the community. And that's what I'm hoping my youngsters actually that are in high school as well as in universities take that power and translate that into action. And that's where actually the success of this community will come. ਜ਼ੋਰ ਨਾ ਕਰਿਆ ਕਰੋ ਯਾਰ ਬੱਚੋ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜੇ ਮੁਸ਼ਕਲਾਂ ਦੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਸੱਦ ਲਿਆ ਕਰੋ, ਕਈ ਵਾਰੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਚੱਲ ਪਾਂਗਾ। I will go and talk with the community leaders. ਅੱਜ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰੇ ਨੇ ਨਾ, ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਮੈਨੇਜਮੈਂਟ ਵਿੱਚ 2-2 4-4 ਬੱਚੀਆਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਟੇਕ ਓਵਰ ਕਰ ਲਓ ਜਾ ਕੇ। ਗੁੱਸਾ ਨਾ ਕਰਨ ਮੇਰੇ ਸਾਥੀ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ, ਜਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਓ ਅੱਗੇ ਆਓ, ਰਨ ਕਰੋ। You will run much better than the men. ਆਪਣੇ ਸੂਬੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕੋ ਹੀ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ ਸੀ। ਬੈਠੋ, ਮੈਂ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਸੈਕੰਡ ਐਂਡ ਕਰਦਾ। ਪੈਂਟੈਕਟਨ ਦਾ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਬੇਟੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਪੂਰੀ ਕਮੇਟੀ ਲੜਕੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਸੀ। ਜਾਂ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕੋ ਹੀ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਨੋਵਾ ਸਕੋਸ਼ੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਹੁੰਡਲ ਉਹਦੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਸੀ। ਚਲੋ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਹੁੰਡਲ ਨੇ ਤਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਸੇਵਾ ਕੀਤੀ, ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਖਿੱਚ ਕੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਲਾਇਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ। ਆ ਪੈਂਟੈਕਟਨ ਵਾਲੀਆਂ ਬੇਟੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ 2 ਸਾਲ ਬਾਅਦ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਖਿੱਚਣ ਲੱਗ ਪਿਆ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮਿਲੀਆਂ, ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਦੱਸਿਆ, ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਅੰਕਲ ਤਾਂ ਬੜੀ ਮੁਸ਼ਕਿਲ 'ਚ ਫਸ ਗਈਆਂ, ਬਣਾ ਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ, ਅਸੀਂ ਜ਼ੋਰ ਨਾਲ ਟੇਕ ਓਵਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕਹਿਣ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਪਰ 2 ਸਾਲਾਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਲਾਉਣ 'ਤੇ ਵੀ ਤਿਆਰ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਨੇ। ਸੋ ਅਸੀਂ ਮੈਂ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ। ਹਾਂਜੀ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ, ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਸਵਾਲ।
ਹਾਂਜੀ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧਾਈਆਂ। ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਟਿੱਪਣੀ ਇਸੇ ਗੱਲ 'ਤੇ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਜਦੋਂ ਤਿਆਰ ਹੋ ਗਈ, ਅਤੇ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਕਿ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਦੇ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰੇ ਹਨ, ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰਬੰਧ ਸੋਚ ਲਿਓ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰਬੰਧ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਕਰਨਗੇ। ਅੱਜ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਦੇਖ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਉਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਸੋ ਇਹ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆਉਂਦਾ। ਅਤੇ ਦੂਸਰੀ ਗੱਲ, ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਹੁਣੇ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ, ਬਹੁਤ ਸੀਨੀਅਰ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ। UBC 'ਚ ਵੀ ਚੇਅਰ ਬਣਾਈ, ਹੋਰਾਂ ਥਾਵਾਂ 'ਤੇ ਵੀ ਚੇਅਰ ਬਣਾਈਆਂ, ਪਰ ਸਿੱਖ ਚੇਅਰ ਬਣੀਆਂ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਦੇ ਅਗੇਂਸਟ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੰਮ ਕੀਤਾ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਟਰਮਨੋਲੋਜੀ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦੇ ਉਲਟੀ ਵਿਚਰੇ, ਅਤੇ ਫੰਡ ਸਾਡੇ, ਪੈਸੇ ਸਾਡੇ। ਸੋ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿਕਲਪ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਸਮੇਂ ਇਸ ਸੰਬੰਧ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਯਕੀਨ ਭਰੋਸਾ ਦੇਵੇਗੀ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਕੰਮ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਦਲ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਅਖੀਰ 'ਚ ਇੱਕ ਟਿੱਪਣੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਰਟੀਫਿਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਇੰਟੈਲੀਜੈਂਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਚੰਗਾ ਕੰਮ ਲਿਆ, ਬੜਾ ਵਧੀਆ ਦੱਬ ਕੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਇਸਤੇਮਾਲ ਕੀਤਾ, ਪਰ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਨੇ, ਅੱਜ ਇੱਥੇ ਵਿਦਵਾਨ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ, ਜਿਵੇਂ 1-2 ਲਾਈਨਾਂ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਪੜ੍ਹਦਾ, ਇਹਨਾਂ 'ਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਗੁਰਮੁਖੀ ਲਿਪੀ ਦੇ ਸਪੈਲਿੰਗ ਬਹੁਤ ਗਲਤ ਨੇ। ਮਿਹਰਬਾਨੀ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਖਿਆਲ ਰੱਖਣਾ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਸ਼ੁੱਧ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਗੁਰਮੁਖੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਮੇਰਾ ਸਤਿਕਾਰ ਸਹਿਤ ਇੱਕ ਮਸ਼ਵਰਾ ਹੈ। ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ।
ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ। ਦੇਖ ਸੀ ਫਰਕ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਕਿ ਕੋਈ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਹੋਵੇ ਕੰਪੇਅਰ ਟੂ ਅਗਲੀ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੰਦਾ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੋਵੇ ਇੱਕ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਵੱਖਰੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਤੋਂ ਪੜ੍ਹਿਆ। ਮੈਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ 5ਵੀਂ ਤੱਕ ਪੜ੍ਹੀ ਹੈ, ਸੋ 5ਵੀਂ ਤੱਕ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਪੜ੍ਹਨ ਵਾਲਾ ਸੋ ਮਚ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੀ ਰੱਖਦਾ। ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਫॉर ਕਰੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਦੈਟ ਆਈ ਲਵ ਦੈਟ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਵੈਰੀ ਮਚ। ਆਲ ਟੇਕ ਦੈਟ ਇਨਟੂ ਕੰਸੀਡਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਲ ਦ ਟਾਈਮ। ਸੋ ਓਕੇ ਜੀ। ਦੂਸਰੀ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਇੰਸਟੀਚਿਊਟ ਆਫ ਗਲੋਬਲ ਸਟੱਡੀਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਡੀਕੋਲੋਨਾਈਜੇਸ਼ਨ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਗ ਫੋਕਸ ਹੈ। ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀਆਂ 'ਚ ਹੈ, ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਇਕੱਲਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ, ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਡੀਕੋਲੋਨਾਈਜ਼। ਮੈਂ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਦੇ 2 ਉਦਾਹਰਨ 3-4 ਉਦਾਹਰਨ ਦੇ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰੇ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ ਕਿ W ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਲਿਖਦੇ, ਵਾਰਾ ਲਿਖਦੇ, ਆਰਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਲਿਖਦੇ। ਸਪੈਲਿੰਗ ਅੱਜ ਵੀ ਸਾਰੇ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰੇ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਬਣੇ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ। ਕਿਸੇ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰੇ ਦਾ ਲਿਟਰੇਚਰ ਦੇ ਲਿਆ GURDWARA ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ ਵਾਵਾ, ਇਹ ਯਾਰ ਵਾਵਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਆਇਆ, DUARA ਬਣਦਾ ਆ। ਕਦੇ ਇੰਨਾ ਹੀ ਚੇਂਜ ਕਰ ਲਓ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰਨ ਵੇਲੇ ਆਈ ਵਿਲ ਸੇ ਦੈਟ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਟੈਪ ਇੱਕ ਰਾਈਟ ਡਾਇਰੈਕਸ਼ਨ 'ਚ ਲੈ ਲਿਆ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੇ। I mean, then look at it, ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਬਾਕੀ ਵਰਤਦੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਗੋਰਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਮਨਾਂ 'ਚ ਘਰ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਸੀ, ਉਹ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਨੂੰ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਇੰਸਟੀਚਿਊਟ ਦੇ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਆਧਾਰਿਤ ਹੈ, ਸਿੱਖੀ ਬੇਸਡ ਹੈ, ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ 'ਤੇ ਬੇਸਡ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ। ਉਹਦੇ 'ਤੇ ਹੋਏਗੀ। ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਰਸਿਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ, ਟੂ ਆਨਸਰ ਯੂਰ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਬੇਸਿਕਲੀ, ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਰਸਿਸ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਫੋਰ ਐਗਜ਼ਾਮਪਲ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਕੋਰਸਿਸ ਤਿਆਰ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸਾਡੇ, ਜਦ ਸਾਡੀ ਡਿਗਰੀ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਆ ਗਈ ਨਾ ਈਵਨ ਸਿੱਖ ਸਟੱਡੀਜ਼ ਦੀ, 60% ਕੋਰਸਿਸ ਦੁਨੀਆ 'ਚ ਕਿਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਏ ਗਏ। Nowhere in the world they have taught those 60% of my courses. So you will find the identity of distinction actually of those courses, how we teach actually. और ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੋਰਸ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਦਾ, ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਇੱਕ ਕੋਰਸ ਹੈਗਾ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਦਾ, ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਦੀ ਮਾਨਸਿਕ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕੋਰਸਿਸ ਨੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਯਾਰ। ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਬੈਠੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਉਣਗੀਆਂ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੇਖਿਓ ਸਹੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੀ ਕਰਦੇ, ਕਿਹੋ ਜਿਹੇ ਅਚੰਭੇ ਵਾਲੇ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ। So this will be a very distinctive university. ਮੈਂ ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦਾ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਨੂੰ ਪਰਸੋਂ ਨੂੰ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਹਾਰਵਰਡ ਦਾ ਅਤੇ ਸਟੈਨਫੋਰਡ ਅਤੇ ਯੇਲ ਅਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਾਂ ਲੰਡਨ ਦਾ ਮੁਕਾਬਲਾ ਕਰ ਲਾ ਆਪਾਂ। ਮੈਂ ਇਹ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦਾ ਮਜ਼ਾ ਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਗ੍ਰੈਂਡ ਚਿਲਡਰਨ ਹੋਏ ਨਾ, they will be opting to say that I, mom and dad, grandpa do not want to go to Harvard or somewhere. I want to go to Guru Nanak University, Canada. That's my university. That's my base and that's where
ਅੰਕਲ ਜੀ 2 ਹੋਰ ਸਵਾਲ ਰਹਿ ਗਏ ਆ। one over here first and ਅੰਕਲ ਜੀ 1 ਮਿੰਟ ਵੇਟ ਕਰੋ, ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇੱਧਰ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਉੱਧਰ ਜਾ।
ਹਾਂਜੀ।
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। First of all, Uncle Ji, thank you so much. You're a great inspiration to all of us. I have a question about how you're going to be announcing the university to other high schools, other, you know, when children are applying for universities, they know SFU, they know UBC, they know U of T, whatever. How are we making it so public out there that other kids can also enroll in your programs?
ਕਿਉਂਕਿ 2 ਸਾਧਨ ਨੇ ਸਕੂਲ ਬੋਰਡਸ ਦੇ ਥਰੂ। ਇੱਕ ਸਾਧਨ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਜੋ ਮੈਂ ਯੂ ਐਜ਼ ਅ ਟੀਚਰ ਓਬਵੀਅਸਲੀ ਅੰਡਰਸਟੈਂਡ ਦੈਟ ਸਕੂਲ ਬੋਰਡ ਦੀ ਰਿਸਟ੍ਰਿਕਸ਼ਨਸ ਕੀ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ, ਕਿਹਨੂੰ ਇਜਾਜ਼ਤ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਫੇਅਰਸ ਅਟੈਂਡ ਕਰਨਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਫਰਜ਼ ਹੈ। ਅਸੀਂ ਸਕੂਲ ਡਿਸਟ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਖਾਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਸਰੀ ਆਪਣਾ ਲਾਰਜੈਸਟ ਹੈਗਾ ਆਲ ਓਵਰ ਬ੍ਰਿਟਿਸ਼ ਕੋਲੰਬੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ 4 ਦਿਨ ਦੀ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਵੀ ਕਰ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹਾਂ। ਅਸੀਂ 4 full days ਵੀ ਸਪੈਂਟ ਵਿਦ ਦ ਟੀਚਰਸ, ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਟੀਚਿੰਗ ਟੀਚਰਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ। ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ 26 ਟੀਚਰ ਨੇ, 13 ਸਕੂਲ ਨੇ, ਪਰ ਇੱਥੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ 26 ਟੀਚਰਾਂ 'ਚ 11 ਦੇ 22 ਟੀਚਰ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ। ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਕਮੇਟੀ ਨਾਲ 4 ਦਿਨ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਫੋਕਸ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹਾਂ ਅਤੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਮੌਕਾ ਮਿਲੇਗਾ। ਅਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਲਵ ਟੂ ਕਮ ਟੂ ਈਚ ਵਨ ਆਫ ਯੂਰ ਸਕੂਲ। ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਸੱਦੇ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ, ਪਰ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਦੋਸਤ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਹੋ, ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਤਾਂ ਕੰਮ ਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਵਾਹਨ ਬਣ ਕੇ ਆ ਇੱਕ ਆ ਵਹੀਕਲ ਦਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸੋਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਵਾਰੀ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਸਾਡਾ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਓਗੇ। ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਵੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਓਨੀ ਬਣਦੀ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਦੀ ਬਣਦੀ ਆ। ਮੈਂ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਨੂੰ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਕਰਦਿਆ ਕਰਦਾ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਸਿੱਖ ਇਹ ਨਾਨ ਪ੍ਰੋਫਿਟ ਆ ਯਾਰ। ਅਸੀਂ ਪੈਸੇ ਕਮਾਉਣੇ ਵੀ ਤਾਂ ਪੈਸੇ ਨਾ ਮੰਗਿਆ ਕਰੋ, ਸਵੇਰ ਨੂੰ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਆਂਸੀ ਤੇ ਐਡ ਦੇਣੀ ਤੇ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਦੇਗਾ, ਉਹ ਸਾਡੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਮੁਸ਼ਕਿਲ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ। ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਪਾਸੇ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਕ੍ਰੋਸ ਸਕਾਲਰਸ਼ਿਪ 'ਤੇ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਈਏ, ਦੂਜੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਐਡਾਂ ਵੀ ਦਈਏ। ਮੈਂ ਵੇਖਿਆ ਐਡਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਗੱਲ, ਪਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪ੍ਰਮੋਟ ਕਰੋਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਮਚ ਬੈਟਰ। ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਪ੍ਰਮੋਸ਼ਨ ਥਰੂ ਦ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਐਂਡ ਥਰੂ ਦ ਸਕੂਲ ਸਿਸਟਮਸ ਐਂਡ ਥਰੂ ਦ ਬੋਰਡ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਓਬਵੀਅਸਲੀ we're restricted to go to the school unless we go through the board actually. So that's how we do. Thank you ਜੀ। ਹਾਂਜੀ ਵੀਰ ਜੀ। Oh sorry, I'm sorry. ਹਾਂਜੀ।
ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਵਧਾਈਆਂ ਚਲੋ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਵੀ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ, ਪਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਇਹ ਹੋ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੁਣ ਹੈ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਕਮਿਟਮੈਂਟ ਦੀ ਹੈ। ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਮਿਟਮੈਂਟ ਹੋਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਮ ਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਜਿਸ ਢੰਗ ਨਾਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਕਮਿਟਮੈਂਟ ਤੇ ਐਨਰਜੀ ਆ, ਉਹ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਅੰਦਰੋਂ ਕਮਿਟਮੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਫਿਰ ਚਾਅ ਚੜ੍ਹਦਾ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ। ਪਰ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਨ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਸੀ, ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ ਵੀ ਤਕਰੀਬਨ 5 ਬੰਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ। ਫਿਰ ਆਪਣੀ ਲੜਕੀ ਕਮਲ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਨਾਂ ਲਿਆ ਵੀ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਵੀ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਨ ਕੇਸ ਕੋਈ ਐਸੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੋ ਜੇ ਤੇ ਘੱਟੋ ਘੱਟ ਸਾਨੂੰ 5 ਬੰਦੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਆ। ਔਰ ਮੈਂ ਆਪ ਵੇਖਦਾ ਮਿਲਦਾ ਰਹਿਣਾ ਜਿਸ ਢੰਗ ਨਾਲ ਇਹਨੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਤੋਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਹੁਣ ਤੱਕ ਕੀਤਾ ਜੇ ਉਨੀ ਕਮਿਟਮੈਂਟ ਦਿਲੋਂ ਨਾ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਜਮਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਚਾਹ ਵੀ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਔਰ ਜੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਇੱਕ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਤੇ ਓਟ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਸਮਝਦਾ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਾਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਵੀ ਜਿਸ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਕਾਰਜ ਕਰਨਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਲਈ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਮੈਂ 99ਵੇਂ ਸਾਲ 'ਚ ਹੈ ਮੇਰੀ ਉਮਰ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਆਮ ਹੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ
ਇਹ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਯੰਗ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਜਾਂ 99 ਸਾਲ ਦਾ
ਮੈਂ ਛੋਟੇ ਭਾਈ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਮੇਰੀ ਬੈਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਪਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਾਰੀ ਓਨੈਸਟਲੀ ਮੈਂ ਕਈ ਵਾਰ ਨਿਰਾਸ਼ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਕੇ ਤੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਜਸਵੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਗੰਢਮੋਣੀ ਬੈਠੇ ਹੈ ਚਾਹੇ ਕਿਤੇ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ ਹੋਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ ਭਾਵ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਆ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਕਮਿਟਮੈਂਟ ਦਿਲੋਂ ਚਾਹ ਵੀ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਕਰਨਾ ਵੀ ਆ ਮੈਂ ਸਮਝਦਾ ਵੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਗੱਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ 'ਚ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਇਹ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਸੋ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਵਧਾਈਆਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਔਰ ਇਹ ਕਾਮਯਾਬ ਹੋਊਗੀ ਜਿੱਥੋਂ ਤੱਕ ਕਿਹਾ ਵੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਜਾਂ ਹੋਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਦਾਤੇ ਜੇ ਮੈਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੋਸਟ ਜਾਣਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਲੈਫਟ ਓਰੀਐਂਟਡ ਪਰਸਨ ਹਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਮਾਰਕਸਵਾਦ ਦਾ ਅਸਲ ਵਿਦਿਆਰਥੀ ਹਾਂ ਇੰਗਲੈਂਡ ਤੋਂ ਪਰ ਮੈਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਵੀ ਪੜ੍ਹਦਾ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਦੇਖਦਾ ਕਿ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਸਮੁੱਚੇ ਜੀਵਨ ਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਜਦੋਂ ਆਧਾਰ ਹੋਵੇ ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਲੜਕੀ ਨੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਬੋਲ ਕੇ ਗਈ ਆ ਮੈਂ ਸਮਝਦਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਕੁਝ ਮਿਲਦਾ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹ 'ਚੋਂ ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਇਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰਮਾਤਮਾ એનર્ਜੀ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਰਹੇ ਤੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਵਰਗੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਤੋਂ ਛਾ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਰਹੇ
ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਜੀ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਮਿਹਰਬਾਨੀ
ਓਕੇ
ਗੈਸਟਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੇਖ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਮੈਂ ਐਕਨੋਲਜ ਕਰਨਾ ਭੁੱਲ ਗਿਆ ਵੈਸੇ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਗੈਸਟੋਂ ਵੱਡੇ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡੇ ਗੈਸਟ ਆਏ ਹੋ ਮੇਰਾ ਦੋਸਤ ਹੈਗਾ ਜੀ ਭੁਪਿੰਦਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਲਿੱਦੜ ਫਾਰਮਰ ਖੜਾ ਹੋਣਾ ਜੀ ਇੱਕ ਮਿੰਟ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਵੀ ਕੌਂਸਲ ਜਨਰਲ ਰਹਿ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਅਫਰੀਕਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਫਿਰ ਰਿਟਾਇਰਮੈਂਟ ਤੋਂ ਅੱਜ ਮੌਜਾਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਸੋ ਭੁਪਿੰਦਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਸੱਜਣਾ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਆ ਜਦ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਡੈਲੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਅਸੀਂ ਹਿੰਦੁਸਤਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਖੋਜ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਘੱਲੀ ਸੀ ਨਾ 3 ਮੈਂ ਪਾਰਲੀਮੈਂਟਰੀ ਕਮੇਟੀ ਦੀ ਜਨਵਰੀ 1992 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੇ ਭੁਪਿੰਦਰ ਕੋਆਰਡੀਨੇਟਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਘੱਲਿਆ ਸੀ ਉਸ ਟਾਈਮ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੋਂ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਡੀ ਕੋਆਰਡੀਨੇਟਰ ਦੋਸ 3 ਮੈਂਬਰਸ ਆਫ ਪਾਰਲੀਮੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰਿਸਰਚ ਕਰਕੇ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਵੈਨ ਰੋਬਿਨਸਨ NDP ਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਬਾਰਬਰਾ ਗ੍ਰੀਨ ਹੈ ਮੇਰਾ ਖਿਆਲ ਕੰਜ਼ਰਵੇਟਿਵ ਵੀ ਸੀਗੀ ਤੇ ਡੈਰਕ ਲੀ ਸੀਗਾ ਲਿਬਰਲ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਤਿੰਨ ਮੈਂਬਰਸ ਤੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਇਹਦੀ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਪੜ੍ਹਿਓ ਯਾਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਇਹ ਅਸੀਂ ਮੈਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਇੰਸਟੀਚਿਊਟ ਤੇ ਅੱਜ ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਮੈਂ WSS ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰਦਾ ਆਈ ਹੈਵ ਡਨ ਦਾ ਕਲੀ ਵਰਕ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਨੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਵੇਗਾ ਕਦੇ ਵੀ ਸੋ ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਪੀਪਲ ਹੈਵ ਡਨ ਲੋਟ ਆਫ ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਵੈਰੀ ਮਚ ਐਂਡ ਰਾਣੀ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਜੀ GNI ਨੂੰ ਨਾਲ ਆਉਣ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮਚ ਐਕਲੀ
Okay, before Uncle G starts thanking every single person in this room, ਅਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਵੀਕਐਂਡ ਇਹੀ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਨੀਆਂ ਰਾਈਟ ਵੀ ਹੈਵ 2 days to talk about GNI and GNU in the future ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਹੁਣ ਇੱਕ ਮਿੰਟ ਲਈ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਹੁਣ ਮਨਿੰਦਰ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਸਟਰੈਂਥਸ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਹਰ ਬੰਦੇ ਦੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਕੋਈ ਸਟਰੈਂਥ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਤਾਂ GNI can use that strength ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸੋ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਸਟਰੈਂਥ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਹੁਣ ਮੇਰੀ ਸਟਰੈਂਥ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਇਵੈਂਟ ਮੈਨੇਜਮੈਂਟ ਮਾਰਕੀਟਿੰਗ ਦੀ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਆ ਕੇ ਸਮਿਟ ਦੀ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਪੂਰਾ ਧਿਆਨ ਇੱਥੇ ਰੱਖਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਸਮਿਟ ਪਲਾਨ ਕਰਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਹੁਣ 3 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਮੈਂ ਸਮਿਟ ਪਲਾਨ ਕਰਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਹੋਰ ਲੋੜ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਸਿਰਫ ਇੱਕ ਲੜਕੀ ਆ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸੋਚੋ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਮਾਰਕੀਟਿੰਗ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀ ਆ ਸਾਡੀ ਐਡਮਿਨਿਸਟ੍ਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ ਸਾਡੀ ਇਵੈਂਟ ਪਲਾਨਿੰਗ ਦੀ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ ਸਾਡੀ ਗਰੋਥ ਦੀ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ ਫੰਡ ਰੇਜ਼ਿੰਗ ਸਪਾਂਸਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਕੋਈ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਪੱਖ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਆ ਇਟਸ ਨਾਟ ਆਲ ਅਬਾਊਟ ਫਾਈਨੈਂਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਕੋਈ ਰਿਸੋਰਸਿਸ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਦੈਟ ਆਰ ਇਨਸਾਈਡ ਆਫ ਯੂ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਸਟਰੈਂਥਸ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸੋ ਯੂ ਹੈਵ ਆਲ ਵੀਕਐਂਡ ਟੂ ਟਾਕ ਟੂ ਅੰਕਲ ਜੀ ਪਰ ਹੁਣ ਚਾਹ ਪਾਣੀ ਦਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ So please, if I can ask everyone to come back here at 10:35 so we can continue on with the program. But please go take a little break, bathroom break, have more conversation, have some chat, and we'll meet you back here at 10:35.
ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਜੀ enjoy your chat ਤੇ coffee enjoy ਕਰੋ ਜੀ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਜੀ